May the Noble Triple bless you all. Welcome to the evening Dhamma talk. And first of all, let's all pay our homage at Buddothpada Mahanse's feet for sharing this beautiful true Dhamma with the entire mankind, and for especially for encouraging all of us to share this message with you, encouraging us and guiding us at all levels. Thank you so much, Aryan Hansa. We cannot express our gratitude in mere words to you. So we are committed to follow this path to end the sufferings. And this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. And we have all been blessed because of these revelations. This reawakening of the path to Nibbana is available for us now. Actually, every day, all Dhamma friends, under the guidance of Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse, try their level best to share this message of Nisatto Nisjivo Shunyo and Chittena Niyati Loko, that there is no self, there was no self, there will never be a self in this body or the mind. And the external world that we assume to be as real, that we have accepted to be real, is nothing but instantaneous projections of the six sense faculties. So that is the truth. That is the uh, true message of Gautama Buddha Sasana. And all Buddhas ever attained Buddhahood in the universe have disclosed this truth of nothingness, and the fact that there is no soul, no self. It is purely out of ignorance that we believe that we live in an existing world. So, only way to get rid of this wrong view is to listen to true Dhamma. Listen to this message, because all 84,000 Dhamma discourses of Gautama Buddhacharya Mahansi revolves around a single stimulus. The single stimulus itself is the self. The moment one believes that there is an external entity or there is not an external entity, because having it or not having it, both are experienced by a self. It is actually, rather than telling that there are things or there aren't things, it is to realize how things arise instantaneously, how these projections are created, are generated. So that is the cause and effect Dhamma, to understand how all these formations have become real entities and real people that we associate with, and how and why do we feel as if a person, as if a living entity is here, or else how do we feel this alive nature or this sense of existence. So let's delve into this through another perspective. So today, I would like to build up this talk on Trilakshana. the three marks of existence, or seeing the trilakshana in a single stimulus. Actually, even in conventional Dhamma sermons, these trilakshana or three marks of existence plays an important role because people believe that it is the cynosure of Buddhist philosophy, the focal point of Buddhist philosophy. But just like we discussed the Four Noble Truths in the single stimulus, three realms in the single stimulus, and 37 uh, those factors in uh, a single stimulus, and then eightfold path in single stimulus. So, if we can penetrate through a single stimulus, it is the Buddhakshana, or we experience this liberation at least for a split second. So that will be the stepping stone to this path, basically. So the three marks of existence are nothing but anitya, dukkha, anatma. Anitya, impermanence or non-existence. Dukkha, suffering or unsatisfactoriness. Anatma is non-self nature. So they are not just concepts. Traditionally, we have memorized the meanings of these Pali terms, but we were unable to apply it practically in penetrative insight or vidarshana. So these are actually from this Buddothpada sermons uh, are explained in more practical sense, like they are actually not mere concepts but realities to be directly realized. They represent the very nature of Dhamma. They encompass the entirety of existence. Because, as I initially said, true Dhamma never promotes or never highlights any form of existence. It is about non existence, and it cannot be realized merely through words. We have to understand all these concepts through practice, through experience. Actually, one cannot truly perceive Anitya without understanding the Dhamma of cause and effect. That is to say, what the colors that we perceive are not found externally. All these shapes of light are not found externally. They arise due to the continuous sparking of vibrations of similar frequencies. In every sermon, you are sure to hear this because that is the cause. Speedy occurrence of vibrations of similar frequencies. So, not just colors or shapes, sounds, smell, taste, and even thoughts are not out there or somewhere permanently. How do they arise? They arise due to the same sparking in the respective sensitivities at that very moment, and they arise and cease then and there. So, sounds occur in the eye sensitivity, smells, nose sensitivity, taste, tongue sensitivity, and thoughts, mental faculty. So, all these sensory experiences are near instantaneous projections of vibrations. We cannot use the word existence to talk about any of these sensory experiences because they happen so fast. I kept repeating 17 chitakshanas means such an incalculably short time period, fraction of a millisecond, or 1 billionth of a second, whatever. They, in fact, are dependent on conditions and not independent realities. What does it mean? If these vibrations come in contact, the formations will arise, sounds will occur, smells will occur, taste will occur, body sensation will occur, thoughts will occur. Only at that very instant the vibrations come together. That is not some existing permanent vibration or anything. It is also instantaneous rising of vibrations if they match, if they tally, if they have the same frequency. Nobody can prevent that interaction, and opposing the waves of opposing ends always come together or interact and generate some power, which definitely is taken as the self. It is this power that naturally generates with the interactions of vibrations that has been taken to be self perception or self power, actually. Existence field or alive field, whatever the name, it is the same phenomenon, same point that the cause is the interaction of vibrations, the effect is the self, the notion of self, sense of self. It is so scientific, isn't it? Even in a battery, when the two terminals, positive, negative, interact, it generates some electricity, some power. So isn't it the same? The depiction, because electricity may come in like heat, heat, like what is this? The light, heat, light, and it may give power for things to move. So different electricity will manifest in different forms of energy, power. Similarly, this vibration self, the manifest forms will be desire, hatred, delusion, going further, anger, sadness, happiness, stress, annoyance, irritation, jealousy, repentance, guilty consciousness. So all these are different projections of the self perception actually. So we can realize this through metaphors because metaphors and similes play a vital role in Buddhist philosophy. 2600 years ago, Lord Buddha has used beautiful metaphors and he has uh, told the people in the mundane world this life is to end the sufferings. You are because you have telepathized into a system in the human realm only to end the sufferings because you are naturally blessed with the mind which is a big trouble as well as the savior. So it's because of the mind that we can realize this Dhamma. We are using the uh, we are using the mind to realize the mind or get rid of the mind. In Sinhalese, there is a saying actually called uh, like chopping the uh, flesh of flesh of this pig on its body, like you get pork from pig, so cutting the flesh of the pig on it itself. So like that we are uh, using its body as a base, we cut its flesh, keeping it on its body. So similarly, we are using the mind to liberate from the mind. In Sinhala, it says "Urage malu urage angitma tiyela kapan." So we use the mind to liberate from the mind. So this Dhamma can be realized. And actually, Lord Buddha, those days, he said one should look for Dhamma as if someone has got fire on his or her hair or head is jumping up and down to uh, extinguish it, get rid of it. Because how painful it's when someone has got fire on his or her head. So like that, you have to, the person must be running here and there with the pain and trying to extinguish the fire. So that much urgency should be there for a human to realize this Dhamma. So are we doing that? Is it the first priority or the last thing? Most of the so-called Buddhists, when they lose their physical strength, when their hormone system, as Aryanwansi always says, um, the listeners, that when your hormone system gets deactivated, right, with age, then only you remind Dhamma and you make every effort to realize Dhamma because this Dhamma should be realized when you are strong, when you have that physical strength. So, Lord, please take that Lord Buddha's very word, the advice, and look for it and make every effort to realize it as somebody who has caught, in fire, whose head is caught in fire, trying to extinguish it. That urgency should be there for in us. So, yeah, so going back to this, seeing the three lakshana or three marks of existence in a single stimulus. So, and what I emphasized was it is the story of these vibrations, the cause and the effect in these projections. Ultimately, uh, it is the self perception. So, it is actually uh, what we call enjoying life is, in essence, the gratification of sensory faculties. Isn't it so? Now, enjoying life, what is it? Oh, there's a beautiful movie. Shall we go to the cinema today? Oh, there's a musical show. Are you satisfying yourself for the ear, the sensor, consciousness? Oh, I through the movie, what do you do? Is there a person to uh, enjoy it? There was never a person. It was the wrong view. We believed that eye as the self, ear as the self, nose as the self, tongue as the self, body, skin as the self, mind as the self. That was the big mistake. We were caught in the illusion of sensory faculties, and we have been like doing everything for the gratification of sensory faculties. It is because the power of the mind we mistakenly believe in the existence of a self. So that itself is the reason for us to go on and on in this endless cycle of birth and death. So if we are to die right now, what would happen? This process would continue elsewhere because every thought, every stimulus, as I told you, the vibration, because one thing that we have to have some like ground rules when we, I mean, certain must knows are there, must knows are there. Like there was never a self. Due to ignorance, we believed the power generated when the vibrations interact, the power rises, that power was mistakenly taken to be the self. And another important thing is living is just stimuli, 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 or thought after thought, thought after thought. Or another important thing that we should remember is we talk about six sensory faculties or six sense faculties. Each split second, one sense faculty arises. That is eye, ear, nose, tongue, or body, mind, again ear, eye, mind. Some sense faculty functions each 17 chittakshanas. It happens so fast. When I say one sense faculty functions, we have to understand the one sense faculty initiate, rather that makes more sense than telling one, because each stimuli is the collective function of all six sense faculties, but each stimuli is initiated by one sense faculty. This is a must know. That is to say, I perceive certain visual formation. That is, when I say I perceive some visual formation, it is eye vibrations interact with some uh, light vibrations of similar frequencies and some seeing happen. Eye sensitivity, some seeing happen. At that very moment, the ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, mind consciousness come together. They fuse or merge or converge and end up identifying it as a tree, a bottle, the hand, the spectacles, the phone, the mug, anything. So each stimulus is a fusion of all sensory inputs or consciousnesses. But always one sense faculty initiates this process, like probably the sound. It's the ear. If it's a sound, the ear perceives the sound as a sound, purely as a sound. At that very moment, all consciousnesses come together and identification happens as cross coin. Nose consciousness smells, perceives some pure smell. The moment all consciousnesses converge and identifies it as the smell of what? Petrol, smell of petrol, or smell of pizza, or the smell of bread, whatever. The tongue consciousness perceives certain taste. All consciousnesses merge and identifies it as milk toffee, the taste of the milk toffee, taste of the apple, taste of the cake, taste of the medicine, whatever. Body consciousness perceives certain feeling. All consciousnesses come together to identify it as the coldness of the wind, hardness of the table, something. So, what did we miss? Ear, eye, nose, no. Yeah. Mind consciousness perceives the thought. All consciousnesses come together and the image of the sun, actually it's a thought. The sound, sun, suns, your sun's softness, smell, all come together to form a complete the thought. That is, we have discussed before Patika Sampassa and Adivachana Sampassa, the Buddha's words. All stimuli are initiated by one single sense faculty, that is Patika Sampassa, and completed by the fusion of all sense faculties. So there is not a split second without a stimulus arising. So that understanding should be there, that awareness should be there. So it is all what I earlier said was it is all due to the occurrence of speedy vibrations. So, if we are to die right now, what would happen? So, this is a process. I or ear one. The last thought is not another strange thought. No one knows whether it is the last thought or no until the breathing stops. If at this very moment the breathing stops, definitely the vibration of the last thought, that power, the power is now, it's very clear to you, interaction of vibrations of similar frequencies or synchronization of vibrations of similar frequencies. They don't exist somewhere, they arise at that very moment. It's a natural phenomenon, the law of mind. And that power definitely will telepathize into another system. That can be the system of a dog, system of a frog, system of a fish, bird, system of a hungry ghost, system of a god, goddess, system of a Brahma. That depends on the level of power of that thought or the stimulus. So this body, so-called the image or the projection of four great elements, will die down, become ashes or some energy. It completely perishes, but the vibration will continue to be there. That power will telepathize into another system, and that is the story of this unending cycle of life and death. The sparking experiences continues to happen as long as respiration is present. That's what I told. When the respiration stops, definitely that power will telepathize into another system. So this story, this explanations made by Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse in simple language is very clear. Everything comes in place. Whatever the analysis, let it be three realms, let it be three Lakshana, let it be eightfold path, let it be four noble truths, let it be dependent origination, what not. Everything is about this power and this interaction of vibrations and this cause and effect dharma. So all 31 planes of experience are not external places. Yeah, we talk about 31 planes. How many heavens, how many lower realms, hells and human realm, just one, animal realm, hungry ghost realms, there are several. So, however, altogether 31 planes. They are not out there. They are different levels of that power automatically generated in thought creation. Lord Buddha did not disclose the principle of action and effect. Karma, that was not true Buddhist philosophy. It was a big mistake. People have taken it so. Because action and effect Dhamma was there even before the birth of Prince Siddhartha. What Lord Buddha taught was cause and effect. Dhamma, the dependent arising of phenomena. If the conditions are present, the arising of stimuli or phenomena or thoughts will happen. That is the dependent origination. What we call a stimulus is in fact the manifestation of the five aggregates. Another analysis. Five aggregates. This was like so difficult for us to get when we were listening to conventional sermons. Actually, they were just words for us. But now, thanks to these beautiful sermons, we can even explain what they are. So it's the manifestation of the five aggregates or Panchaskandha. Form, F-O-R-M, form, Rupa. F-E-E-L-I-N-G, feeling, Vedana. Perception, Sanya. Mental formations, Sankara. And consciousness, Vijnana. So these aggregates are mistakenly taken as a solid thing or a self. So that is the big illusion. But they are simply processes, these interactions, speedy sparking of vibrations, arising and ceasing. This delusion is perpetuated through two rounds. That was what I explained actually, Vattam Vattati. This arising and ceasing of five aggregates happen in the same two rounds. The individual sense faculty that initiates the experience and merging of all sense faculties to complete the stimulus. Actually, these two rounds drive the illusion of continuity and self. That is why we are bound to the cycle of birth and death. So if there are no combinations of sound and color, there are no things. That is, sound and color combination carries the felt part also. Felt part means body sensation, body body sensation, uh, tongue, the taste, and the smell part is also there, but predominantly sound and color. Otherwise, it's ditta sutta mutta. This combination means ditta sutta mutta, but we go by sound and color because they are the most prominent there. Because sound and color here means sound is the label, color is the form. Form means it can be a sound form, smell form, tactility form, uh, taste form, or dhamma, mind form, or color, visual form. This form can be a sound form or a visual form or a smell form or taste form. So tactility form or mental form. Then sound here means not this sound that occurs in the ear, that sound of the crow or sound of the vehicle or no. Here the sound means the label. Label. So label means the word that that was used to identify or introduce that particular form. So if the form is the sound form, the label would be cross coin or the vehicle sound or the human voice, whatever the label. If it's a smell, pizza smell. The label will be pizza smell or roti smell, bread smell, gas smell. If the form is catalytic, it would be the coldness of something, hardness of something, softness of something, or heat of something, whatever. If the form is a taste form, the sound will be or the label will be pineapple taste, cake taste, pizza taste, medicine taste, milk taste, but you can go on and on, billions of labels. So if the form is thought form, thought means mental thing, so it would be again same sun, house, school, hospital, cinema, whatever. So this name form combination is the thought. When we although we say name form, all sensory inputs are representing that stimulus. They are stakeholders. All sensory inputs are stakeholders of thought creation. If one takes the projection of I as a thing, there is no ditte dittamattam. Yeah, now in Lord Buddha's sermon, I think to Tarukiriyu Bhaya, I can't remember exactly to someone, Lord Buddha just said ditte dittamattam. He then and there realized that seeing is just seeing. There is nothing in seeing. It is merely a projection of the eye. But is it so for us? Is it so for us? Ditti dittamattam. Is it only seen for us? Now, just listen. We'll take the ear. Now, seeing is seeing, hearing is hearing only, smelling is smelling only. That is Lord Buddha's word. Feeling is feeling only, tasting is tasting only, thoughts are mere thoughts only. Is it so for us? When I say now Donald Trump, is it just a sound for you? Didn't the image pop up in your mind? Barack Obama, was it just a sound or an image pops up in your mouth? Mind, then and there at that very moment. Lord Buddha, Didn't the image of Lord Buddha, that statue, arise in your mind? So it is not only a sound for us. That sound and form combination arises. Once somebody introduced that, then once means forever. Once the sound form combination happened, no separation, because once milk is converted to ghee, you cannot make milk out of ghee back again. Only thing we can see through the wisdom that ghee means milk, another form of milk. Or same way, when the sound and form combination together with other sensory inputs create Donald Trump, we can know that there is nothing, there is no person, there is no figure, solid figure. It's just a just a thought, mental construct. There is no Donald Trump in your mind or anywhere actually. Whatever the image you see, it's Donald Trump in your mind that you see, not in America or in any external location. You might see some formation that is Donald Trump comes from your mind. So what would be the impact? Now someone just imagine, we can go on imagining because it helps us to understand. Now somebody in Iran, an Iranian, hears perceives this sound. What kind of power would it generate for someone, a child in the court? Someone says Donald Trump, Donald Trump. Does it matter at all? Just a sound only for such a child with the we call it radiant mind, with one without a big mind. It is purely a sound experience only. But an American uh, getting this sound would have a different level of power. So isn't this interesting when we now just even nuclear bomb, what kind of impact that sound would create in the mind of someone who is in war, and people like us, I mean, far away from the battlefields or the war situation, who are not directly involved in it. And another child who never know what it is, just sound. So this is the truth. This is the Dhamma that we are talking about. It is not rocket science. It is not something alien. It is all about our experiences, our sensory experiences that we are talking about every hour. All 24 hours we talk about how this world got such an existing world for us. How did these perceptions got thicker? All these concepts, all these mental constructs became solid forms. Solid became solid formations, real entities, living entities for us. That is what we are trying to untangle. So let's take another example. When the form of mother rises, the word the form of a mother figure rises, American or English man or a kid born in an English speaking country would get the word mother, the label mother. But the Sri Lankan mother, Sri Lankan child would say amma. So a Chinese child would say min. So these are just created by different individuals. They are just creations. They are not existing things, real things. So, therefore, it is obvious that this sound is a lie. The label is a lie because there is no permanent label. They vary from person to person. Even in Sri Lanka, some people say mama, some say ma, some say ammi, some say amma, some say ammandi. Now see how many labels are there even in one country. It is only a perception. The form perception and the sound perception come together to form this mind perception. The eye perceives only a shape of light. The experience of that light is feeling, the projection of feeling is perception. When it arises repeatedly, when the perception arises repeatedly due to speed, it becomes mental formations or sankhara. When it is felt as a thing, it is consciousness. When the consciousness arises, it's done. We are caught. It's a thing. The danger is if there is a thing, there is an observer, there is a person to experience it, the thing. The consciousness of I is light. If a particular sound is heard by a child due to speed, sound and color come together inseparable. Actually, this now I told you when the sound Donald Trump is heard, a certain image pops up in your mind. That is called the Upadaya Rupa or derived matter. Conventionally, it's called Upada. That is just a fake thing. But we feel there is a person like that somewhere. This system of fusion is known as mental formation, Sankara. So, actual cause is the sensitivity of the faculty, sense faculty. The effect is soul or self. The cause is these vibrations that interacted and created certain formation in the eye faculty, and then the amalgamation of all faculties to create a thought. The effect is self. When the thought is complete, the other side, the self arises. That itself is the self. It's like two sides of a single coin. The sensory experience becomes a thing. On the other side, self arises. So, actually, according to dependent origination, it becomes clear that the things we believe in are not found externally. They are not found external. They are just creations, fake creations of the mind. So now we fully realize this first mark of existence, anitya, impermanence. That is nothing but realizing that what we think they are wrong aren't out there, or are not found externally. We think there is a tree at a distance. There is Donald Trump in America. There is uh, uh, what lot of things we can see here in Sri Lanka, Taj Mahal in India. So lot of things, or River Thames in England. So the conclusion is they are all mere thoughts, mental constructs. They are not existing anywhere when the sensory faculties function, the formations will arise instantaneously. That's the truth. But the one who lives in the mundane world takes it as a fixed or permanent entity, this mental construct. They do not see the truth of the stimulus. Actually, they do not see that there are no chairs, tables, no river Thames, opera house, whatever. They are deceived by the stimulus. So such a person becomes a victim of sorrow, suffering, and lamentation. So anitya, dukkha, the suffering, impermanent suffering. So that actually all three can be found in this stimulus. If there is a thing, there is a sufferer, the self, that is the suffering itself. If something becomes a thing, there is a need to, subtle need to keep it. There is a value attributed to it. That itself is the suffering. That is the true suffering that we talk in true Buddhist philosophy. And as I mentioned before, all these phenomena are experienced momentarily because it's a story of vibrations which cannot be perceived by human system. So if there is a thing, there is a soul. If there is no thing, there is no soul. So do suffering and sense of self arise. So there you are, the uh, impermanence, suffering, and the self. There is no self when you penetrate through the stimulus, the, the realization that the things that we believe to be there aren't there. So there is no suffering and there is no self. So all three aspects can be experienced in a single stimulus. So that is the message of Lord Buddha, true message of Gautama Buddha Sasana. So please listen to these sermons. You will definitely realize this. It's such a gradual process. So join the Zoom discussion in whatever language that you are comfortable with, that you can uh, understand, and try to realize this message. This is a very rare opportunity. So with that request, I wind up the talk today, paying my homage once again to our noble friend Buddothpada, and this is the truth revealed to the world by Gautama Buddhacharya Vahanse 2600 years ago. And we have such gratitude to Buddhacharya Vahanse for all the sacrifices he made to relieve the sufferings of mankind. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and see you tomorrow at the same time.
Gem bless you all. Tirvan Saranai Aryan Hansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Tirvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. One has to feel this Dhamma, Janato Passato. In other words, who sees this Dhamma should feel it as well. One should feel when the soul is arising, when the soul is arising within. For this, we have to be true to ourselves, because our mind, it is cheating. It is cheating us always. So the mind could say, I can feel it now. But it could be the illusion of the mind. So the mind is like that. But this Dhamma, it penetrates the illusion, which means it actually sees through the illusion. You can say it goes beyond the illusion with wisdom. So it's just like catching the magician who is performing the magic. So one has to see through this illusion and catch the magician. It's actually a internal transformation which you feel it. So what do you have to feel? You feel that this world you see, you hear, smell, taste, or feel, or think is not real. It is a sense creation, an illusionary world. If you take a child just born, we call the radiant mind. Does he have a world? No, he does not have a world yet. But he also has eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body, isn't it? Though he could feel that something is there, still he can't identify it. So if you have small children, you can observe. So, but even he does not know about the world, the baby cries, baby smiles. So later he turns a head, moves the head around. He also moves the head around towards a sound. So he cries when he is not comfortable. He also feels the pain when the need. Thiruvan Saranai, Aryan Hansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. One has to feel this Dhamma, Janato Passato. In other words, who sees this Dhamma should feel it as well. One should feel when the soul is arising, when the soul is arising within. For this, we have to be true to ourselves, because our mind, it is cheating. It is cheating us always. So the mind could say, I can feel it now. But it could be the illusion of the mind. So the mind is like that. But this Dhamma, it penetrates the illusion, which means it actually sees through the illusion. You can say it goes beyond the illusion with wisdom. So it's just like catching the magician who is performing the magic. So one has to see through this illusion and catch the magician. It's actually an internal transformation which you feel it. So what do you have to feel? You feel that this world you see, you hear, smell, taste, or feel, or think is not real. It is a sense creation, an illusionary world. If you take a child just born, we call the radiant mind. Does he have a world? No, he does not have a world yet. But he also has eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body, isn't it? Though he could feel that something is there, still he can't identify it. So if you have small children, you can observe. So, but even he does not know about the world, the baby cries, baby smiles. So later he turns the head, moves the head around. He also moves the head around towards the sound. So he cries when he is not comfortable. He also feels the pain when the needle is pricked. He sucks the milk when hungry. So he can move the hands and legs. But what we have to know is all this happens automatically, isn't it? All the actions happen automatically. So the baby does not give any name to it. No names are attached. He does not know the parents, siblings, country which is his born, grandparents, or whoever comes to visit him. He only knows to smile when he is comfortable. Most of the time, the baby is asleep, isn't it? And he cries when he is hungry or uncomfortable. So we can see a system is working. We are the ones who say the baby is smiling. He must be happy because he is not hungry now. Or the baby is crying because he is hungry or uncomfortable. But does the baby know it? No, he does not know it. We say it because we have seen babies do this previously, isn't it? So we know what to do when a baby cries. So it is very important to identify this radiant mind because we also came from that end. So if we deeply contemplate on this and listen to our noble friend Buddothpada Enhance's explanations, we understand that this is a vibration of the psychot, the self vibration. And this is the story of a one vibration, which is just like a small current. So without this current, the system does not work. So this system, it actually starts when the first breath, with the first breath, the baby takes. So this first breath is very important because only with that the system starts to work. So if we talk about this first breath, a bit more about this first breath, it is often triggered by the sudden change of the temperature, light and the environment, because it is a new environment for the baby. So with the first breath, the baby's system, especially lungs, the circulatory system, starts to work. What I wanted to highlight here is that all these are happening naturally. It's a natural process. So what happens if the baby does not take the first breath? Then the doctors taps on the back, isn't it? So then the baby starts to cry. So then only the machine starts to work. But later, what happens? The baby starts to crawl, sits, stands, walk, and falls sometimes, and again he stands up and walks. So all this happens automatically, isn't it? The baby does not say, "Look, I am walking. I can sit now." So likewise, he does not say anything. He simply does the actions only. But we say, "Baby is walking now. Baby can sit now." Likewise. So what happens when the child starts to communicate? Obviously the parents will call him Baba. So he will call himself Baba as well. So automatically he also calls himself Baba. There is no self. There is no me or no soul. So he says, "Baba wants the toy," or else, "Baba wants the cup. Baba wants to drink," and pointing towards the toys and the cup. The things are slowly creating. He has the existent feeling. So when the parents say, "Baba, bring the cup," now he can identify the cup, isn't it? So likewise, slowly the objects are creating. So also, usually the mother, she shows herself and say, "Amma, Amma," say Amma. So the baby says the word Amma. So the mother is so happy because the baby has said Amma. But that also a natural process. Say you take the baby to the garden. Say the baby is about 7-8 months old, and show a crow and say "Kaka" or "Kaka" and repeats it. So the next time baby imitates that, the same sound, and say "Kaka," isn't it? So likewise, the sounds are introduced. All these are perceptions. So then the child goes to the Montessori. More and more colors and sounds are introduced. Red, yellow, blue, green. So day by day, more and more objects are added. More and more colors and sounds are added. Now the baby can identify color pencil, pencil box, lunch box, desk, chair, teacher, friend, pictures, and so on, isn't it? And when the child goes to the garden and looks around, the teacher points out to a araliya tree and say, "This is the araliya tree. The flower is called araliya, and the color of the flower is white." And she might pluck the flower and give it to the child's hand and say, feel the petals. It is soft. Smell it. It has a nice smell. Likewise, the image of the earlier tree is created in the child's world. So say the child has gone home, and when he closed the eyes, he get the image of the earlier flower, isn't it? The softness of the petals, the smell, the nice fragrance, a solid image of the earlier flower is there creating, isn't it? Ditta, Sutta, Mutta. So all the senses merge into make this image of the earlier flower. But we know the teacher only gave the sound of the earlier flower. If we analyze this further, say the teacher says the children to write about the mother. Say there are about 30 children in the class. So the children will think and write about their prospective mothers, isn't it? Each and every one of the children, they have their individual words created by the senses. Say the teacher says, write a poem about your pet. So again, the 30 children in the class, they will write accordingly to their mental image of the pet, isn't it? So some would write about a cat, a dog, a rabbit, a parrot. Likewise, they have different individual worlds. So likewise, imagine a classroom in China, Russia, Germany, Poland, or any other country in the world. Even though the senses are the same, they will have a different set of names. So if we take the cat, so in Sri Lanka we call the pusa or balala. But in Chinese, the cat is called meow. In Russian language, cat is called koshka. Likewise, they have given different sounds to the same animal. So what happens if a Sri Lankan child is taken to China, for example? He will talk and think in the Chinese language. So these all are perceptions. But there is no sound in a perception. But to understand this, we have to contemplate with wisdom, isn't it? Everything is a perception. So when we talk about the light perception, there are two. There is no light in the light perception. This perception becomes the consciousness, sanyamai vijnane. With the mind consciousness, one can identify the objects. Say, if you keep some gold near a baby, a radiant mind, Will he identify it? Will he say, oh, this is gold and I should protect it? Otherwise, someone will take it. So I should hide it. He will never say that, isn't it? He doesn't know even what is it. Even an elephant comes there, the baby won't know about it. If you read about the story of Mowgli, it's a story. Mowgli, when he was a baby, he was lost in the jungle. And a wolf mother raised him with the baby wolves, gave him milk, gave him protection. So when he grew up, he thought he's one of the wolf family. And he became friends with a bear and a tiger as well. He's not scared of them because he was raised in the jungle. He also communicates with the animals. Though this is a story, we can get something out of it, isn't it? So likewise, the radiant mind baby, he does not know what is gold. He does not give any value to it. It is a perception. Imagine you are dreaming while you are sleeping. Your eyes are closed. So how do you see a dream? So those are perceptions, only vibrations. So the film you are watching when you are awake, it is just continuing. Or if we take another example, the baby who is crawling might keep his hand on fire because it is bright and he might burn the hand. But when he gets older, someone might tell that if you hold your hand to fire, you will burn yourself. So now the child, as soon as he sees a fire, he knows that he would get burned. It is also a perception. So in other words, perception is a vibration, a current. So another example, if there's a continuous lightning in the sky, it creates a light, isn't it? This is a vibration. This vibration gives a power. So likewise, in our eye, the same thing happens. So billions of vibrations happens speedily in the eye, just like the continuous lightning in the sky, creating various images. This is creation due to vibration. So if one is blind, the eye vibration won't happen, isn't it? So we say he can't see. Say a child is colorblind. How does that happen? It means that the child's eye does not vibrate to certain types of colors. So this we have to contemplate. Lord Buddha said, "I is your world." and the birth of your eye is your birth. But actually, we take the birth of the baby, it's from the mother. We take it as the birth of the baby, isn't it? But Lord Buddha says, birth of the eye is your birth. So which means, once you identify your thing, it is your birth. Yatha bhutang pajanati. It means, when one sees with wisdom how this creation happens, isn't it? So how does animals see the world? Animals have different sense faculties. For example, cats and dogs, they see blue and yellow shades, but red and green, they are colorblind. Whales and dolphins, they see shades in grey. So nocturnal animals, they often lack color receptors. They detect the light. If we take a rabbit, they see shadows of blue and green. So if we take a snake, they don't have a color vision. They have a special sensor to detect the heat. So likewise, it is very interesting, isn't it? The animal world is different, and they experience the world differently from the humans. But they also survive in the environment, isn't it? So all are vibrations. In other words, a telepathy system works. For example, when light waves resonate with the eye sensor, the eye begins to vibrate. So likewise, each sensory organ function by resonating with the corresponding form of the vibration. So likewise, the eye vibrates to light, ear vibrates to sound, tongue vibrates to taste, nose vibrates to smell. The body feels touch and pain is through vibrations. And the mind processes all these vibration as a mental formation, mental image. But we have to know that all in one vibration. Ditta, Sutta, Mutta. So all the sensor vibrations merge and create the mind vibration. So this mind vibration is what we experience as the mind consciousness. So it is how the child's mind sensor is created. And with that, there is a duality. So which means the external world seems to exist, and the self who sees it also is created. So this existent field and the alive field, it's like two sides of a coin, which gives rise to attachments or disattachments. So example, the child could say, This pencil is mine. That's my mother. My father is at work. This money is mine. I hate you. Oh, I love you. All because we take this external world as real, isn't it? So the friends, houses, parents, siblings, teachers, computers, phones, anything, even a feeling, jealousy, hatred, everything is a creation. It is happening in the system. In other words, it is an illusion. It is the illusion. So this illusion gives rise to the defilements, desires, ill will, jealousy, and all that. What happens with that? It will ultimately leads to the suffering. So in other words, as long as the external world is real to you, you will have the suffering. It is inevitable. So this suffering could be due to a broken cup, to a loved one who died. For example, Patachara, Kisagotami, they took the outside world as real. So in that world, there's a husband, children, parents, houses, and everything. Also, there is a strong self or me who is suffering. What actually we wanted to highlight is that how much the outside world is real to you, the suffering is more, and the self is more powerful. But once you know how the world is created with senses, and once you know this is a stimulation world, you will also understand that there is actually no one called me either. No self, no soul. It is a system. So where is this me actually? Is it in the body or is it in the mind? So imagine this me is in the body. So can you prevent any sicknesses? Even a small headache, stomach ache, body ache, a knee pain, or heart attack, cancer? No, you can't. So imagine you are walking barefoot. So you prick a stone. You feel the pain. Can you stop it? No, you can't. Likewise, during the COVID time, we could see how the people died, isn't it? No one could stop it. There was no cure either. It didn't matter, or rich or poor, adults, children, which religion, from which culture, which country. Nothing mattered, isn't it? So where was this self? So it is a natural process. So definitely we can't find this me in the body. So if you have met with an accident, you might have to amputate your leg or the arm. So there is also no self there, isn't it? So what about the mind? Imagine we are trying to do some concentration meditation, focusing on breathing. So say you have gone for a retreat in another place far from your home. Can you stop the thoughts coming? You might be sitting there, but the mind might be back at home, isn't it? So different questions will come to your mind. How are the children doing? Have they gone to school today? Did they eat? Did I lock the cupboard? What about the gas? Did I switch off the iron? And so on and so on. So, what about the meditation? So you might have these experiences. So here also you can see how much you try to avoid or skip the thoughts. It will come back again and again. Just like a rubber ball which comes out of the water once you take the hand out. Say somehow you are sitting there, but after some time you might feel a back pain or a knee pain, a leg pain, headache, or numbness of your feet. So again your thoughts go on wandering. You might even feel like changing position because your legs are numb. So is there a me anywhere? No, it is a system. But when you see something or hear, smell, feel, taste or think, you feel like you are there. So how can we find this invisible me? So this is the most difficult part in this path, isn't it? Is there actually a soul, or is it also a creation? So we'll find out how this soul pops up. Say you observe seal every poor day and you sit in the same place. Imagine. So every month you sit in the same place. So one day when you go there, you see that another, say someone else is sitting there in your place. So what would you feel? You will feel irritated, isn't it? You will feel the anger is rising. It is burning inside. So you feel it within you. So that's the power. Like an electric current, you will feel it. It is the soul. So this me or the soul is this fire which was created. So this fire was created towards that particular stimuli, isn't it? So if we further contemplate on this creates due to a speed. Just like the way light and sound also a creation. So likewise, the senses creates the system. A system is functioning. So to eradicate the defilements, we have to go to the root of it, isn't it? So our noble friend Buddothpada explains the root or the foundation lies on the power of the zygote, that is the samsaric circle. So you can listen to more about this, how this zygote power is created in Buddothpada sermons. So our noble friend Buddothpada explains it wonderfully through super wisdom. So if we come back to the creation of thoughts, the thoughts are also created the same way like the gravity power, electricity power. So which means when there are two different endings, it generates power. So is the mind power is also created the same way. Two different entities creates power. So Lord Buddha in Majjhima Sutra has explained this, how this power is created. So the I is created due to this speedy vibration. Vibration is a power. Soul also a vibration power, a current. So as in the example, the senses work as usual, but if the stimulus becomes a thing, that is the soul. So for example, say we go on a trip and later once we come back, if we tend to think again and again about it, so the repeated vibrations gains power, and that power is the soul. It is something you feel. So when we say we are living, the liveliness, it is this current we are talking about. So we have to contemplate on this. So our noble friend Buddothpada highlights that there is no past memory. But then how do we remember things? So say if somebody calls and say, I'll bring you some apples. So now we know how this apple was created. In the Montessori level, the teacher shows a picture of an apple and gives the sound. This is the apple, A for apple. And the mental image was created. And when somebody says now that I will bring some apples, the sound vibration, the color vibration merge to create the new vibration, which is the apple. So it telepathizes. So the illusion of the apple was created during childhood, isn't it? With colors and sounds. So now when we say apple, it is a sound to the ear, color to the eye, smell to the nose, taste to the tongue. If we touch it, it is hard. So apple is created by all these senses. All these sensor vibrations merge into one to create the mind sensor. So even today, that particular vibration telepathizes. So if we take the example of the tuning fork, when one vibrates, the other tuning fork also vibrates. Just like the thundering occurs in the sky, the windows start to vibrate. So likewise, now when we say apple, the same theory applies. So likewise, when the sound apple comes, the image of the apple also appears. Or the image of the apple comes, the sound of the apple appears. Due to the speedy vibration, we feel like it is existing. Just like the example of fireball. When a fireball is rotating speedily, we actually don't see a separate fireball, do we? But we see a circle. So likewise, the mind illusion is such, it creates different types of images. So due to this speed, we feel like it is one. So likewise, the sensor world is created with colors and sound. So it is a sensor created world, or a stimulation world we call it. All are vibrations. So more the vibrations, we feel sad sometimes, we feel happy, we feel tired, because each and every thought feels like a burden. So what do we do when we want some freedom? Sometimes we try to isolate, to be alone. But if you don't understand the thoughts, it will be always there. Because the thoughts is a current, the mind power. So this current gives you tiredness, the boredom, the irritation, the stress, depression. That is where so our noble friend explains sound perception has no sound, color perceptions has no colors because it is a vibration. So then why do we feel that the apple is actually there? It's because the power, the vibration power. So because we feel like the apple is existing, we want more and more apples, a better apple, or maybe a red apple, or apple juice, and so on. Say if we want to buy a dress, we usually choose, isn't it? The color, the brightness, the material, the print. So we choose until we are satisfied, isn't it? So likewise, all the six senses are the same. So say if we eat something, we want a better thing next time. Say we saw a film, so next time again we want to see it. Or we listen to another song, a new song, so we repeatedly want to listen to it. So likewise, the power is repeating. So what we have to understand here is this is a system which happens automatically. So likewise, the soul is also created in this system. So once you know this is a system, and also know how it is created, we won't get caught to it, isn't it? We won't get caught to this illusion because we know how the magic is created. So once you know the system, how the world is created by the six senses due to the speedy vibration, and when you see that there is nothing in a vibration, you will no longer get caught to this illusion, isn't it? So the one who sees through this illusion with wisdom, he is the one who is free from the mind. He no longer get caught in this illusion. He finds the tranquility. Antojata Bahijata, which means there is a knot outside and there is a knot inside as well. So who is going to untie these knots? The one who has gone through this path and seen through this illusion with wisdom will untie all these knots. So our noble friend Buddothpada, who has gone through this path has untied all the knots and now showing us the way to untie the knots as well. So it is our effort which is needed. A noble friend can only show us the way. So we have to contemplate and try to understand this one vibration, one thought, which means how the thoughts are created, how the soul is created. Is there actually a soul there? So this is the story of a one vibration. So if we see the structure of one mango leaf, so then you don't have to see the structure of each and every mango leaf, isn't it? So likewise, we have to understand only one thought. So if we take the example of the apple, if the apple becomes a thing, then you are born in that thought. So our birth or death is in one thought. So if you feel the fire, within in any stimulus which comes from any of the senses, then you are born in that thought, which means the power to the thought is there, and there your soul is. You are born in that thought. So if you are born in that thought, in that particular thought, there is a death as well. So even if you think of past, it is this moment thought. Even if you think of future, it is a thought in this particular moment. So we have only this present moment, isn't it? We have this present moment and we live in this present moment. And this present moment also not real. Then there's the solace. If any thought becomes real to you, that's where the soul is. That's where the defilements are, the vibration. So what we have to know is that thoughts naturally comes. So what we have to know is that the thoughts naturally comes. It is nature. Just like we can't keep a rubber ball underwater. What can we do? What can we do is to understand the thoughts. That's all we can do. Which means, see how this one thought is created. See with wisdom. What happens when one sees with wisdom. The thoughts will come as usual, but one won't go into thought strings, means the power is not there. So it is a beautiful story to understand the thought power. As usual, we are very grateful to you, Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa, for giving this beautiful Dhamma to the world. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpada on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of life. the truth. Awake, humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpada, let awakening begin.
Mitrikashan, bless you all. Thank you, Aaron Master, for your noble guidance. Welcome, everyone. This is just a part of 24/7 Zoom sermons. There's a Zoom discussion also, Sri Lankan time 3 to 5. So it's really important to catch up every day about this non-vibration, because it's not something you are that much familiar with. Or no self angle is also not that much familiar thing. Or self perception is not a familiar thing. I mean, no self angle is a non-self view. The problem is when we talk like that, we feel like it is another view. That is the problem. Actually, it's not another view, kind of, because the Sakkaya or the wrong view actually includes every view. So you can't just say, I'm not there and chair is there. That's not how it is meant to be. We are fully understanding there is actually nothing. And you have to feel that too. Because when you wind down, it all comes down to the self vibration. How can you, we can actually talk about that, because wrong view is understanding, no, wrong view is, so wrong view is normal view that we had before we listened to them anyway. Wrong view is actually taking everything as real. The chair, the pineapple, mother, father, son, daughter. It's real. The home, the country, petrol, everything is real. Then you might ask, are they not real? I can see them. I can touch them. I can hear them. Yeah, that's kind of a thing. Yesterday, I just heard a thing, if there's no one, if you collide with a wall, won't you get hurt? If there's no wall. Huh. That's the same thing we are trying to say. You have kind of limitations, you feel that is you. So we have to actually get this right. Otherwise, so just take that statement. It was actually, I heard it. The statement is, if there's no one, if there's nothing, okay, that is the word. If there's nothing, if I collide with a wall, I feel the pain. How do you explain this? So, understanding that there is nothing of sort that what we think outside is the first one. We have to understand. We think there is a wall. At the same time, if it is so real, I'm here too. That's the mirror image of the wall. Wall is here, I'm here too. But then it's coming to the actual understanding that wall wasn't ever there. Wall is a mental formation, mental perception. Any mental perception, is that true? Me, my, mine, tree, moon, sun, family, village. Any perception or truth even? Is any perception true? No, none of the perceptions are true. That's the first step that you are actually trying to get. None of the perceptions are true. Not the first, actually, second. The first is none of the perceptions outside are actually there. It's a that's where this colliding with the wall and getting hurt question came, isn't it? Okay, you tell me that everything outside is a perception of the mind. Then you tell perception is not real. Then what happened when I hit the same question I was asked? You tell that the poison is not poison. Then what happens if you take the poison, if the poison is not there? Something like that. So this Dhamma should be taken so carefully. What we are trying to imply is actually we are trying to find out who we are. Okay? We are not trying to find out anything else. In that process, we are understanding anything outside. Even if you taste the poison, it is the perception we have is a mental perception. Whatever you try to say me, it is a mental perception. You just imagine someone get the idea that something has happened. The world has collapsed. And then you say the no, world has not collapsed. It's two different ideas, isn't it? Yeah, actually, the mental perceptions are not true, 100%. Then what do you feel? You feel something, yes. The touch sensation, the pain, the temperature, the taste, the smell, the mm, seeing, the hearing. Was that there? Because that is what is confusing, isn't it? That people telling, okay, I hit the wall now. How can you say there is no wall? I mean, definitely there is no wall. But that's the perception in the mind. Then what happened there? Well, touch, sensation arise. 100% the touch sensation arise. So the touch sensation, is that true? Is there something called touch? Well, now people might actually get impatient here. Well, of course there is something called touch. Well, is there? Yeah, when the cause is there, perception of touch will be there. What about the feel? Yeah, feel will be there as well. How do you get the feel? Actually, this is where the most difficult part. This actual light is actually not true. It's a fast vibration of the eye only. The eye is not there. the light is not there, if the ear is not there, the hearing is not there, if the touch receptors are not working in the skin, the touch is not there. Mm. Can you understand that? So, any of these things are not there if the sensory organ function is not there. Sensory organ function is there because everything started with the vibration. So, when it comes to this, the sensory level, it's a feel. Feel is felt as here, happening here. Why is that? There's an affinity or a force keeping every feel as it is happening here. But as soon as you realize that it's a sensory function organ only that is functioning, this force might release. That's where you feel the consciousness which is not falling anywhere. Anidassana apatit in Pali words. Because that consciousness, so because the consciousness is light, touch, even mind, you can have mind consciousness, but so what do you think? Everything in this world, we kind of feel something, don't you? Either you see, either you hear, either you touch, either you feel the temperature, either you feel the taste or the smell. The touch temperature, taste or the smell is actually due to the body sensations. This confuses us a lot to feel that there's someone here feeling these things. So this body sensations make you to confuse to believe that there is someone here. But what actually happens is, just imagine you anesthetize all these sensory points. Can you find you? And if the seeing and the hearing is also gone, can you find you? According to this theory, you shouldn't be able to find you, isn't it? Because you felt that That's what the thing is. If you if something is happening to the body by poison, you feel like you are dying. Are you? So that is under the impression that the body is me. But someone can actually get mistakenly thinking that the mind is me. Is the mind you? No. You feel thinking happening, but thinking is not you. That means you are different to thinking. You are different to the body. And then who are you? When that question comes, it's really tricky because you don't know who you are. So you have to find yourself. You have to find you. Who are you? If you actually feel this, you will find you. When the perception world is actually, when you realize that even the light perception is something, or sound perception, or the touch perception, temperature perception, the taste and the smell perception, if you really fully understand that they are even not true, but you feel something, that's the vibration that carries the whole samsaric journey. There's something you feel, the power, the force. That power, that force is actually in that feel. But as soon as you realize that it's a function of the speed only, you can feel the absence of the power. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. Absence of this extra power, absence of the absence of the vibration, absence of your whole samsaric journey. That moment that you see the disappearance of that self vibration. So, what do you think? How can you come into terms with this? Light is not actually true. Because that's your argument. The arguments are that whether if someone is taking body as real, there are arguments. If someone is taking mind as real, there's an argument. If someone is actually taking consciousness as real, there's another level of argument. But none of these arguments are true because they are all creation. They're all creation. It is there when it is appearing, but it is not there. Actually not there. They are creations only. But what was our understanding? We felt as a complete rocky feeling of self from the beginning of whatever time we remember to now. You felt as you did the year 5 exam, you did the year 10 exam, you did the year 12 exam, you did the uni, you did the marriage, you did the you had the kids, you looked after the kids, you did this job. Yeah, you like it's kind of a rocky feeling that you have, that yes, everything happened to me, or either everything happening with me, or everything is happening as in association with me. This association is a problem actually, because you never actually felt nothing else. Like you felt the same. You felt as you were living, felt as everything is true. You felt as the body is actually what you felt was this body is mine. That is how you felt. No one actually thinks body is me. They think the body is mine. My nose, my head, my leg, my body. My body hit the wall. That's how they take. Am I not correct? How do you call it mine? Well, you tell me. How do you take it as mine? Then there should be someone here. If the body is mine, who is telling this? Okay, mind is telling this, so mind must be me. But then, don't you hear that sometimes you tell, no, I'm thinking. Let me think. Let me think. Let me decide what to do. Let me think clearly. Why don't you give me time to think clearly? I had to think. I had to plan. I had to decide. I had to understand this. So then he's thinking you. Then who are you? What is this interpretation? The force that you felt, whatever the force that you felt, the interpretation goes somewhere to that line, isn't it? Because if it is my body, if it is my mind, if it is a thought which arises, when it comes to my, then there should be someone who is I, no? So who am I? This investigation is what Lord Buddha did. Lord Buddha was trying to find out who, who am I? Why there is suffering? And he realized that this this force is making you to actually have the suffering. What force? The force that is misunderstood as self. Where's that force coming from? It has a very long history. This one thought, one vibration is the reason for this. And Lord Buddha said, when Lord Buddha became a Buddha status, there was a question, are you happy now? Forgetting what? He asked. Are you then sad now? For losing what? Only thing, if I lost anything, is the idea that there are things and person here. So this vibration we are talking about, that thought of, so the any vibration has the perception. Slowly it comes, and any perception becomes a thought with time. So any of these sensory vibrations, how do you get that power then? Power is due to speed. So any perception, any light perception, sound perception, how does it become a consciousness? Due to the speed. That's the force that is mistakenly taken as self. So this problem, solving this problem is the problem. So the argument that people are bringing up, if everything is a perception, how did you hit the wall? If everything is perceptions are not true, how did you cut your arm? If every perception is not true, if slapped, won't you feel the pain? There are questions like that actually. So what are you feeling? This is the important thing that we are trying to actually understand. So you understand the slap is a perception, yeah? Slap is a perception. Hit, colliding on a wall is a perception. Or falling onto the ground is a perception. Hurting the knee is a perception. Yeah, what about the thing that you felt? What? The pain. You know, when you hit your knee down on the floor, and as soon as you fall down, it's kind of intense pain. Then who is the feeler? That is the question. Well, there was no feeler. This felt to the sensory organ only. This is very difficult. It's difficult. What do you think? What do you get from this discussion now? This touch sensation. Mm? Is that true? Temperature sensation. Is that true? The liquidity, the solidity, is that true? If the solidity, liquidity is not true, what are you talking about? Is the taste true? The bodily feelings, are they true? The seeing, is that true? Hearing, is that true? The actual effect of that, what is it? It's a faith. Finally, it comes to that, like, that hearing is not true, all this stuff. But there's final feel. That's the speed of this sensory function. You thought it was you. Kind of, this is the power that gave you to feel the beginning of this defiance. This is what it was driving, isn't it? Yeah. I'm trying to actually activate your wisdom through asking questions. Because wisdom is very lazy, isn't it? Yeah, it is lazy. What do you think? Mm. What do you think about the emotions? Okay, now it is coming to a different entity. No. Emotions are felt by me. Emotions can't be emotions. Emotions are felt by me. No one else is feeling that. I felt sad. I felt happy. I felt like angry. I felt like burning. I felt like so clumsy. I felt like restless. I felt like um, burning. Oh, unhappy. Oh, I have felt affliction. I felt really sad. I felt low. I felt high. I felt, yeah, there's so many things to say. I felt, I felt, I felt, I felt. Now there is another issue now. Emotions. Is it felt by you? No, that's the mind sensor. It's very difficult, folks. So try and see whether you can feel this. Because if you look at it from mind, there's nothing, none of these problems. You will feel happy. You're not going to take it as you feel happy because self perception, self view is gone. Emotions are actually there because of this mind perception. Oh, sorry, mind faculty. But some are very much related to this self vibration. You know, the malevolence, hatred, um, guilt. They are specifically related to this self vibration because they are not there in a person when where the self vibration is not manifested. That means that person doesn't get the life feel, but they are continuing to live. So they are what is they are manifesting only the kindness, utmost kindness and happiness. Seeing not being true, It's not a easy thing because you might feel as you're seeing something, even if you think. So you're looking at a, just imagine you're looking at a temple. You are in the road. You can see the temple. You are looking at it. You feel the duality, don't you? The duality is the problem. You feel as you are seeing something. You're seeing the tree. What actually happened was a vibration of the eye here. In the sense, it was only a vibration of the eye, sorry. Yeah, the eye faculty. So the eye faculty function, you felt something is happening, didn't you? Now imagine you are fully understand that there can't be a tree there. You this is the problem where we all get stuck. Because you can say, yes, yes, I know it is not a tree. I know tree is in the mind. I know the tree, perception tree is also not true. But then I saw something. Seeing happen. Can you see? Yes, yes, seeing happen. Is seeing true? No. Seeing there's something is not true either. Because seeing is happening only because there's eye function. So this something is actually the speed that you feel. That what you feel is the speed of the sensory function. This is very crucial to get the non-alive feel. You losing you moment. You losing you moment is imperative, like very important to understand that there was never a self. Never a self. So when you feel that you're losing new thing, actually that power is gone. That extra force is gone. Seeing is continuing. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. Seeing is continuing. The power is not there. Hearing is continuing. Power is not there. Touch is continuing, but the power is not there. This is a very specific feel. It's like you yeah, becoming the other thing is also another uh, metaphor that Aranhanse used to explain this moment. Just by, don't forget this, just by this feeling this moment doesn't help you to become an arahant, because This is just the beginning. So now you fully realize that there was never a self, because this continuity feeling is disturbed at least once now. The feeling of self, which you thought that was there forever, it is kind of disturbed now. It wasn't there at that particular moment. This self feel, alive feel, it wasn't there. You can't say consciousness is not there. That's why they call it uh, consciousness, which is not falling into any side. So the shunyata or the emptiness is actually emptiness of this side, not the other side, anything. Because until the respiration is ongoing, there would be some kind of stimuli happening, some kind of sensory organ functioning. But without this power, without this force, without this self vibration. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, the understanding this is very important for you to feel it. Because if you don't understand, you can't even feel it, can you? What do you think? So in the morning when you get up, you slowly come back to this understanding that it is your room, isn't it? If you really wake up in the middle of the jungle for some reason, you slept on the bed and you wake up in the middle of the jungle, just imagine as like in a movie. How would you feel? You will feel startled, isn't it? Because you're expecting to wake up in the room. Slowly, your expectations are met when if you are waking up in the room. Expectations are such that as soon as you get up, if a thought arises, you should go and make a tea. what happens? Automatically, this system works. It will come to the, it will actually that process, the mental formations can happen so that the body is lifted from the bed and walking happens towards the kitchen to make a cup of tea. Everything else will follow, isn't it? Everything else will follow. It's because these mental formations are all kind of linked. This was thought that we'll try to make a tea. Yeah, kind of all the mental formations related to that thought is following. No problem at all. If there's a problem in the thinking process, this might be not the case. You might be wondering, what should I do to make a tea? I mean, if it's the first experience of something, also you might do that. Someone says, go and clean the bathroom. If someone has never cleaned the bathroom, they will be like, how do I clean the bathroom? I mean, that's not a very good example. Everyone knows how to clean the bathroom. Maybe if you take a child. So what if there's something that you will never kind of have an idea and someone says that, yeah, how to do that? So you'll actually collect the mental pictures of how to do that. Imagine now someone is trying to understand a recipe. A young girl is trying to make something. She will read all the recipes and she will try to Google that and actually will try to watch the YouTube and see whether you can make it. So you're actually collecting the mental formation so that you can finally do something about it. But the basics is seeing, listening, touch sensation, taste, and this mind. Mind is the one which is confusing sometimes. This mind, the ability to think, the ability to, use this synchronicity of the mind mental formations. That's what you feel as I felt sad again. When I saw this, I felt sad again. Again means you have an idea that you felt sad before due to that. You feel the fear, you feel everything. It's very interesting, this synchronization effect. Because there's nothing actually called memory, but this effect is there. if there's anything that you would like to um, understand, what we are trying to understand is actually there was never a self. But then the question comes, then what do I feel? What you feel is seeing. The seeing has no doer. If you're feeling something, that is the speed of these sensory functions. The demarcation between all these things are very difficult, but understanding this mind sensor has specific emotions, and they are also not yours, it's just mind function. So the mind function has the ability of this carrying on functions of the body too. So when you think I should make a tea, automatically the body is lifted from the chair or the bed, walking towards, you don't walk towards the bathroom to make a tea. You walk towards the kitchen. So you have the idea where the kitchen is, didn't you? Yes. And you walk towards the kettle. So you see, this happens so fast, you can't even appreciate that they are like specific thoughts. You have to see the kettle actually to understand that that's the kettle, and that you fill it with some water. So you see the tap. So you go towards that to fill up with the water. Don't you see that even though this happens so fast, within like a few seconds, you might fill up the water, or turn from the uh, the kettle, the electric kettle, to the tap, isn't it? Yes. But see how many thoughts are there, because this happens so fast. This mind sensor, you can't even really appreciate that everything was a thought initially. But if the seeing is not there, you can't actually appreciate anything, can you? If you are blind, how can you? Can't really. Then you have to keep touching things to understand. So just imagine you are completely blind from the birth, and then somebody will teach you this is how you go to the kitchen. You keep touching things to the kitchen. So the blind person also has a mental picture through the touching. That's the thing. But it is completely different to the seeing. How this seeing created another type of world. Seeing created a type of world. Listening created a type of a world. Touch created a type of a world. Smell created another type of world. Taste created another type of world. The mind created another type of world. It's very very intriguing pattern. You can actually sense this. The seeing is not there. So I'm looking at the garden from my window now at this moment. If the seeing is not there, if you're blind, can you actually do this? You can't. So this seeing is actually a creation of the eye only. What you feel in the sense that I'm not actually talking about the touch and the temperature, but we can talk about that too. If you touch something and you feel hot, that is also a perception. You have to understand this. You can look at from window and not have an idea at all about them, but still the seeing is happening. So if the seeing is still true, the mistaken, the vibration is still there. The vibration is still there. Because seeing is still there. Duality is still there. You feel that something is happening because seeing is happening. You feel something is happening when hearing is happening. You know that it may be a cross sound, it may be a car horn, it can be anything. But you understand they are like perceptions, so it doesn't necessarily matter to you. But then you can say, yes, but something is happening here. What is it? Hearing is happening. Is hearing you? No. Then what do you feel? That is the speed of this sensory organ. Please try and understand. Seeing itself is nothing to do with you. It's a sensory function only. Then you will feel this force vanishing, that binding force, that binding power that maintain the whole samsaric journey, vanishing for a fraction of a second. Then seeing is there, but as if it is happening somewhere else. Seeing is only confined to the sensory organ. Yes, you might take this as a theoretical thing. No, you can take it as a theoretical thing, but you have to feel that too, because otherwise, if you never feel the non-vibration, you don't know about the non-self perception. You don't know about the self perception, which actually, you don't know about the self vibration, which was your tense, which was your power, which carry this whole samsaric journey. That is your power. That is your force. That is your samsaric effect. But that is your self vibration. Until you come to that, you don't know what power you have. And if you flip it the other way around, only you will know what is the feeling of non-vibration, absence of that power. So seeing without that power, so everyone, I'm asking you, are you fully aware about this? It's very important you understand fully this if you're feeling something at the end of this cross sound or car horn, if you come to that effect, you have to be fully aware that's the vibration of the sensory organ only. Vibration of the sensory organ only. This duality, just the absence of the duality is not the thing. The power, the chains, that is the most important thing. That is the samsaric journey that you had. That is the force you had. That is the force even a Brahma who is in non-form world has, that has not been released. So someone may be trying to achieve a meditative state, looking at a flame. You know, people meditate, they keep looking at a flame. They might actually come to the non-form level. Still, this self vibration, this that can sleep, that can kind of subside at that moment, but it can come again in vengeance. In vengeance, actually. Yeah, Aranvansi says always the Nire is the kind of the default. Why is that? Because it comes back with the vengeance when you actually wake up from these meditative states. So there are so many 4 steps actually. Outside is a perception only. Perception is actually nothing. Perception has no meaning in it. Perception is not true. It's a vibration only from other 5 sensory organs. That vibration is a function of the sensory organ only. Then it comes to this force, the feel. That force is only the speed of the sensory function only. Whatever the sensory organ that is activated at that point. Then you can feel the non-vibration. Absence of you, you losing you moment. For the first time, if you felt this, you can feel how strong the self vibration is. But with time, this power dissipates. Slowly, it actually dies down. Because the first instances, all the force is still there. It just a break in that system or sudden cessation only. Go back to it with vengeance. But then slowly, your defilements, your burning points, the daughter, son, responsibility, So everyone, I invite everyone to actually try and understand this Dhamma. It's a very beautiful thing to come for a discussion. Who is having an interest? It's Sri Lankan time 3 to 5. We have a discussion. We try to do our best. Aranwanse also joins on and off. It's so beautiful. So it's very important you understand all this Dhamma and discuss about it. We can argue about it. We can have a very fruitful argument, not like a criticizing argument or trying to ridicule another, just trying to lift everyone up. It's such a constructive criticism, kind of constructive discussion, where everyone is trying to help each other, where Aran is trying to help everyone. Buddothpada Aran at this juncture is trying hard to get people to feel this Buddha status, non-vibration, nirvana, whatever you call it, you name it, the bliss of nirvana, super happiness, super tranquility, super awareness. At the end, it's just bliss only. So it's nothing to do with suffering. It's actually cessation of suffering. So we invite everyone to come and listen. Listen to this 24/7 Zoom discernments. 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time, there is a Zoom discussion. If possible, come and discuss about this. And you can actually do the best. And one by one, it doesn't matter how many, one by one. Even if it is one, it is great, because this Dhamma is rare. This Dhamma is difficult to understand. It's kind of complicated to someone whose mind is very high or high intensity mind. So thank you, friends. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Aran Hansel, for trying to bring us to the non-vibration. May Triple Gem bless you all.
faculty, ආයතන. Samari mic mute. Okay, තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන්
Sarnai.
සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි, dear friends of Dharma. Welcome to the English Home Zoom talk. First, we would like to pay our Buddothpada spiritual Dharma guidance teacher. And we also like to thank you all for attending this Dharma Zoom talk. The Buddha said, Skandhanam Patbhavo Ayatananam Patilabho Anuchati Jati. The Buddha said that the birth of the eye is the jati. The eye is the ability to see. If we take the first mind of that newly born child as an example, when a light comes to the eye, maybe the form of the mother at the same time making the sound as mom. Mom from externally, this both the sound and the form, color are getting together and feel as one. This is the mind, Sita. That is why the Buddha told the birth of the eye is the birth. Skandhanam Bhav means the feelings, perceptions, auditions, contact, the thoughts are becoming together. Getting together, these five aggregate skandha is called the faculty, ayatana. It is the ayatana patilabho. The eye is the vision of mother. Then the form, the sound are the mother. The getting together of the color and sound and made us feel something there as mother. The consciousness, vijnana, is the feeling that there is some things and also the knowledge. Do getting something from another. Where the feelings of something is there is also the formation, sankara. Then, on the other hand, getting together sound and colors are formations. That becomes formations. Mother, it is also the consciousness. If it is considered a thing, it is ignorance, avijja. If there is a thing outside, then there should be a person. If there is a thing, then I am is also there. If there is a book, then the book is also an I. Without the book, there is no I, self, exists. If there is the mother exists, then I am no exist. Also, if there is a mind there, then I am there. Here is form nimitta, is mother, which has been formed due to the mix of color and sounds. This is the consciousness as a result of name and form, nama rupa, paccaya vijnana. Therefore, this dependent origination, Sampadaya, is ignorance causes formations, avijja paccaya sankara. Formations cause consciousness, sankara paccaya vijnana. Consciousness gives name and form, vijnana paccaya nama rupa. That is how the dependent origination is taking place. Ignorance is seeing that there is a thing. The formation is the addition of names and forms getting together of sound and colors. It is also consciousness, the knowingness of the consciousness in ignorance. The eye is the ability to see. The mother in this example is also the same thing. When the addition of feeling, perceptions, etc. are taken as a thing, then it is the contact also. There are all mind objects. This talk is about the object coming into the mind at this moment. The task of the whole depend origin to investigate a single mind objects. This Dhamma is the timeless. This Dhamma is to see this moment. It is called momentless sampatti. Kshana sampatti seen this moment is the scene of nirvana. For that is that necessary to see the Dhamma, which is the scene of nothingness. This means there is nothing as such mother, instead seen as colors and sounds. Then there are no self in the colors and sounds. Seeing the Dhamma is seeing this truth. It is the Sadhamma, the realization. The realization of Dhamma is the realization of nature. That is way is called Dullabang Sadhamma Savana Dullabang Kshana Sampatti. It is seen in the mind of moment at this moment. Only this moment is exciting. The every moment there is a mind arise and passing away. Until there is breathing exist, the mind arise and passing away. The sparks and charge in the mind are taking place. The sparks colors in the five senses. The aggregation of spark of the five senses in the mind. In other words, the addition of sounds and form is the mind. Other than that, there is nothing in the mind anywhere. So, we always practicing day-to-day life in Dhamma. Sometimes we face many problems. We want the solution there. Then our Buddothpada guidance teacher always ready to clear our problems and to real path to Dhamma. So we always need our Kalyan Mitra, Buddothpada guidance, spiritual guidance teacher. Then we wait a moment, Buddothpada joining Tasan, Nirvan Saranai. Nirvan Saranai.
Terunsan.
Nirvan Saranai.
Yes, today that's starting the Dhamma, explaining Buddothpada Dhamma discourses. It's okay today. We are explaining how is creating our mind. What is that dependent origination real? What is the truth? Is real. The real because the practical is happening. So we are that we are explaining this. So many of them their experience and they are explaining, but there's a real is you want experience. This is not a believing. This is not another religion. So this is true Dhamma. Every people want this. What is the truth in here? We don't know the truth. We are blind. So we know the truth. It's especially. Yeah, it's okay today. Our Dhamma friend is Randima explaining something another part of this, another side of this dependent origination. How is this suffering is happening? How is this sadness is coming? How is this mind is creating? How is this world is exist feel is coming? How is the soul is coming? So we are talking about no one is here, nobody is here. So no be, no will be, nothing existent. But it's not believe in it, not trust. So what is the truth? How we can experience it? What is the truth here? So okay, my Dhamma friends, Vandana, you can explain your experiences. Okay. Tevas Vandana.
Niruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, please accept my humble worship. We'll continue our Dhamma discussion today as well. First of all, I have to tell you that whatever the examples or the content and the Dhamma disclosures I'm referring in my speech is not arised originally from my wisdom. So actually, all the examples, whatever the content, Dhamma disclosures I'm referring in my speech is actually belong to Aryan Mahansa's wisdom. So if there is any incorrect or, lack of a knowledge of myself will be fixed by Aryan Mahansa then and there. So today we are planning to discuss a different topic. That is the Four Noble Truths of Sufferings. As we know, before 2600 years ago, Lord Buddha shows the way to stop the dissatisfaction and the suffering. So problem is, as we know, now with the false belief and the wrong view of this existence of individual being, that is the incorrect view of soul, all suffering come forwards. Because there must be a person to suffer. So we continue to believe existence of self, but we know that self, which is a Sambhuta Dharma. Actually, there is nothing called a self. So we continue to suffer due to that wrong view. So now we discussed during last couple of days that we know that our mind or whatever these thoughts or this soul, everything created in this moment. In this moment and disappear there itself. So the problem here is when our mind is in action, which we can't control, but suffering is also unavoidable. So when the mind is in action, we continue to suffer. So nobody can control the mind. Even you do concentration meditation, after sometimes you will realize the mind is not in your control. Right? So, but now as per our last few days discussion, we know mind is just a spark. It is a current that arises in this moment and then it disappears. When there are conditions, it arises. When there are no conditions, it ceases. So then what's the problem? Problem is, as long as the soul or the self is in existence, suffering follows you. Okay, because you think there is a source. But actually, existence of self is a false belief that we call Sakkaya Drushtiya or Sakkaya Ditthiya, or you call Atma Drushtiya. Right? So, we have to understand this wrong view of existence is also just another thought. So, thought means what? we know all thoughts are sounds and forms. There's nothing more than that. Everything, because it is a mind world we live that is completely sounds and forms. So the soul is also just another thought. So we go in samsara just because we cannot get rid of one thought. That we have to understand. So we are planning to discuss the Four Noble Truths today. So this Four Noble Truth is an important Buddha's teaching. Last few days we have been discussing the dependent and origination. Actually, all these Four Noble Truths, then the dependent and origination refers to one Dhamma. Right? So, as and when your system takes things as real, automatically your self is created. So that is the Dhamma. So I think we discussed yesterday, it is the vibration. It is the speed of vibration is the cause. If you analyze in terms of the cause and effect, so all Dhamma is actually cause and effect. So then vibration is the cause and the effect is what? Sound and forms are the effect. And then what will happen? Cause is the sound and forms. And what is the effect? Effect is the soul. This is how soul is created. It's created in this moment and it disappears there itself. So Buddha had said that it is because we fail to understand the Four Noble Truths that we have continued to go round the cycles of birth and death or samsara. So as you know, elephant's footprint is larger compared to other animals. It is said as the footprint of every creature that walks on the earth could be included in the elephant's footprint, so does the Four Noble Truths hold the entire teaching of the Buddha. So in the very first sermon of Buddha, the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, where Buddha delivered to the 5 ascetics at the deer park in Saranath, was the first time these Four Noble Truths were revealed to the world. So, what are the Four Noble Truths declared by Buddha? Actually, as indicated by Aryan Mahanse, Buddha has revealed this Arya Satya. We know they are Arya. That Arya means what? It is not the mundane world. So this Arya Satya, with the spiritual life, that is the Dhamma Chakshushe, spiritual life, that is wisdom or jnana. So that's very important, isn't it? Because this Dhamma Chakshushe means what? That is not the flesh eye. Dhamma Chakshushe means awakening of the spiritual life. That is a jnana or that is a wisdom to see through the illusion. So that is the ability to see through the illusion, because all sounds and forms, all external things, you get as an illusion. That is the mind consciousness. So Dhamma Chakshusha means ability to see through that illusion. Therefore, it will not become a thing for the one born in Arya Bhumi. So the Arya Satya or the Noble Truth are, the first one is the Noble Truth of suffering. That is Dukkha Arya Satya. Then Noble Truth of the cause of suffering. That is Dukkha Samudaya Arya Satya. The third one is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. That is Dukkha Nirodha Arya Satya. Then fourth one is the noble truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. That is Dukkha Nirodha Gamini Patipada Arya Satya. So, even though we discuss these four noble truths separately, we need to realize that in Arya Bhumi, all will be realized in a one Arambane. Arambane means the object. Or what do you call Aramuna? That is in this moment. It will be realized together. So in the case of Paticcasamuppada, I think you can remember dependent and origination. Aryan Vahanse very correctly highlighted on the day we were discussing on it. I mean, even though we learned the 12 elements separately, all 12 elements will occur in one Arambane. So Arambane means, for example, object, it can be any object. So maybe, for example, book, let's say. So in that Arambane or in that object, all Paticcasamuppada will occur. So as we know, Lord Buddha realized these four noble truths at Gaya Shirsha. So basically what happened on that day was Buddha released from all three bhumi of, Kama bhumi. That is the Kama world, Rupa bhumi, Rupa world, and Arupa bhumi, that is the Arupa world. In same Arambane. So that means what? It is not any outside world. All these three bhumi or three worlds are in mental world. So, as per Aryan Vahanse pointed out, what Lord Buddha revealed to the world is awareness of this moment, the occurrence and cessation of this moment. That is this Arambane or Aramuna at this moment. So the release of all three bhumi of Kama bhumi, Rupa bhumi, Arupa bhumi will be realized in this moment or this Arambane. That is important, isn't it? So Rupa bhumi means existence of a form. Arupa bhumi means formless existence. So we need to understand all the Kama bhumi, that is Kama world, then Rupa bhumi, Rupa world, and Arupa bhumi, Arupa world will occur in same Arambane. So the moment you take the book as real, the moment you take the book as real, the value arise on the book is the Kama bhumi. That is the Kama world. And Rupa Sanya, or the perception of the form of the book, is the Rupa world, or you call Rupa bhumi. And the existent feel of the book, that is the Arupa bhumi, or the Arupa world. So my friend, I think it is a very important disclosure by Aryan Vahanse, so that everything occur in this moment. So one who see the reality of this moment is the one who has Dhamma Chakshusha and will enjoy liberation of mind. Right. Let's now discuss about the first noble truth of suffering, that is dukkha arya satya. So in the sutra we find Idan dukkha samudayang arya satchanti me bhikkhave pubbe ananustusesu dhammesu චක්කුං උදපාදි ඥානං උදපාදි පඤ්ඤා උදපාදි විජ්ජා උදපාදි ආලෝකෝ උදපාදි. So what is pubbe ananuttasesu dhammesu? That is very important, isn't it? What's that mean? That means this dhamma is something which was not heard before. I think this is very important. So this cannot be the same concentration meditation that was there even before the enlightenment of Lord Buddha. It cannot be that. This Pubbe Ananuttusesu Dhammesu is something, that means something new Dhamma. So what is this new Dhamma? Actually, as Aryan Mahanse pointed out, this Dhamma is the pure truth. That is Darshana Jnana. That is Satya Jnana. So if you look at Sabbasava Sutra, the first one is what? Darshana Jnana. So that is that Dhamma which was revealed by Lord Buddha. It is very difficult to write that Dhamma in a book. That's why it is important for everyone to have the association of a noble friend. Because the noble friend is the one who will communicate that message to another person. Because it is very difficult. Right? So, and another important term here is Chakkung Udapadi. So that Chakkung Udapadi means what? Dhamma Chakshushe. That is Yata Bhuta Jnana, Dosa Jnana, Darshana Jnana. So that means this is the spiritual eye occur in the Arya Bhumi. So this is not the mundane world. I mean, you will not find it in the mundane world. Right. So now in the sutra, we find something more, regarding to that. But before moving on to it, let's try to, work around this. So we need to realize that even animals, animal also believe that outside is real. So people in the mundane world also believe in the same way. So there is no difference then between the animals and the people in the mundane world, because all think in the same way. So all think outside is real. But the problem is the moment you take that as real, your attachment you can't avoid. So you can't leave them. But Buddha's path is what? Buddha's path is Majjhima Patipada. Majjhima Patipada means which is a Dhamma not falls into any of the extremes. So what are these extremes? Extremes of existing and non-existing beliefs. So what I am trying to highlight here is, it is not a belief that outside is exist. It is not a belief that outside does not exist. What do you mean? So the point what I am trying to say is, it is not a belief. It is a cause and effect. It is the mind world which created every moment and ceases at a fraction of second. So the mind is a Sambhuta Dharma. So everything form in this moment. That is the Buddha's way. It is not a belief of something. It is seeing how the world is formed in this moment and how it disappear in this moment. So the cause is the vibration, effect is the sound and forms. Cause is the sound and sounds and forms, and the effect is the soul. So we have to understand the Hetupala here. So when there are conditions, things will arise. When such condition ceases, things ceases. So rupantiko auso rupa. So rupa is formed due to vibrations. So we now know this world is created in mind. So this is the mind world. It is not the material world. So the moment when things are found outside, automatically self is created. So now we have that understanding. Now let's look at what is dukkha arya satya means. Now as per Aryan Mahanse, this was the arya satya seen from Dhamma Chakshushe, or the spiritual eye in the Arya Bhumi. It is not seen to the mundane world. So Arya Bhumi or Arya state is what? It is Nisatto, Nijjivo, Sunyo. That is soullessness. So basically, dukkha arya satya means not finding things. Not finding things due to wisdom or Dhamma Chakshushe or the spiritual eye or due to the Satya Jnana. For example, let's say if you take example of a book, so you will not find a book because it is only a name and form. So wisdom will find nothing for a given object, right? Wisdom will not find things. Now, if you look at a different sutra, that is Majjhe Sutra, when you find a thing means what? It automatically creates a duality, right? So we can understand duality will cause power or current to your system. That is plus and minus. Then what will happen? Craving occur, and then attachment arises and bhava occur. So as you can see, if there is a book, then there is origination of suffering. Then there is, what will happen. So the moment when you have a book, your desire, aversion, birth, decay, death, sorrow, lamentation, all come into play. That is jati, jara, vyadi, marana, apyehi sampayogo, piyehi vipayogo, everything comes. But if you really analyze, any of the object occur in the system is just another object only for that system. If you analyze it from the system perspective, when there is no soul, for a system, every object is just another object only. But in the mundane world, every object become a thing due to ignorance. Look, you find various names for worldly things. Chairs, tables, mother, father, house, job. So all are names and forms, right? So all these separation was done by putting a sound and creating names and forms. So the moment when object or arambane become a thing, or when outside thing become real, all suffering started. So in the sutra we find Idanko pana bhikkave dukkang ariya saccang jatipi dukkha jarapi dukkha vyadipi dukkho maranampi dukkang apyehi sampayogo dukkho piyehi vippayogo dukkho yampincha nalabati tampi dukkang sankittena panchupadanaskandha dukkha. What do you mean? So finally, in a nutshell, it stated finally in a nutshell, the entire Pancha Upadanaskandha or the 5 aggregates of clinging, Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, is suffering. So that is the suffering. So that means we can understand all Jati, Jara, Vyadi, Marana, all suffering is included under 5 aggregates of clinging. For example, book is formed by Pancha Upadanaskandha. So Sankittena Pancha Upadanaskandha dukkha. So all thoughts, because you find everything as a thought in your system, no? So all thoughts are suffering. So as Aryan Mahanse explained, Skandhanam Patubhavo Ayatanam Patilavu. So birth of the eye is the birth of the book. So when you find things, it will lead to all Jati, Jara, Vyadi, Marana. Because when you find things, Ajosaya Tittati, that means the attachment or clinging will occur. So that will lead to Bhava, occur in Arambane. That is the feeling of becoming. Basically, birth occur at Arambane and death also occur at the same Arambane. So this is what's happening. So, but one in Arya Bhumi, as per the noble truth of suffering, not find things due to wisdom or Satya Jnana or due to Darshana Jnana. Then the second noble truth is the cause of suffering. That is Dukkha Samudaya Arya Satya. So in the sutra it is mentioned Tanko Panidang Dukkha Samudayang Arya Satchang Paha Tabbantime Bhikkave Pubbe Ananustusesu Dhammesu Chakkung Udapadi Jnanang Udapadi Panya Udapadi Vinya Udapadi Aloko Udapadi. So what is the meaning there? This is the second noble truth. This was the Dukkha Samudaya Arya Satya seen from Dhamma Chakshushe. That is spiritual eye in the Arya Bhumi. Back again, this is also not seen to the mundane world. So Arya Bhumi or Arya state is Nisatto, Nisjivo, Shunyo, no soul. So Arya Bhumi will not find any Brahma, Deva or human. Because you will not find Arya Bhumi in those lands. In Deva land or human land or Brahma land. Because all those are Mithya Bhumi, land of wrong view. Arya Bhumi is different. Arya Bhumi is in the right view, that is Sammaditthi. So, what is the dukkha samudaya arya satya? So, dukkha samudaya arya satya means you know that not finding things due to wisdom will cause detachment from the book. So, what is this detachment? So, there is no attachment. Attachment will not occur. Clinging will not occur. Because moment you cling only, bhava occur. So, wisdom will find nothing for a given object. So, no attachment or delight or existence occur. So, that is the meaning of that satya, arya satya. So, as we discussed earlier, you are really experiencing the mind world. So, the mind is created at this moment when the condition present. So, due to your ignorance, your system naturally takes outside as real. So, that moment craving arises. Greed, desire, all comes. You can't control. So, the attachment occurs. This is the problem. The moment you take things as real in the system, this is what happening. You are really come to a very uncontrollable stage. So, what is samudaya? So, we need to understand samudaya means any aramunu, any arambane, any stimuli that we create from our six senses is called samudaya. Suppose we receive an image of a book and we believe that it truly exists outside. It is called samudaya because we believe that the book truly exists outside. So we are actually tricking ourselves, right? It is our ignorance of the pure truth. That is avidya. That is the land of ignorance. Because that ignorance makes us believe in the outside. So samudaya exists only because of your ignorance of the pure truth. If there is samudaya, it means that you have been tricked by ignorance. And you believe that the book truly exists outside. So if you believe in the book, you begin to develop an attachment or dislike to it. Both is possible. Either you attach or you dislike to it. So it can make you happy or it can make you sad. So what we need to understand is all thoughts generated in the land of ignorance are of lobha, dvesha, moha. Either it has a desire, ill will, delusion. So your craving to the book arises, attachment will lead to bhava in each arambane. So all suffering of birth occur in each arambane in the land of ignorance. So in the sutra we find Idang kopana bhikkave dukkha samudayang arya satchang yayang tanha pono bhavika nandiraga sahagata tatta tatrabi nandini seyyatitang kama tanha bhava tanha vibhava tanha. So we know already there are three types of craving. So craving for sensual pleasure, that is kama tanha. Craving for continued existence, that is will to live. You have a will to live. That is bhava tanha. Then craving for non-existence, that is vibhava tanha. So craving is the burning energy of unrealistic soul. It is a burning. It is a fire. So naturally craving occur for sense pleasures in the land of ignorance, so in the avidya bhumi. So we have to understand in Arya bhumi, as per the second noble truth, in the Arya bhumi will not find anything for attachment. Will not find anything for attachment. So that is dukkha samudaya arya satya. So wisdom will not find anything. Wisdom will find nothing, in other words. Now let's look at the third noble truth. That is the cessation of suffering. That is dukkha nirodha arya satya. So in the sutra it is mentioned, Tanko panidan dukkha samudayang ariya saccang pahinanti me bhikkave pubbe ananuttusesu dhammesu chakkung udapadi jnanang udapadi panya udapadi vijja udapadi aloko udapadi. So this arya satya also you need to understand seen from the spiritual eye. That is Dhamma Chakshushe in the Arya Bhumi. It is not, because these all are Arya Satya. You need to understand Arya Satya. So Arya Satya is seen in the Arya Bhumi. It is not seen to the mundane world. Because seeing means Dhamma Chakshushe, you have to understand it is not a syllabus. Or it is not another, kind of a theory. So you can't just read it and you can't, reading won't do anything. So this is something you must realize in and out, and that is the Yatha Bhuta Jnana, or you need to have the Dhamma Chakshushe. Then only you will able to realize the complete truth out of the Four Noble Truths. How can you realize one particular truth if you are still in the land of ignorance? If you still feel the outside is real, then we say maybe it's your theoretical knowledge, or you have only the syllabus knowledge. So clearly this statement says Dhammesu chakkung udapadi. Pubbe ananussasesu Dhammesu. This was not there before. And chakkung udapadi means what? That spiritual eye you will see only in Arya Bhumi. So Arya Bhumi or Arya state means what? No soul. Nisatto nisjivo shunyo. So in the same sutra it is mentioned, Idanko pana bhikkave dukkha nirodhang arya saccang yotassa eva tanhaya asesa viraga nirodho chago patinissaggo mutti analayo. So actually I will point it out how Aryan Vahanse explain all this. Here it is very important, these terms. This asesa viraga nirodho patinissagganupassī mutti analayo. So what is the meaning? The meaning is the noble truth of cessation of suffering. Right? That is the third noble truth. The dukkha nirodha arya satya means a complete relief, or the complete release from the object will occur, so that there is no residual of any attachment. So therefore there is no reason for bhava. No reason for bhava in the arambhaniya object. Feeling of becoming will not occur because there is a complete relief or release from the object. For example, if we take the example of a book, that is the object. So there is a complete release from the book. So there is no residual of attachment and there is no reason for bhava or becoming to occur. So this asesa viraga nirodho means what? Asesa viraga nirodho means, as Aryan Vahanse explained, no residual of attachment to the book. Therefore, you will not be born in the object. So there is no residual to born even in the same book again. Asesa viraga nirodho. And then patinissagganupassi. So the patinissagganupassi is important, no? Because when you say patinissagganupassi, it is mundane world is in the anusote. But Arya is born and then he is in the patisote. So patinissagganupassi means there is no possibility for attachment to occur in patinissagganupassi nature. So will not create bhava again. There is no reason to create again. Because there will not be things to create bhava. So because Arya Bhumi will not find things. So what is Mutti Analayo? Mutti Analayo means no pamper or no entertainment arise. Because there are no things to entertain or pamper. There are no things. So this is the noble truth of cessation of suffering. This is the dukkha nirodha arya satya. Right? So we can understand it is the satya jnana which causes patinissagganupassi. So anusote we can see in the mundane world. But patisote we can see in the arya world, arya land. Because in arya land, all the objects are seen by yatabhuta jnana. Therefore, complete yatabhuta jnana means satya jnana. Or what do you call udevaya jnana, darshana jnana. Therefore, complete relief or release from the object occurs. Right? So there is no cause for bhava in that arambane. Basically, things are not found and soul also not created in this moment, in this arambane. So everything formed in this moment. So there I think you know iti rupang samudayo and iti rupang attagamancha. So iti rupang samudayo means how this form is originated. Then one who sees the origination of the form, he sees the cessation of the form as well. That is iti rupang attagamancha. So there is no reason to attach for a particular thing because that system will not find things. Right. Now we'll discuss the fourth noble truth. That is the noble truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. That is dukkha nirodha gamini patipada arya satya. Tanko panidan dukkha nirodhan arya satchan saccika tabbanti me bhikkave pubbe ananuttusesu dhammesu චක්කුං උදපාදි ඥානං උදපාදි පඤ්ඤා උදපාදි විජ්ජා උදපාදි ආලෝකෝ උදපාදි. So back again, this is the dukkha nirodha gamini patipada arya satya seen from the dhamma chakshushe or the spiritual eye in the arya bhumi. It is not seen to the mundane world. Arya bhumi is nisatto nisjivo shunyo. So dukkha nirodhagamini patipada arya satya, what happens here is automatically one who knows the truth, one who has the yathabhuta jnana, automatically he will be developing or progressing for the complete realization of Noble Eightfold Path. That is the Arya Ashtangika Marga. So there will not be a doing function by someone. Because there is no soul anyway. And we need to understand Buddha's path, there is no doing. It is the path of wisdom. It is the path of jnana. It is the path of jnana. Jnana is not a person. So there is, you can't say, I will do. I am doing samma vacha. I am doing samma kammanta. So if you are telling in that way, I think it is a wrong side of the teaching. How come I is available? Because in this Dhamma, this is Anatma Dhamma. How can you forcefully restrain yourself of not doing something? I mean, there is no soul, that means still you are in the ignorance world. But in this Dhamma, it's very clear, Anatma Dhamma, there is no soul. So this is the understanding. Then you understand the mind formation process. So the moment you understand this is a system, and you will be in Patinissagganupassi, and then it is not a path of doing, it is actually path on jnana. It is a path of the wisdom. So basically, this jnana, is happening within you with your spiritual progression. Actually, this is the opening of wisdom or awakening of the spiritual eye. That is the Dhamma Chakshushe. So, but if you say you are doing, that means what? If you are doing means you use thoughts for doing. So there is an intentional doing. You are using thoughts. But here, remember, Nibbana path, if you analyze, there will be an automatic internal transformation will occur. That one has to experience. That's why we say this is practical Dhamma. This is practical Dhamma, because one will experience when that person study the mind formation and understand this Sambhuta Dharma and understand its all vibration. Once he understands the science, he realizes there is no soul. The soul itself is also another vibration. So it's all sounds and forms, just another thought. When you think, it is another thought. So for that person, definitely, that due to that Satya Jnana, he will have the Krutya Jnana and Krutak Jnana as well. So it will happen. So in the sutra, it is mentioned, Idankopana bhikkhave dukkha nirodhagamini patipada arya satchang ayameva aryo attangiko maggo seyatitang samma ditti samma sankappo samma vacha samma kammanto samma ajivo samma vayamo samma sati samma samadhi. So one in marga or one in the path to Nibbana will experience the automatically, developing the Noble Eightfold Path, Arya Ashtanga Marga. So that is Samma Ditti means right understanding. Samma Sankappa, right thought. Samma vacha, right speech. Samma kammanta, right action. Samma ajiva, right livelihood. Samma vayama, right effort. Samma sati, right mindfulness. Samma samadhi, right concentration. So that will happen. We say that will happen. That will realize. You know, what is this Samma? We can see the word Samma followed by each and every one. Samma, Samma, Samma. So why it is Samma? So we need to understand all noble eightfold path can be realized in Arya Bhumi who has Darshana Jnana or Satya Jnana. And you need to understand, even though back again, even though we discuss these eightfold paths separately one after the other, actually it is not the case. All eightfold path will be realized in one Arambhana. So I think now you can understand. Now you can understand, because the one in Satya Jnana, or one who is in Arya Bhumi, will not find things, so that his action, his words, his livelihood, it's all effort, and because he has the right vision. So he will not be, born in that Arambhana object. So automatically he will be relieved. He is peaceful in his word, in his action, in his thoughts, complete relief he will experience. Actually, the final stage of Samma Samadhi is the Animitta Shunyata Samadhi. So as Aryan Vahanse explained, that's Animitta Shunyata Samadhi. That is, worldly perceptions, that is, Loka Sanya will not be formed. No nimitti. It is Animitta. So any of the object will not become a thing. So automatically, that Arya person is free from every object. Complete relief. No nimitti. Animitta. So I think we did a fairly some discussion on the Four Noble Truths. But we need to understand all Four Noble Truths will be realized in the same mind object. That is, same Arambhana, same, object. So one in Arya Bhumi, that happens. Automatically, this Four Noble Truth is realized to him the moment he contact with anything. So actually today we do not have time, but this noble truth go with three processes of wisdom. That is, we have heard Dvadasakaran Tiparivattam. So you know that Satya, Krutya, Krutak, that Tiparivatta. That is the wisdom of truth and action and wisdom of completion. So that of course we can discuss maybe tomorrow. So I think this is enough for today's session. So we'll invite our Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse to add any comments. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse.
Thiruvan Saranai, that explaining is my feel is a theory.
Yes.
What's the practical side?
Yeah.
Practical side is non-existent. Non-existent is the Samma Samadhi. What is the Samma Samadhi? Is right vision is non-existent. Non-existent. Non-existent is I think it's the wave vibration. Otherwise, we are talking. That's a quantum theory. So everything is a nature. There's a alive field is a power, like electric power, like a magnetic power, like a mind power we are talking. How is creating this mind power? That one is. What's for noble truth? Well, how is suffering is coming? Suffering is something existent, no? That's a field of alive. That's a mind power, energy. So that's a field. That's a current. These six senses are creating. That's a current is coming. That's the alive field. That's the existent, otherwise field. So it is senses are creating. That's a waves. Waves are so vibrations, no, sparking. This light and sound and the other sensoring, that smell, taste, and skin sensor. The every sutras there is where what's that sutra's meaning is there's a six senses. Six senses are creating. That's what we are explaining. Sutra there's the Nikaya third one and Santa Nikaya fourth one. What is this 40 sutras we are explaining? Every sutra senses creations. Senses creations is what is the effort is the suffering. That's the for noble truth. Sense creations. This sense creation is that no one is here. Nobody is here. Who is the suffering? Someone understood this one. Right vision. What is the right vision? What's the true Dhamma? What is the real dependent origination? That is why you be careful explaining, because where's the targeting? It's okay. So theory is a theory. Practical, we want theory. There's a message. What's the practical? We want to compare. We want experience. No? What is our experience? Our experience is our sounds and forms and this smell and this taste and skin. That's hot and cool. That's the world. Is six sense of the creating world is. Well, how is coming suffering? Suffering is coming. The alive feel is here. Someone is here. That's the feel is soul. Nobody is here. Who is the suffering? No one is the suffering. Oh, it's a simple. Yeah, Four Noble Truth also simple. That's a dependent origination included this Four Noble Truth and the that's a eightfold path. It's the same. Everything is one Dhamma. What is that one Dhamma? Is non-existent. Existent is the lay people's going misunderstood. That's the misconceptions. That's illusions. So what is the real one is? What is the truth is? Non-existent. Because no one is here. No being, no living being, nothing exists. That's how is coming that. That's the vibrations. Sense creation is how it's happening. This is the want to be a compare. That's a want to be that's a. I think it's want to be think, realize, special. What is suffering? What is the origin of suffering? Origin is how is it creating these senses. Our senses are creating, that's the coming attachment. That's the origin. That's an Nandi. Existence is something there. Chair or table or mother or father or son or moon or anything. That's a thought, not a real. Thought is not a real. That's the origin. Someone understood that. Crave is not coming. No, nothing value is coming. Anything. That's one is the uh, that's a tranquility we are talking about. That's a peaceful mind is coming because nothing anywhere. That's why everything is a thought. That's a sparking. The senses are creation. It's a light also, sound also, light and sound. What is that? Sound and forms together. That's a thought. So chair, table, everything is. It's a mindful world. We are living our mind, not outside. Let people thinking outside. They are living. They are thinking the body is him. But someone understood this Dharma. Body is not you. It's your mind. You are thinking, I am living. What is that living? Living is the feel. Feel is existent feel. That's the life feel. So your breathing is ending. That's your death. No. So senses are not working. So there's no any feel. That is why body is not you. That's the origin of suffering. That's not craving is coming. Not attachment or disattachment. So because it's nothingness there. So that's a cessation. Way to the cessation is someone understood this after every moment, every thought is not existent. That's the way to the cessation. Cessation is happening because nothingness is there. That's a Nibbana. That's the Four Noble Truth. It's a practical side. So all of this Buddha's explanations, one pointed, that one is non-existent. Everything is sensory. Senses are creations. Everything is a thoughts. It's not real. That's, I think, realize what to be practical side. That's the experience side. So we are reading books, but we want to be careful because there's a theories. Practical, you have experience. That one is the specialty. That's a senses. That's a senses. Nobody is here. Normally is you are working. Normally is your day-to-day activities is going, but no incoming pain. That is very worth. Not incoming pain, no incoming any vibrations, any stimulus. It is very worth. That's the tranquility there. That's the Nibbana. That's no one is here. Why are you? No worry or no anything. It's okay. No suffering, no sadness, no anything. It's okay. No. Who is here? Nobody is here. That is why. It's okay. That's the Nibbana path. So every Dhamma is there. One Dhamma is here. So the appointed one is non-existent. It's vibrations there. We are talking vibrations, but not a vibration is not a suitable word. A word is that waves, sparking, sensors are creations. It is good. I think someone can realize this. You can experience it. Yes, it is very good. Okay, everybody. And tomorrow we can explain again. Oh, this one is how is the practical side. It is very worth everybody. So you can realize this. So people sometimes in sad, they have problems. Where's that problems? It's mine. That is the case. So some people, so Europeans especially have depressions. So because they are thinking they are dead. But death is only the thought. It's not easy to understand. We won't do that. Yeah, explain. The real, this present moment, only the moment, this present moment only we are living, but it is not the truth. It's not a real. It's illusion. That's something. Every moment is this present moment, and only you are living. No, The one thought is here. You are understood. That is the Dhamma. One thought you are understand. That is the Dhamma. That's the true Dhamma. You want to awaken this present moment. That is the Nibbana. Nothing necessary. Non-existence. You don't understand. There's a sensor. Six sensor. One sensor is creating every time. That one is the thought. That one is the present moment. You are living only to this moment. It is not a true. That's the true Dhamma. Awaken to the moment. Okay, that's nothingness. That's your headache is going, your pain is going, your what you are thinking is not real. That's the tranquility is there. Calm and cool. Nobody is here. Who is worrying? Who is suffering? Who is coming sadness? No one is here. No. System is working. Senses are working. It's not you. That is special. Yeah. It's okay. Okay, everybody. Tomorrow we can discuss again. Yeah, True Dhamma is the best. True Dhamma is the you want. It is this word. I think it's a very word today because everywhere is burning. No, war is everywhere. So Israel is there. We are talking yesterday. Yeah, that's a. What is the time? We can't tell. Something happened. More people are dying because someone mind coming. No, anger. How is anger coming? That's thoughts. That thought is not real. Someone understood this war, this whole world, everybody, people in calm and cool, settle down. It's okay. There was a way. My friends, you can understand this very word, I think. My friend Randima also tried to explain that's a Four Noble Truth, but it's a more part is going that theory, but I know you can understand this, you know this. It's okay. I think you want to realize that's a practical side is very worth. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, everybody, Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan
Therwan
Saranai, everybody.
Saranai Aryan Hanse.
Yes.
Welcome. Welcome to our English home talk. First, we would like to pay our Buddothpada spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. And until Naranath joined us, we discuss about Dhamma. The Buddha has preached in the Sambodhi Sutra, monks in the land of Brahmas, Devas, Maras, and humans I never said that I attained the Buddhahood without realizing the truth. It does mean that the land of Brahmas, Devas, Maras, and human is the land of the raw view. This can be seen through the wisdom the Buddha said in the above land. In ignorance, the Buddha attained the Buddhahood means the above land of Brahma, Devas, etc. Is an unreal misconception. These all words are getting formulated within the vision, the T, in the mind. You think that the dog is in the animal world. When rubbing the dog's head, you say that the dog is in the animal world and you are in the human world. These words are not existing anywhere. They are being formulated right here at this moment in our minds. Now you can see the Brahma Devas, Maras, humans and animals all in our minds, all existed in our thought. That is why it is said Sankapparago Parisasakamo, feeling from the word of volitional hormones, Sankara, and the word of conceptions. In the wisdom of actions, Puttanyana is completed. Then the wisdom of complexion, Puttanyana, rests. It is the end of result of the path. Therefore, to attain the vision, one has to follow the scheduled correct path, Anupubba Sikha. There are the wisdom of truth, Satyajnana, wisdom of action, Krutyajnana, and wisdom of complexion, Krutyajnana. It is called Dvadasakara Tiparivatta, Four Noble Truth in 3 rounds. If there is a thing, it is the origin of suffering, and it is the suffering as well. It is saying that there is nothing. It is the cessation of suffering and seeing there is nothing. It is the path of cessation. This Four Noble Truth work with 3 processes of the wisdom of truth, actions and complexion. These details are in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. Only the summary is there. There is no process for how to do the practice. That is where we have to find out the process. When the sutta was fetched to the 5 ancestors, they were able to understand it up to some levels. As they were ascetics, they had been practicing this, and that knowledge had helped them to understand this Dhamma. Especially the ascetics Kondanya realized this Dhamma and become the first thermal imprint, Sotapanna. But the realization of this Dhamma is not an easy task. This is the supreme truth. When this Dhamma is realized, everything becomes nothing. Things are turned into this, result in the disappearance of names of forms, Nama Rupa. What happens here is the dissolution of names and forms completely. As a result, the consciousness jnana is getting invisible, anidasana. Even after the consciousness jnana becomes not visible, anidasana, it can be seen, hardened, touched as before, but the contact passes. is not taking place. This means that even it is seen, heard, thought, and felt like before, feeling lapsed within that, but there is no value for anything. This leads to a wonderful freedom within. This is the result of diluted, exciting desire, chandaraga, diminished tense, ashava, and defilement, klesha, tanhakyo, nibbano, the one who sees this truth, the desire is getting diluted and it is the nirvana. The Buddha has said that this was the one and only path nirvana. Ekaino maggo yambikave dittincha silava dastanena sampanno කාමේසු නෙය්‍ය ගේදන්න ජාතු ගබ්බසෙයම් පුනරේතිති. There is no birth again. This is the last existence, Baba. Okay, like this, my friend, when we are practicing our day-to-day life or in the Dhamma, we always face the many questions and many. I want to get a solution that problem. So our Buddothpada, our spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, always ready to explain the correct path to us. Then Arinhanse during this moment, Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai.
Yes. These days we are explaining dependent origination very well, I think. However, these explanations, this is not a regular, this is not a book explaining. This is a practical explaining. So, Buddothpada Dhamma discourses is especially the practical side. What is the truth? This present era. That's especially what is the really is happening one is what is the real dependent origination. What is the practical is how is practically what is the happening one. So it is very worth this era because many periods we are realizing all of them and finding that what is the truth, what is the Buddha's correct one is dependent origination. So long period struggling all of them, whole world, Nibbana path is going, struggling, they are searching what is the real dependent origination. So many people experiment is doing, concentration meditation is doing and trying, what is happening. So everybody know this. So someone try to become a Nibbana, ending this suffering. He have this experience. He know it's not happening. So books there. We can read the books. We can get the knowledge. But it is the truth. It's okay. Somewhere how something secret is. Why is not happening? We know this. We have knowledge. We try to. Practical is doing, not experience is coming. Defilement is normal is here. Defilement not fading. So defilement is not fading, is cannot be a real one, dependent origination. But this is not a dependent origination error. This is our understanding error. What is the real one? We want. That is why we want a experience. That is why we want experiment doing. We want to go and realize, and practically we won't do the practical. Try, yes, try and try. One day you can win. That is why many periods, 30 years, I did that concentration meditation, but not happening. There's a different origination that not happen in the defilements of it. So concentration meditation is not. It's not that one is okay. Concentration meditation, someone doing that's is happening. The samadhi is coming. That's a first stage is okay. Pratama dhyana. The Buddha's word is second stage. Devani dhyana. Third stage. Tungani dhyana. Fourth stage. Hatharani dhyana. Is a nothingness stage is coming. The fourth stage is after coming. You can experience it, but it's not ending the suffering. It's not ending the klesha or desha. It's not ending the craving. It's not ending the defilement. It is not the path. So you know that Buddha's time, 5 teachers also doing that. That's a Siddhartha Tapasa is doing that, but not happening. It's okay. It's a concentration meditation is going that it's a samadhi stages. No problem is there. Samadhi is okay. It's not inside meditation. It's not, your egoistic is not going. Yeah, that is the case. So long period, I also I have that experience 30 years. But it's not, there's samadhi also there. Yeah, you can experience it. Nothingness stage is coming. But nothingness stage is coming, but nothingness stage how? Well, I feel. Soul is there, not ending. That is the case. That is a whole world, everywhere, is what is people are doing. People are doing concentration meditation. Yeah. Australia, Myanmar, Thailand, so everywhere, India, Sri Lanka, and America, UK, everywhere. What is Buddha's Red Cross sitting is, that's a art. It's concentration meditation, yeah. So that is why people think that one is the path, but it is not the path. You can realize this. You try. You can get this experience. It is not the Buddha's real dependent origination path. It's not the inside meditation. Inside meditation is the other one, understanding one. How is this mind is creating? That's how is your alive feel is coming? How is this soul is coming? You won't understand. someone understood this mind is not real, these thoughts are not real, these are illusions. That is the way, non-soul Dhamma. That is the way ending the suffering. Because suffering someone have, sadness someone have, they want to be someone. Someone there, no, that's a experience. Want to be happen, no, somebody is want to be there. But you know, someone understood this dependent origination, no one is here. That's the natural phenomenon. The nature like that. That's a nothingness, real one. The soul is going, fading and going. Egoistic is fading, going, disappearing. That's the tranquility is coming. This path is the insight meditation. It's understanding one, not a concentration meditation. In concentration meditation, people talking enlightenment. Here they are talking there's a universe connecting that energy. They are thinking they are in the universe same level. But it is so. It is not truth. That is not the Buddha's words. Enlightenment is not a Buddha's word, it's a Hindu's word. That is the misunderstanding. Concentration meditation path is going there. Hindu's path. Universe. So connecting the energy. So it is not a Buddha's path. Enlightenment is not a Buddha's word. That is why we explaining, understand after different origination, how is this mind is creating, how is alive feel is coming, how is this soul is coming. The nothingness here. No being, no living being, nothing exists. This is the way. This everything is your mind, everything is your thoughts, not real. That's the correct way. Understanding one. After you know what is the illusion. What is the illusion is? This mind consciousness is given you to this world. It's not clear. It's sound and forms together. That's the consciousness is creating this. These senses are ear, eye, nose, tongue, skin. These five senses are creating. That's the world is creating. It's the sensoring. It's the sounds and forms. What is this? That's a together, combining. That's the thoughts creating. This thoughtful world is only the sound and forms and other sensoring. Nothing else here. So this, how is creating this energy? What is that power? Is alive feel. That alive feel is coming this creation. Someone understood this creation, this process. That's alive feel is the energy. That one is the fading and disappearing. That's the craving. It's disappearing. That's the defilement fading. It's your soul, alive feel is disappearing. This is the only the one path, not another way. Only the one way to Nibbana is explained in the Buddha. You can experience it. It's not a believing. This mind, how is creating, how is happening this defilements. Defilements are fading. That's the Nibbana. No one is here. Nobody is here. Nothing connecting universe, any energy or anything. Energy is over. Energy is over. No energy is here. That is the super awaken. Buddha explained. Super awaken is awaken to the moment. This present moment is the only the you are living. But that one is living is your thought. That present moment thought is not the real. You understand after you not exist and feel is coming. So that's the I feel is disappearing. That's a craving, disappearing, fading. That's a difference of fading. So same happening. One time, this present moment, only the time, only this present moment. What is the future? Is the present moment only the thought? What is the as a history? Remembering something, that's a present moment only the thought. But this present moment thought is not real. Someone understood this present moment thought, how is happening. That's the yatha bhutam pajanati. That's the Buddhist word. That's the nibbana way. Yonso manasikarang yatha bhutam pajanati. That's the way to nibbana. One way is not another. Ekaina maggo ayambika is the Buddhist word. One way is to nibbana, no another way. So this is the dependent origination, creation. No one is death, no one is birth. This is only the your thoughts are creating. Every moment, every second is creating these thoughts. Thoughts are not real. That's the way to Nibbana. I think, my friends, the Buddothpada Dhamma discourses following and understanding, that's the Dhamma friends. Okay, today explaining you, I think join everything, everybody's another guy, yeah. So many guys here to explain this, because there's an experience, that is why the very word, not a book reading, this is the experience. So these guys understand and they have practical experience. They know what happened here. That is why they are explaining what's their experience. It's okay. Andima is today ready to explain you to how is this way is her experience. It's okay. Tevas, Chandima.
Therwan
Andima,
Saranaya,
Tevas.
sir. Please accept my humble worship, Parayan Hansa. Therwan Saranaya, everyone. Today also, through this Zoom, we are ready to reveal the truth to the world. The message we received through our spiritual guidance teacher just now spoke, our Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse, who have experienced the end of suffering through his own experimental experience. Actually, it is the story of how you get rid of your old sorrows as well. So this is a very important discussion. And also I like to emphasize that in my speech, I mean, whatever the examples or the content I'm raising, which was not originally, formed in my, knowledge or wisdom, that was really, it is the wisdom of Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse, and I'm trying to put to the words. So this is a humble effort. But anyway, then and there, Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse will, add something or improve, or maybe if there is any correction required, definitely Aryan Mahanse will do it. So let's start today's discussion. So I'm planning to discuss the 3 marks of existence, anicca, dukkha, anatma, and also a bit about the satipatthana as well. Before me moving on to that, let's analyze, what is this I-ness, I, O, me? So let's analyze our role, right? So let's try to understand what is this soul, what is this I concept, what is this me concept, right? So if I ask you, what is your role? So you play, I think, different role, isn't it? So if we analyze that bit more, maybe you will be working somewhere. So you can be a doctor, or you can be a lawyer, or you can be a writer, or you can be a lecturer, right? Now that is your role. So the role of a doctor, the way it speak, maybe to a patient, and the way it dress, no, everything would be different. Then, but after coming home, let's say this is a female person, so she's a mother for several kids, isn't it? So then this motherhood is another different role. So being a mother, you need to act like a child sometimes. So having a chit chat with them, play with them, feed with them, that's again a different role. So then the same person is the housewife at home as well, isn't it? So now it's another different role. So she has to cook or clean the house, or maybe command to others, what should be done and what should be not done, and so on. So the same person, we can see play different roles. So that role doesn't end. Now the same person may be a wife to her husband, no? So that is another complete different role. Then maybe the same person interact as a friend to someone, then the role would be different. Okay, then we understand the same person is a child to another mother, isn't it? Because when you are with your own mother or your father, your role would be completely different. The way you talk to them, the way you deal with them would be different. So same person is a brother or sister of somebody, right? So then that role would be back again different. Then when the same person go to temple, or let's say go to a religious place, so then the way it dress would be different, the way it walks even would be different. I mean, the way it speak with the religious priest would be completely different. So what we can see here? We can see a same I, the same me, plays various roles, right? So now if I ask you, who are you actually? So where is this I? Because there are several I or me here. We can't see a single me here. Is there a single me here? No, several me's, several I's. So you have to understand you are acting different roles in different places. This is the Maya, this is the illusion. So you are acting. So actually, there is no single I. So that is several roles. So therefore, I think we need to understand how this soul is formed. So today, actually, in my discussion, I'm trying to show you how this soul is created. So you can see in our cover page, it's given that we are supposed to discuss Satipatthana. But you need to understand this Satara Satipatthana, that is mindfulness of the body or the mindfulness of the feeling, Vedananupassana, mindfulness of the mind, that is Chittanupassana, and mindfulness of Dhamma, Dhammanupassana. I mean, there is no meaning if somebody is doing this Satara Satipatthana without having the Yathabhuta Jnana, that is Satya Jnana. So one should understand how the mind is formed, because mind is a Sambhuta Dharma. Without understanding how mind is formed and how the soul is formed, if somebody tries to do Satara Satipatthana will not be meaningful. So we'll discuss about that later. So therefore, it is very important you to realize this Yatabhuta Jnana or Satya Jnana. Because one who has Yatabhuta Jnana can only experience Krutak Jnana, or that is the practical stage, and the Krutya Jnana. So you need to understand this Yatabhuta or Sambhuta. What do you mean Sambhuta? Sambhuta means, now from the word itself you can understand. Everywhere in Dhamma we find what Yatabhuta Jnana, which is being discussed everywhere. So what is Yatabhuta? What is Sambhuta? So the mind is a Sambhuta Dharma. That means what? Means Sambhuta means what? Sambhuta means something which was it is like some form. So that some form which is created at this moment. Something which is created at this moment. And it was not existed before. That was not there before. It is arising now. And at the same time, we have to understand it will not exist for future too. There is no continuation of that to the future, because that arises. Sambhuta means what? That arises. Something arises at this moment, and then there itself it disappears. That is Sambhuta. Then if you ask yourself, what is this form? Because some form is created at this moment, and then that disappears. So that is none other than, as Aryan Vahanse explained very clearly, Rupantiko also Rupa. So that Rupa or form created due to speed of vibration. So Rupane means what? Rupane means vibration. So there is a form which is created at this moment due to the speed of vibration. This is the basis of the mind formation. So you need to understand this. This Rupantiko also Rupa. This is a Sambhuta Dharma. Mind is a Sambhuta Dharma. So in Dhamma, you get Salayatana Loko. I think now you are familiar with that word. The world is created or formed this moment due to Rupane or vibration, and then at a fraction of second, the world disappears. It is the cause and effect Dhamma. In other words, Hetupala. So here the cause means what? The cause is the speed of vibration. Then what is the effect? So effect is what? Effect is sounds and forms. Sounds and forms. Right? So this will go on. This cause and effect will go on. Actually, due to the vibration, what will happen? The vibration is the cause, but the cause and effect the effect would be sounds and forms. The next you will be finding, chairs, desks, that is finding object. And then what will happen? Sounds and forms means the desk and chairs itself. Then what will happen? The next effect is what? Feeling of self. Now you see how yourself or the soul was created. So it's all due to that vibration. The cause is the vibration. Because of the vibration, the effect is sounds and forms, that is table, chairs, desk. And the moment the particular thing is there, the next effect is what? That feeling of self or the soul. So Now we'll try to understand this Sambhuta. So we now understand there is a Sambhuta of sounds and forms. In other words, it is the Sambhuta of chairs, desk, or any object. It can be any object. And also it is the Sambhuta of self or Atma. So the soul is a Sambhuta thing, which was not there before and which will not continue. When the causes present, that arises, and when the causes diminishes, that ceases in the same place. So the moment means that. Moment means actually you have only this moment only. In this moment, everything arises, and in this moment, everything disappears. So we have only this moment. There is nothing other than this moment. So everything created this moment. Now, if we look at this more, we'll try to discuss this cause and effect more. So the cause means what? The cause is the speed of vibration. Now, if we take example, for example, eye level, so the effect would be what? Creation of a form. So the cause is the speed of vibration, but the effect is what? The effect is the form is created, that is the light object. The light object is created, which is also a different form of vibration. Light object is created due to that speed of vibration. So this means what? As we explained you last couple of days, the light is created in the sensor. The birth of the eye, in other words. So now you need to understand this is Sambhuta. This light object means what? That is a Sambhuta Dharma. There is nothing material here. So therefore, you can't take this light object, Varana Rupa, as a thing. It is some kind of a form which is generated at this moment only. So in other words, this light object or Varana Rupa created at this moment when the condition present, which is a Sambhuta Dharma. Right? So, this light object is itself is another form of a vibration. But this the discussion of the vibration will not end from here. Then what will happen? That there itself, there will be another kind of a vibration. What is that? That is the alive field. Alive field of awareness of the light object in the system. So which is the eye consciousness, or we call Chakku Vijnane. So everything occur at this moment. You have to understand at this moment together. So in other words, this field of existence, this field of existence of light is what? That is also a different form of a vibration. So we understand this existent field is a different effect, no? Cause is the vibration. So this is another effect. But we understand through our last few couple of days discussion that this particular existent field, this particular eye consciousness cannot recognize any object. So we'll come to the part of the mind consciousness later. So we'll try to analyze another sense also. Same thing, same procedure occur in every other senses as well. So let's take, for example, how sound is formed. Again, the cause is what? Cause is the speed of vibration. So what is the effect? Effect is what? That particular speed of vibration occur at ear level will create the sound object. Now we have to understand, same like earlier, this sound object also a different form of vibration. So that means what? The sound created in the sensor. It is not that any outside sound is coming to the sensor. Because cause is the vibration and the sound object created in this moment here. Right? So now you need to understand this sound object is not a thing. There's no any material kind of thing here. It is created at this moment when the causes are present. And sound object ceases at the same moment. So that is the nature of this moment. Therefore, you need to understand that this sound object is what? It is a Sambhuta Dharma. It is a form of speed of vibration only. That is just a form of a vibration only. Now, that will not end. I mean, there will be another vibration occur. That is what? That is the feel of existence of sound. Then what will happen? The same situation, everything, remember, everything you have to understand occur this moment. So, same situation, what will happen? It will give rise to a alive feel of awareness of sound object in the system. So, that is the ear consciousness or the sota viññāne. Right? In other words, the feel of existence of sound. What's that? It's a different form of vibration. Now, can you see everything is getting sambhuta, everything is created in this moment? So, this is same even for other senses as well. So, if I summarize you how the light is created, so everything is due to what? Speed of vibration. So, the speed of vibration will cause the live feeling of the eye sensor. That is the arising of eye consciousness. Right? But you have to understand this feeling, I mean, this is just a shape only. I mean, only the light. So we know it cannot understand what it is. I mean, that eye consciousness cannot understand what it is. Therefore, you will not find chairs, tables at that place, right? So, this existent feel, you have to understand. Oh, that means something is there in the system, which is called Nama Dharma. In other words, Nama Dharma. So, this feeling or this Vedana is very important, isn't it? Because that feeling, that existent feel, it gives a alive feeling. Something is there, and then what will happen? Then, so this has a real effect for this energy to come, to form something else one over the other. So this existent feel, if we analyze, so this chakku viññāna, gandha viññāna, sota viññāna, jivha viññāna, kaya viññāna, mano viññāna. So that means what? Eye consciousness, nose consciousness, taste consciousness, body consciousness, mind consciousness. So in every place that alive feel will arise. Actually, this alive feel or Vedana will cause Pancha Upadanaskandha next stages to happen. That Vedana, then Sanya, then Sankara, Viññāna. right? So this is the starting point of occurrence of everything. And rest of the Pancha Upadanaskandha also arising because of these Sambhuta Dharma. So vibration is the all cause for everything. Now you understand. So it is the vibration. It is the vibration is the cause. And all these Pancha Upadanaskandha followed by that. So if I explain you Sanya, now we discuss about Vedana. Now this Sanya or the perception. Perception means what? That is the reflection of Vedana or feeling. So that Sanya will be Aloka Sanya, Gandha Sanya, Rasa Sanya, Shabda Sanya, Pottabba Sanya or Dhamma Sanya. Now we need to understand we are trapped. We are trapped in this perception world. Sanya Loka, Sanya world, or the perception world. So everything was given to our system through a sound, isn't it? Through a sound. So what I'm trying to say here is everything is sound and form. So you will not find anything else. So we have given basically sound for everything. I mean, every animal, every place, everything we use, every word, every name was formed in our system through a sound. So basically, sanya or perception was formed as a vibration of coming together of sounds and forms. Now see, that is another form of a vibration. The sounds and forms coming together. So we have to understand this sanya, perception. It is one Dhamma. It's all sounds and forms, isn't it? So it is we segregated it as animal, places, things by putting, sound or a name. But all this is what? Vibration only. It is a sound and forms. It has no value. So in other words, I can say those sounds and forms are like aloka sanya or gandha sanya, rasa sanya, shabda sanya, pottabba sanya, dhamma sanya. So everything falls into that. So actually, our world is a sanya world. It's a mental world, a world created with sounds and forms, a world created, due to vibration. So what happened here is, now, as we discussed earlier, that feeling or Vedana occur, due to the vibration at sensor levels. So, the sanya or the perception will, provide the interpretations based on the telepathy mechanism. So, the feeling or Vedana is a form of vibration occur at this moment. And the sanya will derive the interpretation based on previous vibration this moment. So the telepathy mechanism occurs this moment. So everything arises this moment. Even though we scatter all this and discuss, everything occurs this moment. Actually, even though we say there is a matching, there is no matching actually taken place. What happens is that kind of a similarity or equality occur at the sensor level vibration and the mind sensor level vibration. So those are two separate independent vibration. But kind of a equality occur. What the point I am trying to explain is this sensor level vibration is a complete independent vibration. There is nothing working in the, body or mind. Like something arises there, then that vibration goes to some other place. No, that is not what is happening. These are independent vibration. So we know that the sensor level vibration cannot identify anything. But our identification occur at this moment since similar previous vibration is felt in the mind sensor. Right? The two vibrations are independent actually. But that will have an impact. But it is nothing like something is going somewhere. No. Basically what happens here is the two vibrations are similar, therefore we feel that we see outside. That's what happened. We feel we see outside. But here something else is happening. So when you take next one is the sanskara. Sanskara means the speed of the mental activity process. Okay, so that this sanya vibration occur at a very high speed, and due to the high speed of the activity, the illusion is created. Right? Therefore, now we can understand that sounds and forms, coming together is due to this process. So, the sounds and forms coming together is also what? Different vibration. So then only you get chairs, tables, mother, father, sun, moon, everything. So in other words, we can say that these chairs, tables are also a different form of a vibration. Now this vibration will not stop there. Then what will happen? Then, due to the life feel in the mind consciousness, that the existence of chairs, tables are, that existent feel is there. So that automatically comes, that naturally comes. So that existent feel of, tables, chairs are real is another form of a vibration. Then that vibration will also not stop. Then what will happen? Then this alive feel, will lead to another vibration. That is what? That is the existence feel of the self. That is how the soul is created. Now you see, that's how the soul is created. So soul means nothing. This is Sambhuta. Clearly cause and effect. Cause is the vibration. And it is the vibration which caused the soul to create at this moment. So all what I have been explaining here, remember, it is not several things. Everything, even the soul created in this moment. So everything created in this moment and disappear itself. So you have only this moment. So if I summarize that part, I can say, now we'll try to understand what I have been discussing. So that sound at your ear level is one type of a vibration, right? And then the feeling, the existent feel, the feeling that the sound object is real is another form of a vibration, right? That is the second. Then third, you see that the light created at your ear level, that light created, that light object, Varna Rupa at your ear level is one type of a vibration. Then fourth, the live feeling of light object, that is that existent feel, is another form of a vibration. All these are vibration. Then what will happen? The Tinnan Sangati Passo, Ditta Sutta Mutta, all coming together. Then what happened? The sound and form comes together. And a rise of table, chairs are different form of vibration. Look. Then what's the fifth one? Fifth one is the existent feel or the live feel that table, chairs are exist. So there is a now live feel, that feel of existence of that particular table and chair is a different form of a vibration. Now this vibration still not end. Then what's the next one? Now the most important one. That is what? Then it creates, your system creates the existent feel of self, because the moment a thing is outside there, automatically your soul is created. Now there is a existent feel only. There is a existent feel of self or soul. That is just, vibration only. It's a different form of a vibration. Now you see, the self is this, soul is this. This is cause and effect Dhamma. So now you have to understand all these steps I have been discussing here arises at this moment which occur. All this vibration occur at this moment in same Arambhane or same object. Same Arambhane, same object. That is this moment. So you have only this moment. In this moment, your mind is formed. In other words, your soul is created. So you need to understand, my friend, it is all vibration. There is no soul or self here. It is the energy in the system that forms different vibration. Right? The energy is the craving or Atmiya Aropana Bale or the Chitta Aropana power, which is created due to your ignorance, because you do not know. You think there is someone living inside yourself. You doesn't understand this Sambhuta Dharma, this Yatabhuta Jnana, or the Shana Sampatti, or the Darshana Jnana. So the moment you are in ignorant, what will happen? So things become real and automatically your soul is created. So as per the cause and effect, cause is what? Cause is the vibration and the effect is the sound and form. Then what? Then the cause is the sound and form and the effect is what? Effect is the soul. This is the cause and effect. So if we discuss about the three universal truth, that is Anicca, Dukkha, Anatma. Right? So Anitya means what? Impermanence. So you can see all these vibrations are impermanence, Anitya. Because when condition arise, related event arise. When condition disappear, event related to them also disappear. So this is, Anitya, impermanence. And then you need to understand when things are impermanence means what? It is the suffering. That impermanence itself is the suffering. That is the dukkha. And you have to understand, you cannot control any of this vibration process. That is a system, that is a science that happens at this moment, and that Sambhuta will occur and then it disappear here itself and you can't control it. There is no soul here. That is the soullessness. That is Anatma principle. So those are the three marks of existence. So actually, friend, you have only this moment. Everything occurs this moment and disappear in this moment itself. So what you need to understand is, in other words, everything occur at this Arambanaya or object. Soul is created at this moment and everything disappear this moment. So the moment the things become real, the soul is created. But one who see the reality will not find things in this moment. Right? So, or they will experience liberation. They will not find things in this moment, and they experience liberation in this moment for any object or aramane. That's what happened. Actually, that is our message. The message is to give you this yathabhuta jnana. So jnana is the wisdom. It is not a knowledge. First, you will get this as a knowledge through a noble friend. But then you need to contemplate this Dhamma yourself, and you should know in and out the truth of your existence. That is of your mind formation, right? Therefore, it is very important to gain Satya Jnana or Darshana Jnana, or we can say Yathabhuta Jnana, or we can say awaking to the bliss of moment, or we can say something like Udevaya Jnana. That is what? Seeing the arising of an cessation of a thought. One thought. It is one thought you need to see. Now, all this refers to what? Satya Jnana part. All this refers to Satya Jnana part. In other words, seeing the formation of a thought. So one would realize that it is the vibration which causes everything. So due to the speed of vibration, sounds and forms are created, and the moment the system takes these sounds and forms as thing, or it is as a thing or a real, the duality is created. So in other words, it is in this moment the particular thought or arambane or object become a thing. Then automatically the other side, self, is created. So you have to understand this Satya Jnana is a wisdom and it is not of another thought. Because entire Nibbana path is based on understanding. Jnana means that. So the Satara Satipatthane, we know people are, practicing nowadays without this Satya Jnana part. They do not know the Yathabhuta Jnana. The Yathabhuta part, Sambhuta Dharma, they do not understand. But they straight away go to Satara Satipatthane. So can you do it? First, you need to understand the truth. So what will happen when you practice this in the Krutya Jnana? What will happen? Satya Jnana, Krutya Jnana, and then Krutak Jnana. So at Krutya Jnana, what will happen? Automatically you will experience this Yathabhuta Jnana. So that's what need to happen. So you will not find things in any particular object. So entire Nibbana path is based on understanding. And that means what? Jnana. Jnana means actually not a thing. So you have to completely realize and feel the truth in and out. We are telling it again, friends. This is a wisdom. This is not a thought. So you have to gain that wisdom. So that is not just another thought. So one who has Satya Jnana can do the Krutya Jnana. So where it will apply the Yathabhuta Jnana for its day-to-day life. So we say Savitak, it will practice that in its day-to-day activities, but so they will understand everything is a process, everything is a system. This is what happens. So one would contemplate Dhamma also at this stage. That is the contemplation of Yatha Bhuta Jnana. And its practice continue in day-to-day work, and then it will understand everything is a system. Everything is a system. This is a science. This is what is happening within me. So it will understand. Then what is Krutya Jnana? Krutya Jnana is a different stage in which one would automatically free from himself from any outside things, for him will not be real. So we call it avitakka. So this would be very consistent and calm stage because there is a less attachment towards the outside world, and one can self-experience, that it gradually reducing ignite of self and reaches selflessness more and more. So this is what's happening. This is the journey you have to follow. Satya Jnana is the first, Krutya Jnana and Krutak Jnana, right? So, and you need to understand that Krutak Jnana is something that will happen automatically. So before concluding today's session, I will tell you actually this is the one very common example that one has to make their own rafts to cross the river. So there are no ready-made rafts, or you cannot get into someone else's rafts. The path to Nibbana is something one has to self-experience, that it's burning or it's ignite, gradually fade away in the correct path. That is the correct Nibbana path. So I think that is enough for today. So I'll invite our Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse to add anything. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, everybody. So we are talking about Nibbana. So what is Nibbana? Nibbana is nothingness, no? Nothing here. That's like some type of emptiness. But normally the people talking about emptiness is the material emptiness. It's not a material one. Normally everything is here, but everything is your thinking. That's your mind given everything to value, but its value is gone. Mind is coming to tranquility. That's like a feather, like a wing. That's the effort. Finally, is Nibbana. So your mind is coming cool down. No any inside burning. So that is the path. That's very worth the whole world. So you are not any. So this world, these people, I think won't realize this, because people today going to war, whole world, they can't tolerate. They are given to value everything. They are thinking they are alive, but nobody is here. Who is going to fight? No one to fight. No one to hear. It is very nice, very good message, however, Buddha's explanation. What is the reality? Why you are going to fight? Because you are in illusion. Misunderstand. misconceptions. You know the truth. Nobody is here. Who is going to fighting or attacking? No any war. That's a peaceful world is coming. Someone understood this, especially this Dhamma, this truth. The true Dhamma has awakened. That is why very worthwhile. So that is why Buddothpada Dhamma discourse is very worth everybody to hear it. You can experience it. Your inside is happening. What's happening your inside is changing. No any burning, firing. It's the, I think, whole world today in big pressure like that. That's a tight mind. No. This human bodies, that's a system is working. That's creating this power. This power is your feel. It's not real. It's like electric power. It's like magnetic power. This is the mind power. It's not anywhere. It's constructing every moment. Someone understood this process, mind creations. You are the guy. Endless happiness in this world. You are the hero. It's okay. You haven't a death or birth. Endless happiness. Why we are talking? That's the Nibbana way. That's a path of your peaceful, your liberation in your mind. It's okay. There are some. We can discuss tomorrow in the type of this mind creations. It's okay. There are some everybody.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරණ්‍ය.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරණ්‍ය.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. May the triple gem bless you all. Our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa made great effort for many years to spread this Dhamma, to spreading this message to this world. Now you can listen to all of Buddothpada Dhamma sermons on Buddothpada Pure TV in Sinhala and English 24 hours a day. I think you are so lucky because you can listen so many Dhamma sermons on YouTube because of this technology, but we didn't have that opportunity to listen so many Dhamma sermons when we were younger actually. In this Buddothpada Dhamma sermons, it always emphasized that the path to Nibbana is not a matter of collecting knowledge. It is a practical pathway that you can understand directly, realize for yourself, and experience within your own life. The teaching repeatedly reminds us to look into our own body and mind to discover where we are truly living and to investigate the nature of this very being we call myself. See how clearly this mind object has formed. Through this direct seeing, the truth becomes very clear. You feel as though we are living day by day, but in truth we are living based on a single mind object, only this very moment. If you think we had a yesterday or that there will be a tomorrow, that is only a thought. In reality, those time frames are never actually met. Only this present moment is ever experienced. But we think everything happens only in this very moment, but we don't realize it. We have never actually met yesterday, nor have we met the future. If we explain that this moment, this mind object is arising and passing away right here, we can also see that even this very moment is never truly met. It is already gone as soon as it appears. Even when we think I am going to work tomorrow or I am going to school tomorrow, that thought is simply a mind object happening in this very moment. It arises now as a present mental event. In the same way, when you think about your past life, that too is happening only in this present moment. The past and the future appear only as thoughts arising here and now. When we say, I will go to work tomorrow or I will go to school tomorrow, what actually appears is a thought arising in this very moment. We experience this body through the mind, so even the body is a mind object. Not only the time. This is very difficult to understand because we feel the body as something solid and real. Yet what we call the body is known only through sensation, perceptions, and thoughts arising in the mind. In the sense, the body appears as a mind object, just like any other experiences. When we reflect on the immeasurable kalpas of samsara, we may imagine a vast stretch of time. But even if we count those ages in numbers, they all appear only as thoughts arising now. The entire sense of long ago or countless years is simply a present moment mind object. In truth, even the vast cycle of samsara is known only here, in this very moment. The arising and cessation of the aggregates happening in this very moment. This means that in each moment mind object arises, the mind object arises and passes away in this very moment. This rapid succession create the illusion of continuity. That continuous arising and passing away is the cycle of samsara itself, the turning of the wheel of this life. It is all happening in one place, within this very present moment. That illusion is what we called a life, a world, samsara. Even a moment is created by greed, aversion and delusion. Through these we create bhava and sankara again and again. Bhava means this mind objects we are creating again and again, continue the cycle of samsara. Even the sense that I am getting older is simply a mental state arising in this moment. Because we are thinking a person, a real object is existing. We feel it is existing continuously. What we call this moment feels solid only because a thought has appeared saying so. Without that thought, even this moment cannot be grasped. To understand this condition properly, we need to see with clarity how a mind object forms, how this moment comes into being, and how it ceases. Birth and death are happening within each moment. When this is seen directly, it becomes clear that even our thoughts and our sense of mind cannot be taken as a truly real. They arise, they vanish, and nothing remains to hold on to. So then you begin to realize that even this moment and the feeling that I am living are also just mental appearances. What we take as life happening is simply a thought process arising now. It feels real only because a thought appears saying, I am living in this moment. I feel that I am living. And as a real object, when you see very clearly how each of these six senses arises in this very moment, you realize that none of it can be taken as mine or as one solid thing. Each sense impression appears and disappears instantly because of this constant arising and passing away. There is nothing you can truly hold on to as a self or as something that belongs to you. But you have to explore all sense or these all senses very carefully until see the reality very clearly. At that point, a question may arise within you. Then who is recognizing this condition? Who is in these six senses? Who is find this truth? Who is understanding about these six senses? At this point, we need to reflect on what the Lord Buddha himself said. The Buddha pointed out, I am not a god, not a Brahma, not a human. Lord Buddha said he is a Buddha. This becomes very clear when the mind is freed in this very moment, because it's free from this, that condition, free from these six senses. That is why the Lord Buddha explained that he is not a god or not a Brahma or not a human. It means that all becoming has been uprooted. All formation have been completely ended, and the natural state beyond Sankara has been realized. The wisdom or jnana can realize this Dhamma. When you start to see your six senses very clearly and how your mind has formed, then you will start to realize how you recognize those different conditions through jnana. We also need to consider why the Lord Buddha told his 5 teachers, I have found the truth, but not by your way, not by what you are doing. Buddha then explained his Dhamma, explained what he was found, the Dhamma of the dependent origination. He explained that these practices do not lead to liberation because they do not uproot ignorance. What he discovered was the Dhamma of dependent origination, or Paticca Samuppada Dhamma. The law that shows how the world, the self and suffering arises moment by moment. How this mind object has formed. From this it becomes clear that the Lord Buddha did not emphasize long concentration meditation practices to attain Nibbana. Instead, he explained how this world is formed and what Paticca Samuppada truly means. This is the real Dhamma Buddha taught even to children in a simple and direct way. Sometimes we hear stories that young monks attain awakening instantly, even just receiving a small piece of cloth when he rubbed it and then he realized and understanding the Dhamma. From those stories, we understand that this Dhamma was realized not through long, pauseful concentration meditation, but through clear insight. Sometimes parents think that if their children listen to Dhamma or learn it very deeply, they might want to become a monk. Then the parents worry that their own hopes and plans for their children will not be fulfilled. But it does not happen like that way. Understanding the Dhamma does not force anyone to become a monk. It simply helps them live wisely, kindly, and with a clear mind. They become very intelligent. They will fulfill their life with everything, but with understanding, with realizing this Dhamma. We see many children today experiencing panic attacks. Some cannot even face their exams. They suffer from depression, stress, and constant pressure. We have seen that when we explain this truth to them, they become more relaxed without any medicine. When they understand the truth about their own mind, how it has formed, and how their world is created through their six senses, they no longer fall into conditions like anxiety, depression, or fear because of assignments, exams, or competitions. They can face very nicely for any situation in their life. They will realize that this is a mind created world. They will recognize their own ignorance. Then they will work or study without fear, without pressure, and without the burning anxiety that used to trouble them. They will realize that it is useless to run after their thoughts once they realize this Dhamma or understand in this Dhamma. When they see the true nature of the mind, they stop giving power to those thoughts. That's what happened within them after realizing this Dhamma. They don't want to become a monks. They can live as a normal person in their life. They can do everything. They can carry out any responsibilities as a normal person. They will laugh, they will smile, they will dancing. They will do what they need to do. But they will do everything without burning, without anxiety, without depression, without a pressure. So then, isn't it good to give for them this Dhamma? So then they will continue their life with happiness, without any pressure. So many young children today become addicted to drugs, alcohol, or even think about suicide because they cannot hold the weight of their own mind. When they cannot bear their heavy thoughts, they look for solutions in different harmful ways. What they are really seeking is freedom from mental suffering. They need to come out of that mental suffering. That's what they need. That's what they are seeking. But if they can hear the true Dhamma about themselves, true Dhamma means actually exploring themselves, about their six faculties, about their mind. So how the mind works, how the world is created through their own six senses. They have the opportunity to free themselves from that suffering. The whole world runs behind external material things, but very few try to understand who they truly are. When you teach your child this Dhamma, they will not chase after their wandering thoughts. With this blissful understanding, they will succeed in every aspect of their life. When someone truly practices this way, they begin to feel how they gradually become free from the mind and how the inner burning fades. Nibbana means actually the ending of the six sense bases as a source of grasping. These five faculties arise and the mind is formed through them, but the mind holds them as mine. Not only that, it grabs everything that arises and burns with it. It also believes that the world created through these sense bases exists outside as something solid and real. When this illusion is clearly recognized, the Vijnana Maya, that our mind consciousness, the practitioner becomes free from this entire system. That freedom is what we called Nibbana. Actually, there's no something to called as Nibbana. We can't call that is like something or that is like an object. We never can explain like that way. It's fading away your burning sense. This is why Lord Buddha said Salayatana Nirodho Nibbano. When you clearly see this whole system, all six faculties, the moment you step out of the world created by the mind, that is where the supreme, peaceful Nibbana is found. It is not something that happens after our death. It is the freedom that appears when the six sense bases stop creating a world for the mind to grasp. It also, we cannot say that six sense bases stop creating, but these five faculties are working. It will see, it will hear, and it will feel anything, but there is no value for those feeling or for those mind object. That's what happened within you. When someone does not realize this inner system of the six senses, the mind automatically falls into suffering. The grasping begins, the burning begins, and then life becomes heavy. Your inside points directly to the root of this suffering. If you meditate or even listen to thousands of Dhamma talks, you still cannot escape from this truth unless you realize this system, unless you explore your six faculties, unless you explore how your mind has formed. the arising and passing away of the aggregates in this very moment. Once this is realized, you may still experience happy or sad status, but there is no attachment to those conditions, because in that very moment you understand that nothing can be taken as real. That is the reason there is no value for the happiness or sadness state. You see ignorance very clearly at that very moment. This is why no grasping or rejecting arises towards anything for a happiness or sadness. And also there is no honor for the happiness or sadness. Just these five senses will work. You will realize it's happen automatically. This system is arising and passing every moment. Sometimes you may feel that sadness and happiness are actually the same thing. After you realizing this Dhamma, the arising from the same kind of inner stimulus at a deeper level, you will see that through your jnana. When you experience both the states, you begin to realize that it is the same stimulus expressing itself in two different ways. That is the beautiful condition or beautiful state of this Dhamma after you realizing. Once you understand this Dhamma, you will experience both sadness and happiness. You can't divide it into two things. The same inner stimulus can be released through tears. At other times, that very same stimulus is released as a smile. Some people smile when they are hurt, using a smile to cover a painful feeling. In the same way, some people shed tears when they are happy. The wonderful thing is that the same stimulus appears in different ways. You may not always recognize its true nature, but you can certainly feel it. This sadness and happiness arise from the same stimulus. Sometimes we cling when we feel sad, and we are worried and we get angry, and we cling again when we feel happy, simply because we do not recognize that both states arise from the same inner stimulus. In the same way, neither of these states last even for a moment. They do not become anything solid. We feel sadness that is not a real thing, and we feel happiness that is also not a real thing. Everything arising and every feeling we experience through our mind object. Once you realize the mind object is not the real thing, then you don't want to hang on with the happiness or sadness or with any feelings. This is what our noble friend tries to explain, but for someone who has not yet experienced it, it is difficult to understand. Then once you realize or once you understand, then you begin to understand what we are talking, because for the noble state or noble person, they feel in a different way after realizing the Dhamma. Everything that arises in this same way is expressed in a different forms. A stimulus arises. The mind expresses it in different ways, like as tears, as a smile, as a fear, as a joy, or as anger. Because the true nature of this arising is not recognized, the mind reacts with raga, desha, and moha. This reaction keeps the cycle of suffering turning. The root of it all is not seen, the arising and passing away of the aggregates in this very moment. The mind interprets it in different emotional forms, because the mind does not see the aggregates simply arising and passing. It personalizes them. That personalization becomes raga, desha, moha. This reaction keeps samsara alive moment by moment. That's how continue this cycle of samsara. This stimulus happens so quickly that we feel everything is continuous because of its speed. We never can see it. We can recognize and we can understand it through wisdom or your jnana. Every thought that arises creates fear when we believe the external world is truly real. When the child become real and everything we believe the external world is truly real, then the fear arising within us, because we want to protect our children, our husbands, our properties, our money, and everything we need to protect, because those we are taking those as a real and they truly exist. That's why arising and creates a fear within us. Then arising suffering all the time, because when we are trying to hang in and when we are trying to protect everything what we need, then always we are in a fear condition, and then we are always in suffering condition. As this stimulus keeps arising repeatedly, the mind becomes frightened and confused. Even though it is extremely difficult to understand or realize this Dhamma, the whole of samsara is actually arising in this very moment. All the thoughts that appear right here, right now, contain the entirety of samsara within them. Even this very moment, that means this kshanaya, that has no real substances, no nothing. There is no time, no place where it can stand. It holds nothing and it does not remain even for an instant. It is a state where nama, rupa, or name and form is absent. that mean a state without mind and without mental process, or that is state mean no value for those any mind objects appearing in your mind. Because this process happen so quickly, it creates two sides that seem to exist continuously. In every moment, grasping and rejecting arise. This mind keeps creating a sense of me here and an external world out there, and with each new thought, this illusion becomes stronger and stronger when it becomes real. If we look at this very carefully, we cannot take this mind as me actually, and we cannot take this body as me. In the same way, we cannot say that this I is mine, because the arising of seeing is not something we create. It happens automatically, moment by moment, without our control. We are not doing anything. This eyes is arising in this very moment. This ear is arising very this moment. But we are not functioning those faculties. It's arising itself. It's functioning itself without controlling by anyone. This is why we are unable to stop fearful thoughts or unpleasant thoughts from appearing. We can never stop what we don't like, and we never can hold on to only what we like. Everything arises on its own, beyond our control. Once you understand this Dhamma, once you realize this Dhamma, what happened, you will see this process very clearly, and you don't want to bother with those processes. But when this Dhamma is not understood, the mind starts chasing after thoughts that are not real. It runs behind them as if they truly exist, and this chasing becomes endless. Actually, this path, this Dhamma practice is extremely subtle, and the mind is easily caught in the illusion created by consciousness. That is why the guidance of noble friend is so valuable, because consciousness itself is a powerful illusion. When you realize the rising and disappear in the mind object in this very moment with satya or with awareness, or with satya jnana, that the you experience does not truly exist. The creation of a self, that means sakkaya ditthi, gradually it will dissolve. In that moment, the belief in a permanent person or a controller or an inner being or soul, everything falls apart. From there, the mind naturally moves towards kritajnana. That means that the knowledge that the work is done, the knot is untied, and the illusion is already broken in that moment, and you never met a person through these six senses. You never see any a real object in your mind? This is the beginning of true liberation. After collapsing the old system that you were taught that it is real. When you fully realize that there is no you, no inner person, no self, or real mind object, you automatically enter Krutya Jnana, the understanding that the fundamental task is completed then. When the illusion of I disappears through Satya Jnana, the creation of cells comes to an end. So, if there is a real object to grasp, then there is fire. And arising the suffering within yourself. If there is a real object. If there is a real object, then tanha or greed to arise within you. The object must be truly real. Then there is raga desha moha arising within you, because you have a real object and external things, and you are holding here in a world as a person, real person within this system. So, if the object is not real, tanha cannot arise. That's how you can eradicate all impurities, because all sankara, you can come out from that cycle after you understand, or after you realizing that there is no real object or real person or as a real thing. When the mind sees this clearly, craving loses its foundation. Gradually it's fading away. So you can examine this Dhamma very carefully, and then you can explore your five senses very carefully. And before rejecting it, pause for a moment and see whether it truly matches your own experience. Ask yourself what the mind really is, and what wisdom or jnana truly means. Try to find out the differences between wisdom or jnana or consciousness. Why it says wisdom, why it says jnana, why it says consciousness. Like that way. Explore this within your own experience. Without realizing the Dhamma, Nibbana cannot be reached. Actually, there is no reach to something, but we have to say like that. Some people may glimpse certain things without understanding the Dhamma, but mere knowledge will never lead you to Nibbana without practicing, without realizing within yourself. And you will realize wisdom, jnana, is not consciousness. Consciousness is called vijnana. That is why the Lord Buddha spoke about the arising of wisdom, jnana sadigamaya. That means instead of saying about the rising of consciousness, vijnana adigamaya, vijnana sadigamaya. Lord Buddha didn't say that vijnana sadigamaya. Lord Buddha explained about the jnana sadigamaya. Then we can ask ourselves a question: why the Lord Buddha said like that, jnana sadigamaya, instead of saying vijnana sadigamaya? We have to consider these points why Lord Buddha has emphasized jnana means wisdom and consciousness. There are two conditions. So, however, you will realize and you can understand everything within yourself with when arising the wisdom within you. What is the difference of consciousness and wisdom? So, because vijnana is a part of the conditioned world, it arises and ceases based on contact, sense bases and objects. It belongs to the realm of appearances. So, jnana, wisdom is unconditioned knowing. It sees the nature of reality beyond the play of consciousness. It does not arise through the senses. The vijnana is arising through the senses, but wisdom doesn't arising through the senses. That is why we must first reach to Suttamaya Jnana. That means the wisdom that comes from listening to a noble friend, knowing about the real truth, without hearing the true Dhamma from someone who has seen it or who has experienced it. The wisdom cannot begin to arise within you because you don't know the true message. A noble friend, Kalyanamita, points out what the ordinary mind cannot see. These are only words we are talking, except those words we are unable to explain the Dhamma. The consciousness that comes through the eyes, nose, the other senses is just the feeling we experience through those sense doors. These experiences don't truly exist as solid thing, and we create them in our own minds. This is why we use the words to explain the wisdom or jnana when we talk about different kind of understanding. For example, the wisdom that sees arising and passing away, we can call skandha udevaya jnana, and the wisdom we gain by listening and reading, that is the suttamaya jnana. So all of these are forms of wisdom, not consciousness. Once you see how your mind creates name and forms, you begin to understand the difference between the consciousness and wisdom. Then you can clearly see the difference between two of those conditions. When this difference becomes clear, just as the Buddha explained, you can let go of consciousness and recognize wisdom for what it truly is. That is why the Lord Buddha emphasized that this Dhamma is Sandhitika. You can realize within yourself, no one can offer for you. To be seen here and now, that is the, we can say that Sandhitika Dhamma. There is no external leader who can show this Dhamma. The Dhamma itself is the teacher that reveals the path to Nibbana, because it's based on your wisdom or jnana. You are recognize yourself and all the tangled point by your jnana and your wisdom. When wisdom arises within you, it naturally shows the correct path. It arises on its own. That is why the Lord Buddha said that once someone enters this path, they never turn back because of that wisdom, because of that prajna. It becomes the guide you. No one guide you. Your prajna and your wisdom, it will guide you once you realize this Dhamma. When name and forms disappear, consciousness also become fading away or invisible. When it says invisible, that word is not matching actually to explain. That means not everything disappears around you. It is a state that becomes free from the mind. Therefore, this is called the anidassana state. So, anidassana state means that nothing disappearing around you, but through through wisdom or through jnana, you are realizing and every moment that there is no anything to take as a real. If you take something as a real, you will realize, not you actually through wisdom, it will realize there is ignorance, and then there is a person, there is a soul. That's how the wisdom and prajna guide you. Once if you try to hang in on something taken as a real object, suddenly the prajna and wisdom arise in within you, and then shows that there is a ignorance state. It shows itself. That's how the wisdom guiding you. It is a state that becomes free from the mind. Therefore, that is called the anidassana state, where consciousness no longer appears, and when this is realized, the mind becomes free from consciousness. This is what the Buddha described as sankitte nibbidaya. That means turning away through true understanding because of this realization, and then one reach the Nibbana. You never can stop arising the wisdom within you once you enter this pathway. It's arising itself, but no one can control it. You will realize how it's arising within you, how you can't control it. Once you are in, if you want to go back to that the anusote, but you never can go back, because it arising itself within your system. The wisdom is arising itself. It's happening automatically within you. So then if you want to understand this properly, you must look at everything very carefully and clearly. That is why the Lord Buddha said that even a person who reached the noble state, Sotapanna, Sakadagami, Anagami, and Arihant, must see the arising and passing away of the aggregates. That means Udayavaya Jnana. So it is not the end, but what arises and passes away is name and forms, Nama Rupa. This is why the Lord Buddha guided monks to see Udayavaya, not Udayavaya Vijnana. Udayavaya Jnana, Lord Buddha always mentioned about the Jnana or wisdom, not the consciousness. However, once your inner transformation begins, wisdom starts to arise on its own. You never can stop it. At that point, you don't need to force the mind or make effort to think. The realization grows naturally within you when the mind becomes purified. Jnana or the wisdom arises by itself. Therefore, you first need to understand how form begins, and for that you need to understand what's Pubbē Nivāsanussati Jnana, the wisdom that sees how the mind has been moving from the very beginning. When someone sees the mind clearly, they also see how forms arises. In the same way, they understand how the form is arising and passing away. So I hope this would help you to understand what need to be considered if you are seeking to enter this path to Nibbana. So the time is passing now, and I am going to stop for today. May the Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpada, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpada, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpada, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
Saranai everyone. First of all, I pay homage to the Lord Buddha, the Dhamma and Sangha, and I bow down to our Kalyana Mitra Aryan Mahanse for his noble guidance. Today, I'm going to talk about the path to Nibbana, the path to liberate our suffering, and this is a prodigious knowledge and not easy for someone to realize it, understand it by themselves without proper guidance from a Kalyana Mitra. The Kalyana Mitra is someone who has walked in this path and experienced that awakening and understand and can guide someone towards that path. And our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse is tirelessly helping us and taking us to this the path. And all this time, we could not understand how to start and what to practice and what is the freedom. And our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse actually has structured and simplified the Dhamma, and then guiding us now and step by step, gradually taking us, walking with us to find our own liberation from our own mental and the sufferings we all have individually. Aryan Mahanse actually explained clearly the beginning and the middle and the end, Mula, Mada, Aga, of the path, as exactly how Lord Buddha has explained this. And we are actually very fortunate to have been born in this time of the era, and where the true Dhamma has awakened, and at the same time for us to listen to this true Dhamma. And this is the time of the Gautama Buddha Sasana, and we all have that opportunity to find our own liberation. And as Aryan Mahanse explains and has simplified this process, I will take you towards those step-by-step process that what Aryan Mahanse has been teaching us. This is according to what Lord Buddha has taught us and explained in Dhammsakpavatham Sutra. And in the sutra it says that there are two paths to the path, and the first path is called the Purva Bhaga Pratipada, and that is the entry to the path of the Nibbana. And this is basically related to the true knowledge, which we call Satya Jnana. And this is very important. Without it, you cannot proceed, and one must thoroughly understand that there is no existing individual soul. And that situation occurs in the mind, and as a result, the realization of soul dissolve can be experienced as well. And the second half of the path is called Aparabhaga Patipada, that is the journey along the path of Nibbana. It has two parts to the second half, which is to the Aparabhaga Patipada. One called Krutya Jnana, that is the practical experience of the Dhamma, and the second step is the Krutak Jnana, that's the experience of liberation from your mind, soul, or the feeling of me, I, myself. So the two parts are, the first is called Purvabhaga Patipada, which is the entry to this path, the entry is through knowledge. You have to know the Dhamma, the Satya Jnana. And when you have that knowledge, the second part is for you to experience that Dhamma within you. So that and the practical experience is divided to two. One called the Kritya Jnana, that is, you experience the Dhamma, and the next is the Krutak Jnana, and that is you experience that liberation. And I will go in detail for the two sections. So the Purvabhaga Pratipada, the first half of the Nibbana path, that is the entry to the path of Nibbana, this is purely depending on the efforts of an individual who has the desire to work toward his journey of Nibbana. So one should have that self-motivation, desire to work towards that the Nibbana. So the majority of the efforts are to be applied in the first half of the Nibbana path. That is why this is very important. If the majority of your efforts you should put in this first half to grasp that knowledge and understand these concepts. And as mentioned by the Lord Buddha, if everything that a person has to do to walk in this Nibbana path, if you take that everything you have to do is similar to a Himalayan mountain, after the Purvabhaga Patipada, the first half, the remaining things are just like the stones you have it in your hand. So the majority of your efforts, which is like if you, this is a metaphor, like this is just a example that Lord Buddha has mentioned, that if it's like Himalayan mountain, once you done that Purvabhaga Patipada, the upper bhaga, the second half is just like few stones you have it in your hand. Also, that person who has set their mind to walk in this path need guidance. That guidance has to come from a person who has experienced the true liberation and who can practically, who has that practical knowledge, who can guide that other person, and we call that person Kalyana Mitra. And associating with the Kalyana Mitra and continuous guidance would help us to be on that track. And in order to understand the Buddha's doctrine, which is the Darshana Jnana, Satya Jnana, we need to understand how the mind is formed. So the summary of the Darshana Jnana, I mean, we need to, if we break it down, that Jnana Darshana, so it is all about understanding how the mind is formed and understanding the mental formation that you have, that notion of a self is an illusion, and it's just a combination of thoughts, Sankara. And then seeing the truth of a thought and not diluted by it. When you know that a thought is not real, you will not get diluted by it. And then understanding the way that notion of self, the feeling of I existence, and the feeling of mine is formed. And then to see that all these notions are just a thought. And then also to understanding that the emptiness, that shunyatavya is explained in the Dhamma. And this darshana samapatya, the satyajnana, can be also call it trividya, the super wisdom. The trividya means the three wisdoms. The first one is pubbhenuvanussati jnana. This is the wisdom or the jnana that knows how illusory things are created by combining sounds and colors. And then Buddothpada jnana, that is the wisdom of passing away and of thoughts at the present moment. And the third is asavakya jnana, which is the wisdom of knowing the destructions of the taints. So when you start walking in this path, and when you start learning the Dhamma, the true Dhamma, you will explore these trividya, the super wisdoms. They will automatically, you will be opened. Your wisdom will open to this, the super wisdoms. Then you will see how illusory things are created and how the outside world is created, and how these combining these sounds and colors, how an object is formed. And through when the next is Buddothpada jnana, you see that the reappearance of thoughts at the present moment. You are awakened to this moment, and you capture this moment, and your wisdom works as a filter. And through the asavakya jnana, you have that wisdom of knowing the destructions of the taints. If the mind is at the same time can be called as thoughts, and that so thoughts, you can call that with the thought how you feel is as your soul. So for you to understand this true Dhamma, as mentioned before too, you need to understand this message from a Kalyana Mitra, a noble friend who has already walked in this path, who knows these milestones, who knows the exact location where you have to go. Someone who has walked in that path only can guide you toward that end, the location you need to arrive in. So that is why Lord Buddha has praised that you need the association of a noble friend, and at the same time you need to you should have that self motivation, the to listen to Dhamma, the true Dhamma, Sadharma Shravana, and then you need to start analyzing and investigating the knowledge, which is called the Yoniso Manasikara. You need these 4 steps. The last is live by the Dhamma, the practical experience, Dhammanu Dhamma Patipada. So these are your four requirements. If one has that determination to walk in that path towards your Nibbana, you need to associate these 4 things within you. These are your guidelines. The first is you must associate with the Kalyana Mitra, your noble friend, and then you need to start listening to the Sadharma, the Dhamma, Sadharma Shravana, and then you need to start analyzing and investigating that knowledge within you. This is called Yoniso Manasikara. And the last step is you need to start living by this Dhamma. You need to have that practical experience. You need to start living with those the guidelines, the knowledge. It is called Dhammanu Dhamma Patipada. When you establish those steps in your day-to-day life, then at this point you will start feeling that you will start noticing the fading of self, the process of fading of self starts, which is the Sakkaya Ditthi Prahanaya, meaning that the notion of self, the feeling that there is you, it is me who's doing it, it happened to me, it is mine, that self-centered feeling, Sakkaya Ditthi, it will start fading. And then we call that person entered to the noble grounds, Arya Bhumiya. So when you, in the first half, this is your checklist, the things that you should be doing. You need to start learning Dhamma, and you need to understand exactly how the mind is formed, and how the thoughts, what are thoughts, and how thoughts creates that mental formation, and that as an illusion, and then seeing that the mental formation is an illusion, and then seeing that thought is not real, and then how your soul, your Atma, the conscious mind consciousness is formed by your 6 senses. And then you will walk in that Trividya, the super wisdom, which the wisdom that you will start seeing that those outside world, the formations happen through their illusions, and they are just happen through sounds and colors, and and how that reappearances thoughts at the present moment, and then the distractions of taints. You gain these three knowledges, and then when you follow that, when you associate the noble friend and Sadharma Shravanaya, listen to Dhamma and start analyzing and investigating that knowledge, Yoniso Manasikara we call it, and then you live by those Dhamma, the practical experience, we call it Dhammanudhamma Patipada. And at the end you will then start seeing that fading of the self, Sakkaya Ditthi, and we call that person entered to the noble grounds, the Arya Bhumya. And the second half is called Aparabhaga Patipada, and that is the journey along the path of Nibbana, and where Lord Buddha has mentioned that if the first half is like the Himalayan mountain, the second half is just few stones, you have it in your palms. So now when you start working on the first half, now let's hear what the second half is. And so the Aparabhaga Patipada has two sections, one called Krutya Jnana. This is the practical experience of the Dhamma knowledge within you, which is the Satya, which is called Satya Satipatthana, which means that seeing the truth behind a thought, seeing how the mind is formed, we called it Yatha Bhuta Jnana, and also we call Yoniso Manasikara, and then seeing the truth of a thought and freeing from it. So the Krutya Jnana is the practical experience of the Dhamma knowledge within you, which is the Satya Satipatthana. And this is, you experience that Dhamma knowledge, you apply those Dhamma knowledge within you, that seeing the truth behind a thought means that how the mind is formed, the mind consciousness through thoughts, and we call that Yoniso Manasikara. And then seeing the truth of a thought and freeing from it. You see a thought, how that thought is created, and the next is you are freeing from that thought, which is practical experience of the thought is not as real, that the thought is not real. And then the practical experience of there is no soul, and then you experience of that investigating, that insight, meditation, the state of mind which has the base of analyzing the truth. We call it Savitakka Savichara, which is Vidarshana Samadhi, you call it. So through the Krutya Jnana, you basically applying those Dhamma knowledge within you. You seeing the truth behind the thought. When you start seeing those thoughts, you see the truth, how that thought is created, and then you see that thought and freeing from it. You see it as a thought, that thought is not real, and then you see that the feeling of from that thought that comes is not as soul, and then you see that when you start seeing that, it is that state of mind which has the base of analyzing the truth, which is the savitakka savichara, vidarshana samadhi we call it. So the next thing is krutajnana. At this point, there is nothing a person could do. This is just a natural phenomena. Everything is captured at the intuitive stage, which is at the Samma Samadhi stage. So when you start seeing the thought process, and when you see when you start applying those practical knowledge within you, that is called the Krutyajnana. And then the Krutajnana is you start seeing that it is not a person doing it. This is just a natural phenomenon. It's a system. And you just see everything just it's just a program. You are in that program. You have nothing to do with you. You are not the creator. You are not a participator in that program. You're just an observer. You just see it. You have nothing to do within that. You just accept that, and you trust the process and let that process run. And you are not being affected that process. You're not a participant in that process. You're just an observer. And that intuitive stage we called Samma Samadhi. And that peaceful state of mind with the practical experience of there's no existing soul, and the knowledge of fading, of feeling I, me or mine, we call that Samma Samadhi. And Lord Buddha, as per Lord Buddha's words, if someone tries to move while in a canoe, then the canoe will capsize. So you need to have that balance in order for you to attain that Samma Vimukti. And that Samma Vimukti has been identified in so many different words. Arahanta Samadhi. And Buddothpada Aran Wahanse has simplified this path, and Aran Wahanse actually guide people how could that this prodigy the knowledge, how he has simplified in a step-by-step process where we can follow this in our day-to-day life. And first of all, it is about the true knowledge, the Satya Jnana, the practical experience of the Dhamma knowledge within you. You need that the Krutya Jnana. And and then you start realizing that this is a natural process. This is a system that takes place and there's no doer. So this is the Kritajnana. And there is it's a system, gradually, step by step process, and it happens in that way. The Satya Jnana Darshana, the Kritya Jnana Darshana, and Kritajnana Darshana. If you follow the process this way, the fading of I, myself, the fading of Sakkaya Ditthi, and then the fading of the notion of a self. The notion of a soul exists, and you will start experiencing that, and then you will start feel that selflessness. And to simplify, to summarize these steps, the first step is that we need to start listening to Dhamma, and then we need to start learning the true knowledge, which is the Satya Jnana, which is about how the soul is formed, and then identify the notion of the soul, and the perception of a soul exists. And when you start listening and learning the true Dhamma, then when you have that Satya Jnana, you exactly know how the soul is formed, how that notion of me, I, mine is formed, and that perception of myself, it is me who's doing it. Everything happens to me. That notion, that perception collapses when you have that knowledge. And when you have that first step, one must invest that time and effort to grasp this true knowledge. Only when you have that true knowledge, you can walk in this path towards that right direction, and you will not get lost, because when you know it is like you have to go somewhere, and if you don't know the address of that location, you will get lost in your way. And this is that true knowledge. It's like you have that we'll say that Google Maps, or you have you know it is like you have the right address, and then you have that knowledge how to go, which roads to take, and you know how to drive your car. As an example, if you think about that you have to go somewhere, and then you have the address, you know where to go, and you have a car that filled up with the fuel, and you know how to drive, and and you know that is your true knowledge. And then you have someone who guides you towards that path, like you're using GPS or Google Maps or some kind of guidance, and that is your Kalyana Mitra who's showing you that path to go. And it is like that. So you need to first have that, the knowledge, the super wisdom. You have to gain it through that knowledge. Then you know exactly how you should go in this path. No one can fool you. And at the same time, you know how that magic happens, and you know how your mind function and how the thought process creates. So the second step, that first step is that true knowledge, and the second step is that you should experience everything that you associate through your senses are your mind and your thoughts. There's actually nothing outside. And then there's no outside world. You have to know. I will, in the next discussion, I will talk in detail how the outside world is created. Here I'm only today I'm only talking about the steps, and in my next discussion I will take these topics in detail and explain in detail what these steps are, and I will elaborate it more. So the second step is that you know that you experience that, you see that everything we associate through our mind, and there's nothing outside, there's no objects outside. And then the third step, you see that mind consciousness, the thoughts are not real. And the fourth step is the outside world and the mind consciousness. They're both not real. And the last step is our mind conscious is not your soul, but it's just a system. So this is just a summary of the path. And in the next discussion, I will explain these topics in detail. And I will conclude my discussion today. And I worship Aryan Wahanse for his noble guidance, and may Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Saranai.
Everyone, Saranai, dear friends of Dhamma. Welcome to the our English home talk. First, we would like to be my Buddothpada spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher. And we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma home talk. Today, I don't know, say, until the in class, will we discuss about Dhamma. Do you know how a Buddhist thinks? There is no self, Sattva here. What is wrong is not thinking about this for such a long time until now. In the history, the kings used to build the Hindu Koil inside the temples as they married South Indian Hindu women. Then half of the Hinduism and half of the Buddhism got blended together and preached to the kings in his manner. At last it became authority. It is all mixed up now. If somebody is this pure Dhamma, how good it is. How fortunate today the Buddhists are getting away from the Dhamma and they got standard. That is why we say the Buddhists are helpless without knowing the pure Dhamma. We ask, sorry, we ask you to listen to this Dhamma peacefully. Don't get trust. It is enough for you to even a day if you mindful of this Dhamma. If you correctly investigate of Dhamma, when you listen, you may sit as a worldly person, and at the time you get up, you will be noble one. Aryan. There is a person sitting down who is of the view that everything is real outside. We say that there is nothing as such outside. Everything is the mind. If we realize that nothing is outside, his attachment to outside disappear and he got this relieved from the outside. Now he is heading towards the stream entrance, Sotapanna. He realizes that there is no truth outside. There is no heaven or hell in. Then there is no place to go. Here only he means mind appears and disappears. Only that. There is no exciting mind in a person. Can you understand that this is non-self, anatma, no person? Chakku nityato anichato, nicham bante. The Buddha asks, is eye permanent or impermanent? The bhikkhu replied, impermanent bante. If the eye is impermanent, it is suffering. Therefore, can it be taken as self? No reason. This is an anatma dhamma, only this moment, nothing else. We preached this dhamma while associating with the Tripitaka. The Tripitaka evident that you are telling the truth. The reason that all sutras in the Tripitaka say about the anatma dhamma, non-self, anatma. We need to bear in the mind only the pure dhamma. Otherwise, do not have a path to go. We can do offering like other days. We can do whatever as we did earlier, but we need to see whether two thoughts related to desire, every sin and delusion, and overshadowing our minds. If you see these all thoughts are not true and nothing out there, you see the Buddha nature within you. While seeing that you can worship the Buddha with it. Spend the most of time you everything while thinking that there is the Buddha. There is a person on the outside. Do you worship while remembering that when Dhamma is recalled, the flame of desire, anger, and illusion, and the time and the mind is getting extinguished? Recall that when you see the truth, the flame is the mind puts out. This is the journey which leads to put out burning desire. That is how the mind should be cleaned. In this way, purifying the mind every moment in rest meritorious way. Therefore, we know that the faith based on wisdom, Akarati Saddha, deeds over extinguish in flames of desire, anger, delusion. This is called seeing the truth. This means understanding that there is no certain mind. This will lead to the purification of the mind. On the other hand, seeking merit is based on the blind faith. Amulka Sad. Here what you do is see into that there is no mind. You see a mind arise and vanishes momentarily, and there is no exciting mind. The moment you realize the truth, the flames of desire, anger, and delusion in the mind are getting extinguished. If there is a mind, there are desire, anger, and delusion. The mind is available means the book is available. The book is available means the mind is available. Likewise, the child is available, home is available. These all the things are uttered by the mind. But one sees this mind is not true. It is the start of desire, anger, and delusion. Then the mind beings to get fulfilled. Up till now, like is law. You did everything what your mind had told you to do. How much you worked for the mind. At the last moment, the same mind does not bear an responsibility for that it asks you to do. You murdered another because the mind went to ask him to do. But this mind does not take the responsibility for the outcome. Following the mind directives mainly increase the intensity of desire and the delusion. When like this we practice our day-to-day Dhamma, many times we face the many problems and many we need to get a solution for that. Then a Buddothpada spiritual guidance teacher always needed to uh, explain the correct path. Then we will wait a moment. Buddothpada right spiritual guidance teacher joining us.
Much merits, Pavitra, Venerable Paritra Manual, Aryan Hansi, Thiruvan Saranai. Aryan Hansi spoke to me last night and asked me to commence the discussion. Aryan Hansi might join during the discussion, or like yesterday, we might have to conclude without Aryan Hansi if Aryan Hansi I couldn't find some time. So first, let me pay homage to noble triple gem, and may us pay homage at the feet of Venerable Buddothpada Aryan Vansa, our spiritual guide and noble friend. So, dear friends, we are all interested in finding a solution for this unending suffering. As we discussed yesterday, this suffering begins because of the ignorance, because we don't know the truth. A Buddha has to attain nirvana and explain the truth to mankind for them to understand it and liberate themselves from the suffering. And the noble friend or the Kalyana Mitra, who is practically experiencing it, have to give the guidance to the lay people or people like you and us. That's what was happened when our Samma Sambuddha, Tathagata, Lord Buddha attained nirvana, and it's such a difficult thing to explain. And even if you explain it to the ignorant people, they don't want to stop the rebirth. That is the craving for rebirth. In Pali, it's called Atma Tanha. And this Dhamma was not encouraged by our Lord Buddha to write down and practice after parinirvana or the demise of the Lord Buddha. Because this practical experience, you can't write it down in a book. And Buddha's instruction was to the monks, go to villages or the townships and preach and explain them the practical path. And his advice was not to travel two monks in one road. So you understand how important it is for a noble friend to have for you to understand this Dhamma. How many times you read all these books will not give you this. As a person who done it, I can vouch for it. If you look at the Buddhist history, after the Parinirvana, even till Emperor Ashoka's time, no Buddhist statue or anything was established. There is a reason for this. Once Buddha was not in the temple, Venerable Ananda Thero, who was feeling sorry for the people who are coming to see Buddha and not Buddha is not available at the temple, decided to construct a Buddhist Buddha statue. And a carpenter made it a Buddhist statue of the Buddha. And when Buddha returned to the temple, he saw this. And Buddha's immediate instruction was to disassemble it and throw it to the river. Because in this Dhamma, there is, as soon as you believe, there is something in existence, even a Buddhist Buddha statue, in return, is feed your ego and the soul. That's why Buddha never allowed to construct statues or write down the sutras. Fortunately for us, most of these sutras were remembered by arahats. Arahats are the people who attain nirvana and without defilements, and they memorize the sutra from Buddha, and same time they show the practical guidance to the lay people how to attain nirvana or how to eradicate suffering. So these teachings of Buddha came from mouth to mouth, and these are actually practical experiences of individual monks who were in a much more advanced level than the monks you find nowadays, majority of monks. And unfortunately, with the invasions to India and to Sri Lanka and many other countries where the real Buddha's teaching how to overcome the suffering was lost. Especially Kingdom of Dambadeni, I believe, the books were not written. And there was a famine, and there at that time 60,000 of arahats had no choice but to write it down because they knew they are going to parinirvana or demise. This is how we got the books. Books are very important. Nowadays, if somebody managed to understand the true Dhamma and read out these books, you will see how they are matching. So these Tripitakas and books are very important. So my friends in Dhamma, how do we use this understanding for our liberation? Buddha's guidance was, and the Aryan Vansa is emphasizing that all the time, is Arya Parishana or Arya research. That's what we have to do ourselves. Understanding the truth. The truth begins when you were born, as we discussed yesterday. And even though an infant is a blank sheet, it has Ashrava, or the child has some sort of a formation or some sort of a condition that it's getting attached. He's getting attached or she's getting attached. And that's why a child is hungry. He used to have mother's milk, would try to cry and get it. And as soon as as soon as he's taken away from the mother's breast, he cries again. Why is that? Why is it that? This is because it is the essential core for continuation. And then he grows into he grows into young adult, and then as a elderly person and die. Let me ask this question. What the purpose of life? Do we want to born and eat and have a family and then die? Is it having any meaning? Or is there more than that to your life purpose as a human being? That's why Lord Buddha said it's very rare to born as a human being and born in a time of a Buddha, Buddothpada time, and then hearing the true Dhamma. Coming back to the example of the child, I'm going back to the child because this is the inception of how we come into existence. And this is how the suffering created, starting point of the suffering. Even a birth is suffering, but you can see clearly, visible to you from your childhood, how this was gradually turned into a suffering throughout the life. Dear friends, the six senses or the six entities, in Pali it's called ayatana. The similar meaning to that is entity, has a deep meaning. What is this deep meaning? The deep meaning is entity or a factory. What that does is it's produce things. And our six senses, eyes produce vision, ears produce sound, tongue produce taste, body gives you the sensation, nose gives you the smell. And these entities, creation of feelings or vision or hearing, create the world. Going back to the mother's example, as soon as these entities recognize the profile of mother, the child start to believe there is mother. Same time, the ego is created and the soul is created. Actually, is there a soul? It's just a thought, isn't it? And these five entities are sensitive to vibrations. And hearing is a vibration. That's common knowledge. And eyesight is same. And sensation in the body is same. Taste as well as the smell. Aren't we slave to these vibrations? Think about it. Have a long thought about it. We are more smarter than this, isn't it? And these five entities with mind continuously work as a process. That's how you get the vision and the feelings and believe you are in existence. As Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse's examples, when you have a river, do you believe there is a river? It's a collection of water drops, isn't it? It's a speed. How fast the river flows depends on how much water is in the river, or that is how many drops are there. During the rainy season, river get flooded, and you can see, you can see you can sight the river more coming over the banks. And in the dry season, you can't see the river. Same like our six senses. With the vibration, these six senses continuously work. And nobody can understand it. Coming back to the childhood, for us to understand the truth, don't you see that we were like, I mentioned this yesterday also, like dolls, winding dolls when we were small, like we were wind up. Starting with the parents, they teach you certain things, how to eat, how to recognize people, and they teach you who is the father, siblings, family, and then moving on, you will go into the preschool. There you will learn colors, and you will learn how to how to do your, you will learn how to be independent, like going to your toilet, trying to go to toilet. Those kind of things are taught. And this is where the ego and the craving start to come in. And the preschool, if you can remember, you were fighting for your eraser, and you try to grab into things. This is how the soul and ego solidify and getting stronger and stronger. And when you go to school, they will ask what you want to be one day, and you will get that signal, I want to be this and that. This is how your ego and soul is created. Actually, is there a soul? That's why anatma, non-soul, is explained by noble ones. As long as you believe there is a soul, there is a suffering. Because you will try to keep things the way you want, which is impossible because of impermanence, anitya. Would you explain impermanence? Take a moment and see how many thoughts are coming to your mind at this time. Isn't it incredible? That's a speed. You can't count the thoughts and you can't be control of it. It's like the river flows and we are also being floated away, isn't it? We are at mercy till a noble friend come and tell us this is the truth and you are slave of your six entities. And these six entities are creating a mirage and we are running behind this mirage throughout our lives, isn't it? Now you understand how much we are exposed to this system and how much we are a slave to it. How do you overcome it? It's not an easy thing to do because you were trained from the day you were born, or you were brainwashed to believe there is a world in existence, and you were groomed to dream. And even if you know the truth, it's not an easy thing to unwind or turn it that way, turn it around and liberate yourself. My friends, this is why it's critical to have a noble friend. He can guide you, but it's up to you to liberate yourself. We are very lucky to born in a Buddothpada period and understanding this truth. So how do you this unimaginable thing? Because we worked on our thoughts and we get a thought and we act according to that. That is called Chitta Rupa. And these Chitta Rupas are sometimes very hard to understand whether it's true or is it just a That's the flow of thoughts. But none of them are true. They are all based on your six senses and flowing at a very fast speed. This is where you are being shown by the noble friend and a spiritual guide to awaken your insightful wisdom. Those are not thoughts. These wisdoms are being suppressed by the thoughts because when you're born as an infant and going on and on, you will get more and more sankara or thoughts post into your mind. So the wisdom is gradually going away and away, and you will become a slave to your mind. To get this insightful wisdom, you have to have mindfulness. What is this mindfulness? I believe you have heard it a lot of times in your workplace. Even Western countries are now picking it up in a different way, which is not the mindfulness. In Mahasati Satipatthana, depending on origination doctrine, our Lord Buddha exclaimed, and what we learn from our spiritual guide, Venerable Buddothpada, is completely different to what mindfulness, which is taught in most of these workplace trainings. What is this vidarshana or insightful wisdom, mindfulness? Going back to the example of the child, when he was taught that mothers, when he was educated or when he was forced to believe, let me use it as the first word yours, forced, which is not correct, but for us to understand, when he was forced to believe the mother, this is the place you believe that you are in existence. And continuing on, everything you learn from outside, colors, when you believe there is a yellow outside, this is the feed to soul. That vibration create the soul or the ego. And as long as you want to be this kind of a professional, you believe there is a professional of this kind outside, and your ego is fed with this to be professional or the scientist or whatever. So this insightful meditation, what it does is it allows you, or it make you to focus on your six entities or these senses. And for example, right now, I'm looking at my computer and talking to you. And if I believe that, if I say that there's a computer in front of me, that's how the soul is created. So what Buddha said was ditte dittamattang. That is, if you seen, just only seen. And you shouldn't process the see what you saw further up. I believe you have experience like when you see something suddenly with that vision, you will get something totally different visionaries visions from nowhere. If you see that this is how the system runs. So this continuation of thoughts with the vibration coming from outside, these five sense entities captures it, and then the mind run the pictures. So in the insightful wisdom, you see just it's a system and you just see it, and you are not taking as your me, mine, myself. My Dhamma friends, this is the code to elevate yourself from suffering. Let me give you another example. If you hear a sound which was a bad experience for you, for example, if you have met an accident before and you heard maybe 10 years back, when you hear accident or see accident on the road, immediately that sound and vision takes you to that bad memory, and then you go and relive that bad memory. Then it's suffering. This is a simple example I can give you, but it's up to you. It's our research. It's your own work. What others can do is give you guidance and share their experience. Today I will suggest to you all, take few minutes of your time, sit in one place, maybe facing nature, a tree or something, and look at that tree and see how the six senses are working. You will see the tree, and within a second you will get another feeling or another thought, and you will feel a wind coming and blowing over you. That the body sensation. Sometimes you will get a smell if you sitting in a garden. So, and see and experience yourself how the mind is running. It's just like another system, no difference to television or a mobile. Just a sensor board, and don't stuck in those thoughts. And when you practice this continuously, you will start to feel this is the wisdom. Wisdom gives you the feeling. Thoughts are only thoughts, thinking. That's what our noble friend Aryan is always try to help us with, is to feel, not to be a slave of thoughts. Then gradually your suffering will fade away. With that, also your defilements for cravings, all other things bothers you. And this is, as the Lord Buddha said, greatest merit you can do for yourself, not donating billions, but to unwind yourself and liberate yourself. And this is non-soul, anatma. And I would like to suggest, if somebody is interested to learn about how to do practical experience of the Vidarshana, Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa has given 7-day practical pathway. And if you go into Buddothpada channels, you will find the guidance, and you can practice it yourself wherever you are. If you are in Sri Lanka, you can go and practice it in one of the Metmalarana practical training centers and temples. But this is so much so easy, and you can do it from your home even, and that gives you how to overcome the six senses, and just to understand it's, and when you do this practical training, you will understand it's a system just running, and it's not me, mind, myself. And there are some telephone numbers as well. If you want, you can contact those Venerable Mehenin Vahanses and Venerable Theros, as well as some professionals are getting involved and helping out people. So you can find details in the Buddothpada websites, and please use this opportunity. And it might be not only once in life, but it would be once in samsara. And this is the reawakening of Buddothpada era. Thank you for listening. May this meritorious deed assist you in attain blissful nirvana. Thank you. Venerable Manu,
Yes.
I think Aryan Mahansi
Yes,
is
Arun was
is
joining us now.
okay. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Aryan Hansa, Thiruvan Saranai, our Buddothpada Dhamma friend.
Thiruvan Saranai.
Just a little thought. Now, as our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpada Aryan Hansa always and repeatedly explains to us the place, the Rupantiko Ayuso Rupam. I think that's the most important place where we have to clear up, isn't it? Before we have to come out of the mundane world. We have to contemplate on that, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's right. Each thought is the birth, isn't it?
yes.
And
So,
I think it's clearly, this is my feeling, and that's how even you lose your breath in this body. What was the thought you had last time, and it will be telepathy into another place where Samanantare, or where it's Samanantare means is
the telepathy
um,
system.
yeah, it's telepathy, and in Pali Samanantare means something similar to where Samanantara, it, 2 points have,
Yeah,
yes, where the 2 points are having equal wavelength.
yeah,
And so it's obvious, isn't it? When you lose breath in this body, what was your last thought might be vibrating with somewhere you never know. So that's the danger of samsara as well.
yeah.
Um, yeah, and um,
So
and
actually, yeah, what we
and
have to
Naren
do.
Nancy,
Yes, yes,
sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
yes. I just want to say that we have to understand the system, isn't it? The sensor level and the
Yes,
vibrations. All happens due to the vibrations, no? The existent
yes,
feeling, how the
yes,
soul is made, and
yes,
we
and
think there's something, and how we get
mm,
attached or disattached. All the
yeah,
things happen to these vibrations, no? So, yeah,
exactly. Exactly, and even if you understand it, you are by now you know after practicing it for years, still how difficult it is to unwind, isn't it? Go
that's
against it. It's like
yes,
uh, try to swim in a flooded river, other
mm,
side, like going uh, try to swim opposite direction of the flooding river.
yeah,
So that's why it's very important to have a noble friend to guide you. You can easily get lost anytime. And coming back to that Samanantara and telepathy, Aryan was his example of television where you can capture the signals coming from the US or coming from Pidrutalagala, staying in Colombo. And so that's the classic example. That's the best example I have seen. But till that Aryan ones, till I started to listen to Buddothpada, I didn't understand what is this Samanantara. And we are very lucky nowadays. All these things what we find in our sensor system are being built as equipments. So if you are smart enough and if you are ready to do RA research, you can realize it yourself. So there are ample of examples for you to see and understand Satyajnana, or the true wisdom, isn't it?
Therun Saranai. Everybody, yeah, it's okay. Very worth everybody is explaining everything. But especially I want to remember, I want to remind something. That's a present moment. Let's awaken to the moment. This present moment is happening in everything. But so this present moment is the thought is not real. No, every moment have a thought. No, this present moment is the we are living only this present moment. Somebody is thinking the future is only the present moment, only the thought. So someone is reminding something fast. This present moment only the thought. This present moment is the only the we are living. But this present moment, Buddha is explaining, is not real. It's illusion. That's Dhamma. That's the true Dhamma. That's the awakened moment. What is this present moment is? How is this present moment is this thought is creating? This is the dependent origination. No, I think everybody know this now. This nobody is here. No one is here. We are thinking everything. Thinking world, it's mindful world. It's not real. How we have suffering, how we have that is sadness, how is coming this, and this is the our story. No living being is here. Who is suffering is coming? No one is here who is suffering. This thought is the you. Otherwise, who are you? You are not a body. You are your mind. The mind is not working. The senses are not working. There's a briefing is ending. The senses are not working. That's the death. What is this death? Death also the thought. You are thinking. That's only the thought. But how is these thoughts are creating? That's the story. That's the explaining. We are doing what we are doing. We are doing the explain this truth. This truth is this present moment. Only the we are living. But is this not true? No, it's okay. That's a nothingness. That's a endless. That's a nothingness. That's a no being, no living being, nothing existent. Why? This present moment is not real. So someone understood this. Not birth, not death. Only the thought is creating like a machine. It is not real. No. That is the story. Someone understood this. Everything is okay. Everything is no problem because no one is here. Who is sadness? Who's coming sadness? That's only the thoughts creation. Who's worried? No one to worry. No reason for worry because everything is not real. No, it's okay. That's the explained very rare. That's a dependent origination, real one. Someone understood. That is the real dependent origination. Understood. Someone. It's a mind creation. How is this thoughts are creation? That's the kindergarten time little baby. What happened? That is infant that before kindergarten baby. There's a real in mind. Someone understood this Dhamma is finally coming in that place because this world is not real. It's a mind. No value. After his value is gone. No worry anything. After that is endless happiness. Because it's a tranquility. It's a peace. It's okay, no? Well, thank you. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Paddy here also. Everyone, it's okay. And tomorrow we can discuss again. It's okay. Thiruvan sir,
Matthew Karimasi, Thiruvan
Thiruvan
Saranai.
sir.
Thiruvan Saranadi Dhamma friends, Dhamma. Welcome to our English Zoom is the talk. First, we would like to pay our Buddothpada spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. Today we are talking about Dhamma when Tilla Renanse joining us. We are talking about an external world which is considered true. In a real sense, words in appearing in the mind. For an animal, also there is a world appearing. It is called Sattva, living being, due to the appearance of the world. For all living beings, the world is appearing in the mind. The world appearing in the human mind is not the one appearing in the animal mind. Even every living being experiences different world from each other. The bee experiences the world age-shaped. The cockroach experiences the world as red. The bat uses the radar system to recognize the world. Therefore, we see that living beings contact the world in different ways. If we take the worm, it does not have eyes and he experiences the world. Thought contact. Thought the cockroach does not have ears. It experiences the world with signals. So, these signals it experiences moments and vibrations. We can see that there is an issue in your inner understanding, explaining the moment awakening. Buddhakshana is different from person to person according to their views. If one consider I am seeing, doing, listening, etc., he takes the whole scenario in the narrow line. It is not the way the Buddha explained in the Dhamma of dependent origination, Father. This occurs with the realization of the person who is living the proper understanding of the philosophy of Dhamma and the right view based on the understanding of their own levels. This realization is a very hard task. The Buddha said that it was easy to break into 100 pieces of hair of a horse, but it was very difficult to understand this. This realization is not an easy task. On the surface, it looks simply. We do have story of self-view, Atmaditi. We used to see everything on this view of self. There is no one is doing it. There is no one who is seeing. There is no one is feeling. There is nothing happens as such. Here only nature acts. There are only nature that exists. To view this, there should be a very keen and sharp focus. This cannot be seen with the view of self, Atmaditi. Pure advantage cannot go out from the illusion of consciousness. Therefore, we try to understand everything through the illusion of consciousness. This is our helplessness. The Dhamma is beyond the illusion of consciousness, where consciousness is not appearing. And thus, it can only be recognized by wisdom, jnana. Wisdom and consciousness are two different sensations. We emphasize frequently wisdom, jnana, was not consciousness, vijnana. That is why the Buddha told jnayasa adhigamaya, not the vijnanasa adhigamaya. We can understand clearly that all these depend on the wisdom acquired from listening to noble friends Kalyana Mitra and reading Suttame Jnana. Why are these called wisdom? This very delicate matter. The Buddha could have told some of wisdom. Jnana is only a word. Now we have told consciousness. Jnana is also a word. It is not tied anywhere. This consciousness is the I, its nose are the just feelings which we experienced or these faculties. These do not really exist, just put them in place by ourselves. Why we all jnana after everything when we talk about different kind of wisdom? For example, wisdom of rising and passing away, Udyabhijnana, Udyavajnana, and acquiring wisdom through listening the reading, Sutta. In the books, it is called knowing, especially. This is completely against Dhamma. It is hard to write in word. For an example, nobody can replace in writing the taste of salt. That is why we tell you that this wisdom has to be realized. Actual wisdom is awareness. After we see an object, we have an awareness that we saw it. It is called Suttamenyana. When we listen to something, we know that this is truth. Then we try to understand what we thought was correct by this listening and treat that knowledge as wisdom. But what we thought is not wisdom, Suttamenyana is acquiring knowledge by listening. Then there is a sense of feeling. There are two words called Janato Passato, knowing and thinly. Then Deka. These two words take you to the whole journey. Then, okay, we are always like practicing our day-to-day practice in life, we always face some problem or to clear our dhamma. So our Buddothpada spiritual guidance teacher always ready to explain to clear path to us. So wait a moment and Buddothpada ආරංචි join with us. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless us all.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Homage to Thiruvan Saranai. Homage to Noble Triple Gem. Venerable Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, the Noble One, Kalyana Mitra, may us pay homage at your feet. Friends in Dhamma, today our topic is Three Universal Truths, the marks of existence. In Pali, it's called Anitya, impermanence, Dukkha, suffering, Anatma, non-soul. This is the three marks of existence. First, let me begin asking you a question. Have you ever thought about how did you come into existence? Why are you suffering? What is this pain you are having? Take a moment and think whether you understand what is it. I believe you are confused. So do we. Please let me allow you to explain what we are experiencing. I'm a novice to this path and this language is not my first language, but we will do our best to explain what we are experiencing. Our Lord Buddha, 2500 years back, attained nirvana under the Bo tree and realized something which never heard before. And we were hearing some part of this Dhamma, but we never understood how it works. And we were searching for the truth. Venerable Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, our spiritual teacher, was kind enough to explain it in simple, understandable way for everyone. Let us begin. The best example I have ever seen, heard, or heard to explain what's going on with us. Don't make a mistake, my Dhamma friend. This is our life. It's our story. As long as you don't understand the truth, you are lost. You are suffering. The example, childhood. When we born into this world, we were blank sheet. Even you can't remember it, you would have seen it with other newborns. The Buddothpada Aryanvance's example, how the child first recognized the mother, gives you the understanding how the world is created. Let me revisit this example. As you know, our first teachers are parents. Among them, our mother is the carer. She feeds you, she teaches you, she takes care of you, and then she started to teach you things. In most instances, the first thing mother will teach you is how to recognize herself. How does she do this? She comes to the infant and start to speak with the child. Now, child doesn't have any understanding or any memory for most of the newborns, but the child can see, hear, taste, and feel, and the memory is just about to begin. For us to understand, all of the human beings are having 6 senses. So child with these 6 senses captures the mothers as a profile. So when the mother says to him, mom, mom, the sound of mom is captured from the ears of the child, and the vision of the mom is seen by the child. And the sensation body when mother care for the child, that feeling of the mother's touch captures the child. Mind, child's mind. In addition to that, the taste of the mother's milk when the mother feeds him, and the smell of the mother, all these things, all these 5 senses with the mind now understand to process the profile of mother. This is the first time a newborn or a child within 6 months to 1 year maybe will start to realize the world. This classic example of Venerable Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa really gave us the understanding how the soul is created. When the child begins to realize there is something called mother or mom outside, this is the time that he or she started to believe there is something exists outside. So all the six senses, this is a system. I don't have to explain to you. We are living in a modern world. Most of the equipments we are having now, right now, are based on sensors. Where do you think scientists or the people who developed these equipments got the idea? It's our bodies, humans as well as animals. All beings have senses. They can be different, but all are having senses. All beings are based on senses. The best senses, you can't say best senses, but when you have it for a human, these are the senses will let you understand how this system works, and this is the place you can realize you can overcome this system and liberate yourself from suffering. Coming back to that example of mother, when the mother is there, the child is happy, and the child is not there, the mother is not there, is not happy. This is the two extreme what Tathagata, our Lord Buddha said, that's too extreme, which makes all the suffering, and the middle way path is the solution. So, to explain my understanding of this mother works and how this mother's image will make the child happy, and when the mother is there, that's have, when the mother is not there, not, that makes the energy first time within the child's body. Haven't you realized it even in your personal experience? Take a moment and think. When you don't have something you don't like, or when you have something when you really want, don't you feel that energy? You want to have this thing what you want to have, and you want to get away from the things you don't want to have. This is can also kind of a winding up, like we are winding like a doll. These things continue to gradually absorb into the child, that is to you and me. When you go to preschool, you will learn certain things, and that with you learn to crave for things, and defilements are coming with that. That's where the soul going to get solidified, and you will do anything to preserve the soul, that is me, mine, myself. And coming back to these six senses, Buddothpada Aryan Vanse is giving classic examples. Our body and these six entities or six senses are similar to a sensor board of a television. When the same wavelength is similar, it captures the signals. How can we experience this? Take a moment. And see, sometimes when you sight something or when you hear something, suddenly another thought coming from nowhere, which is from the past. And it will continue to run like a movie. Do you know why it's happening? Are you in control of that? Of course not. It's the system. A person who doesn't understand this truth has a mind which run riot. As the Lord Buddha in his first sermon, Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra, it's in Pali. He said, Tiparivattam dvadasakarang yata bhutan jnana deepam suvisuddhang ahosi. That is the three wisdoms. In Pali, Satya, Krutya, Kruta. Satya is the key, wisdom. Knowing the truth. Knowing the truth is how this system works. It's not created by anyone. You are in a way you can say you are your own creator of the soul. If you are addicted to something, wow, you are full of defilements, it's up to you. As Lord Buddha showed it and Venerable Aryan Vanse emphasized, if you have to get out of this suffering, you have to understand clearly how this system works. And this system is impermanent because this moment thought won't be the next moment thought. The birth is the moment thought. First, we'll try to understand how system works and we'll see how the anatma or non-soul or the belief of us that there is me, mine, myself is there. If you go back to the example of the child and the realization of mother, as soon as the child started to believe there is Amma or there is something outside, there's Amma or mom, this is the time signal you get there is a soul or there is in existence. And this will go into wrong view or Atmadushti, that child will begins to believe there is me, mine, myself. Child will start to feed himself like I need food, I need to satisfy my senses, and he will search more and more to grab. Isn't it the case with us as well? Every day we fight to satisfy our six senses. Have we been satisfied those throughout our lives? Even what you satisfy with today might not satisfy you tomorrow. It cannot be satisfied ever at all. This is where you get the suffering, the pain, the fire inside you. You always struggle to satisfy these six senses. I don't have to give you examples. Think about it. Take a moment and think about how you are behaving throughout your life. Once in my life, I realized, even though I lived very long time, a person of mid-age, have I been happy for even 1 hour when I accumulate all the moments I was happy? No. A person lived a 40-year life, I challenge, wouldn't have been happy for maybe days, even for hours for some. This is the dukkha or suffering, universal truth, marks of existence. Now do you understand all this happening because of your senses? Our Lord Buddhas never heard Dhamma, Mahasatipatthana Sutra, doctrine of depending and origination, is the only way, and we are lucky enough to have our noble one, Kalyanamitra Aryan Mahansa, to explain it in a simple way. When you understand the truth or how these six senses are working, you will understand how the depending and origination take place. The senses are depend on the feeds coming from outside. This feed, based on this feed, you will get your thoughts. That's the origination. It's not on any other matter. It's purely on depending and origination. Vidarshana meditation or insightful meditation will give you the opportunity to be mindful of these six senses and overcoming being a slave to these six senses. And when you find a noble friend and a Kalyana Mitra, he will guide you how to overcome it. But it's up to us. As Buddha said, individual has to build their own vessel. This is also known as the Pruthajnana. Before coming to that, today we focus on the Satyajnana or the wisdom of truth. This is the key for anyone to liberate from suffering. And the positive and negative, if you go into extreme, you will create that energy and continue to collect defilements, and with the defilements you will get the craving, and when you can't have the things you want, will start to suffer. I would like to bring another example Venerable Aryan Hansa brought forward, is the positive negative energy creation. To simplify the first example, how the child's example, the hydropower energy creation, we all know today that rotation of the two ends of the magnet create the energy, and it will brought to your house as electricity. This is the same kind of a energy that we have in our body, that's created by have and not. And when the child start with recognition of mother, this energy itself create more and more energy. Another example Aryan Vansa gives is the car battery. The car battery charge itself when the car moves. Same thing happens with our body. Have you experienced when you have something bothers you, or sometimes it can be happiness, that you feel some sort of energy going down your body? Sometimes if a shocking thing happens, you feel you've been burnt. This is that energy. My friends, you have to investigate this and realize yourself, is it just a system running and we are a slave to this system? As long as you are a slave to it, you will suffer. We were searching this truth for many decades, and we didn't understand how the soul is created and how this wrong view is being carried forward. Our spiritual reader, Buddothpada Aryan Vansa, explain it without anything to be clarified. And Buddothpada Aryan Vansa is trying to pass this message to non-speaking Sinhala people as well. It's our duty, when you understand something and you are experiencing it yourself, to explain to the others as a fellow human being. Please don't lose this opportunity. Try to investigate yourself. As Lord Buddha said, reason for suffering, reason for suffering, cure for suffering, and the liberation all in this body. Your body is the teacher. Mindful to your body and become the master of your body, not a slave. This is the time you will liberate yourself. Since we have few more minutes, I will touch base on the Krutya Jnana and Krutajnana, the wisdom of practical experience, and finally having the super tranquility when somebody has that ability to be mindfulness of your six senses. So the Kritak wisdom is first time revealed by Venerable Buddothpada our Enhancer. In this, you should further analyze your understanding of the truth or wisdom of truth and be mindful of the six senses and understand how the soul is created. Each and every moment you are creating your soul. Going back to the child's example, first time when he recognized the mother, that's the time soul is created. Meaning, as soon as you start to believe there is something exists outside, the same time the other end of it is your soul is there. This is why middle way path is the way out of this situation. And we all are victims of soul. And then this created the wrong view that me, mine, myself, and I must preserve it at any cost. That's why you will find so much of crimes and in the end suffering your own suffering you experience. In the Krutak Jnana or the Krutak wisdom, you should try to separate yourself from feeding your ego or the soul as much as possible. You must understand it's just a system and a process running. It's nothing there for me to grab as me, mine, myself. For this, you need to have the insightful concentration throughout your life with the four postures day to day. The four postures are when you stand up, sitting, lying down, or walk. And you should focus how signals are coming or the vibrations are coming and how these vibrations create the thoughts and how it telepathy into visions and sometimes running riot mind or a movie running in your head. This is what Buddha said, kusal, or the meritorious deeds, This is the greatest things he advised. Even Buddothpada Aryanvasi always tell us to be practical. That's the greatest gift you can give to yourself, and it's worth doing any other merit or any other donations or any other work you do. This is the real ability or the talent you should have, not to be a slave of your senses or the system, but to understand it's a system running and not to carried away with the system and do mistakes or defilements. And the third part of this is Krutya Jnana. When you have this concentration or mindfulness, you will have a very peaceful life. You will not suffer and you will understand impermanence, and then there is no soul. This is the ultimate objective of all Buddhists. Hope you can get something out of this, and I humbly hope that I explain it to best of our ability, and you will gradually reduce your suffering and liberate yourself. May this meritorious deed of listening to this Dhamma talk help you to attain Nirvana. Thiruvan Saranai. Manu, is Aryan Vanse available today?
Not yet, no, sir. Not yet. I say
Okay,
not.
then we can wind up, or is anyone having any questions? Then Pavitra Manu will wind up for the day, and thank you very much for listening.
Oh, I give a call. I will give a call Arinahanse, okay?
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Teran Sanai Alan Hansen. Teran Sanai, all Dhamma friends. Let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. So let us begin with a simple observation. Before any explanation begins, something is already happening. There is seeing, there is hearing, and there are different sensations in the body. These experiences appear without effort, without an owner. We do not decide for the ear to make sound, to generate sound vibrations. We do not command the eye to generate colors, images, but those sensors are already working. This is the first level of experience, a raw contact. This raw contact itself is very simple. Eye creates light, ear creates sound vibrations, skin creates touch sensation. At this stage, there is no meaning yet, only signals, simple vibrations, whether it's color vibrations or sound vibrations or taste or smell or touch. When a signal arrives, our mind consciousness does not treat it as completely new. Instead, it compares the signal with patterns it has learned before. If the signal resembles something familiar, this recognition happens. For example, ear gets us a sound vibration. The mind consciousness compares that vibration with a pattern. Suddenly, the sound is recognized as a voice. But if you notice carefully, if you look at it, you will notice something important. This vibration, this sound vibration itself did not say, I am a voice. That interpretation, that labeling came from the mind consciousness. Recognition is mind consciousness responding to that signal. Without a mind consciousness, the signal would remain simply as it is, simply as that vibration. But once this recognition occurs, thought adds the details, the name, labeling. This is a voice. This labeling is extremely powerful. When something receives a name, it becomes stable in the mind consciousness. It has become an object. The naming allows the mind consciousness to group many experiences together. For example, many different objects can all be labeled as a tree. They may look different, but the name organizes them into one category. Naming simplifies that complexity of the world, but it also hides the fact that each experience is unique, new, fresh. Thought replaces the living experience with a concept, a perception. After this naming, after this labeling, this association begins. When a thought appears, it rarely stands alone. It connects with other thoughts, other sense of contact, other experiences. When the age is higher, there is more data, more those associations occurring because that person has learned so much in their life already. So more thoughts. For example, the word rain. That word rain may bring several associations. The rain itself is a thought. That thought includes that sound, the sound of falling wood, the smell of wet soil, and more thoughts of walking in the rain. Another thought comes as an umbrella. All these elements gather around this one thought. But what we hear was just a sound wave, a simple sound wave, a sound vibration called rain. This gathering happens automatically. Nobody does it. Our mind consciousness links patterns that have appeared together before. Or if we simplify it, it links thoughts that have appeared. So when one pattern activates, one vibration or sense of contact occurs, rest follows. This is how a single stimulus can produce a rich mental thing, illusory world. So now these senses rarely operate separate. When we encounter something, several senses work together, comes together. Suppose you eat a fruit. Our eye perceives the colors, nose detects its smell, tongue senses get the sweetness of it, and the fingers feel the texture. So all these signals arrive at nearly the same time. The brain links, the mind consciousness links them into one experience. Later, when only one signals appear, maybe perhaps the smell, the entire pattern can activate. And that's the thought. The taste may appear, the image of that fruit, that colors, the patterns on them appear. Our mind consciousness start to work on its illusion. It creates, it reconstructs that experience. Now this reconstruction has become a thought. Thought is not simply a word, a sound vibration. It is a collection of all those different sensor content. Those are vibrations. Thought is a reconstruction of many past sensory contact vibrations. When a thought appears, it carries fragments of sight, sound, smell, taste, and feeling. These fragments combine into a mental representation because this construction feels vivid and there are a lot of components, different vibrations to it. It has that power. So the sound vibration has its own vibration, color has its own vibration. But when all of these comes together, they create this thought vibration. And the thought vibration is another one. It differs. It different from the others. It's another vibration itself. It has its own. It has more vivid and realistic power. So we treat this thought as the reality. But it is assembled in pieces, assembled from sense contacts. It's not a direct event itself. It is a construction, a combination of different sense contacts, sense experiences, or we can say sense vibrations. So through this process, our mind consciousness builds a model of the world. So there is just not this one thought, there are many thoughts. So each of those thoughts has power. Now they are a collection of strong power. They build this model of this reality, model of this illusion, the so-called outside world. So this whole world is constructed from thoughts, and each thought is constructed, is a combination of sensor contents. So this world is a sensory created. The sensors provide the fragments of those informations. Thought organizes those fragments into objects, and those objects are placed in the space. So if there is any object, anything that we believe as outside world, it has to be generated from one of our sensor contacts, one of our sensor faculty, one of our five sensor faculty actually, because those are the only sensor faculties a human has. It doesn't stop there. Once the objects are placed in space, events are placed in time. Gradually, a stable world appears in experience. But remember, the world we perceive is a model created by the mind consciousness, created by the thoughts, created by the combination of each sensor contact. Without those sensor contacts, there is no thoughts or world. And there is nothing else apart from those sensor contacts. The brain never, the mind consciousness never directly touches the outside environment. It only interprets the signals. Thought is the tool that organizes those interpretations, give that life feeling, give that power to those interpretations. It doesn't stop there. At the same time, there is another model is formed. Signals on the body, constantly reaching the mind consciousness, different feelings, sense of contact. Not only that, heartbeats, breathing, movements, muscle tensions, all of these signals are created a sense of bodily presence. Thought then labels this presence as my body. From childhood, we hear a praise like, this is your hand, this is your face, this is your name, this is you, this is how you look. These repeated labels create solid identification. When they were repeated constantly, it has more power, and now it has become the reality. It creates this self, an identification. The brain, the mind consciousness, begins to group bodily sensations under the concept of self. This is how the feeling of me develops. Once this body is labeled as me, the mind begins to divide the experience, that inside and outside world. This division creates the idea of inside and outside. But if we examine the signals themselves, they are processed in the same place, the mind consciousness. There is no physical boundary in those signals. The boundary is part of the interpretation. Boundary is also created from the mind, from the thoughts itself. The thought creates this division. When inside and outside exist in the model, in this illusion, another idea appears. There seems to be a point from which everything is experienced. This point feels like the observer, the owner. The observer seems to watch the outside while sensing the inside body. But if we look carefully, this observer is also a thought. Everything we believe exists, real, is just merely created from, generated from nothing. All of these thoughts are concepts used to organize his experiences. Our mind consciousness assumes there must be a central point of awareness. This assumption becomes the feeling of a self, observing the world, experiencing the world, living in the world. Well, thoughts do not appear random. They follow patterns of association. Maybe it could be a sense of contact or another thought itself. They activate related patterns in the mind consciousness. But they are not in the mind consciousness. They telepathizes to that moment. But mind consciousness does that. Thoughts or those patterns. Those thoughts triggers additional thoughts. So the chain continues automatically. Nobody does it. It happens automatically. So for example, let's say we get a thought of a friend. A thought appears. That thought may lead to more thoughts about the past conversations, how they look, how they talk, every detail of them. Not only that, they also lead to plans for the future. Soon, a long chain of thoughts develops. But what really happens is one thought arose and it dies, it ceases, and another thought arises. Since it's happening so fast, the mind experiences this as a continuous thinking. They think they are thinking, but actually it's thoughts occurring and ceasing process. Because thoughts appear within our experience, we ignore the fact that it comes automatically without our control, and we often assume we control them. But if we watch closely, many thoughts arises without intention, without a control, without an owner. Thoughts appears unexpectedly. Thoughts related to those, feelings related to those, all of those appears unexpectedly. A worry appears suddenly. A sentence forms in the mind before we choose it. This suggests that thought is a process unfolding automatically. There is no control, there is no owner. Thoughts arise from patterns interacting with incoming signals, incoming sense contacts. So to understand this process more clearly, observation is very important because you shouldn't believe it blindly for the sake of someone saying it. You should experience it yourself. So the observation, so experiment is very important. So When the thought appears, pause for a moment. Ask yourself, what triggered this thought? Perhaps there was a sound. Perhaps there was a visual detail, a color. Perhaps a taste. Perhaps a smell. Perhaps a texture. Perhaps another thought. But it has to be one of that sense of contact has to be one from any of six sense faculties. Often you will find a small stimulus at the beginning. This stimulus activated that pattern, that vibration, that thought. If you can see this repeatedly, it reveals the mechanics of the thinking, of the thought. As the process becomes clearer, our relationship with thoughts change. We don't give power to thoughts because we don't own the thoughts. Thoughts continue to appear, but we recognize them as interpretations rather than the absolute truth. This so-called inside and outside continue to function in the language, but our perception has changed. We understand they are part of the mind consciousness illusion, this sensory created world. When you get to know more about thoughts, how fake they are, the sense of self also becomes lighter because the sense of self itself is also a thought. It is seen as a pattern of identification rather than a fixed entity, reality, or an object. This understanding does not remove the world. The world stays as it is, but our perception, it changes. It simply reveals how the world we experience is constructed from our sensory contacts, just only from our sensory contacts and sense faculties. Nothing less or nothing more. Just only our sensory contacts, sensory faculties. So every moment, sensor contact arrive through the sensors, and my mind consciousness compares those signals with the patterns they are conjoined with, which are thoughts. Thought organizes those signals into objects, events, stories, this fake reality, this fake world. From this process, the ideas of world, body, and self appear. Understanding this process does not require belief. It only requires careful observation. When this mechanism becomes visible, this experience becomes clearer and less rigid. Because we begin to see that much of what feels solid is actually being constructed moment by moment, each by one of our sensory faculties. So let us look again at the very beginning of a thought. Usually we notice a thought only after it has already formed. A sentence appears in the mind, an image appears in the mind, colors appears in the mind, sounds appears, taste, smell, textures, more thoughts appears. But before that moment, something else occurred. Very often there was a small signal, small sense of contact from one of the sense faculties. Perhaps a faint sound in the distance, perhaps a slight movement, perhaps a sensation, perhaps a smell, perhaps a taste, or perhaps another thought. The signal may be very small, yet the mind consciousness reacts to it. Sometimes there are thoughts we are not even aware of. The mind consciousness immediately begins comparing the signal with the thoughts it has learned before, it has created, constructed before. This comparison happens automatically. Every process, everything happens automatically, whether it's an occurrence of a sense of contact or a thought or any feelings for it, anything happens automatically. It does not require effort. Within a fraction of a second, all of these things happen. This recognition happen. These thought telepathizations happen. And when a recognition occurs, this thought appears. Let us imagine a simple example. You hear the beginning of a familiar song. Well, only few notes are played, but almost instantly the rest of the melody appears in your mind. If there are videos, visuals, that also appears. Any more related moods, thoughts, past events, past thoughts occurs. Did we do it? Did we try to get it ourselves? No. So why does this happen? Because the mind consciousness has learned that melody many times before. The pattern, that thought is already created. So when the first few notes appears, the mind consciousness start to complete that pattern, that thought automatically. Mind consciousness starts to predict what comes next. Thought fills in the missing parts. This ability helps us understand the world quite quickly, but it also means that thought is constantly completing patterns, even when only a small piece of information is available. Another example, let's say we can see a chair, but we can't see the whole chair, this whole 3D look, everything. But in our mind consciousness, this thought, we are looking through this thought and we see this 3D chair. Even though we see the small fragment of that chair, we automatically feels the rest and we assumes there is this whole chair there. That's the illusion of mind. It feels and it objectifies and gives this 3D look. But if you observe carefully, what you see right at this moment is not the whole chair. You see a small part or some of what you can see at the moment. Another example, so consider hearing your name in a crowded place. Many sounds are present, yet when the pattern of your name appears, vibration of your name appears, this mind consciousness recognizes it immediately. At that moment, several things may happen. Attention turns towards that sound vibration. The body may react, thought may arises. Who called me? Where are they? Why did they call me? But the thing is, this original signal, this original sound vibration was simply a vibration in the air. But our mind consciousness interpreted it using learned thoughts, constructed thoughts. So those thoughts has created a meaning. Now it has a value, a power. As we know, thought has informations of several sensor contacts. So thought is the construction of different sensor contacts. If someone mentions word coffee, immediately many impressions may appear. The smell of it, the warmth of a cup, the taste, perhaps sound of a cafe. All these elements are connected in the mind consciousness. When one part of this network activates, the rest follows. This is why thoughts can feel rich and realistic and vivid. They are not just words, they are collection of sensory contacts. And those sensory contacts doesn't even happen at this moment. They occurred previously. That's why we are always told we are looking at the world through a past mirror, a glass. But then why thoughts feel so real? Because thoughts contain fragments of real sensory experiences, so they feel convincing. If a thought includes an image, a sound, and an emotion, it can feel almost like a real event. Nothing happened outside. It's just only in the mind consciousness, but it feels so real. But it is still a reconstruction. Our mind consciousness is assembling pieces from the past experiences, and the result is a simulation, an illusion, a sensory created world. This simulation allows us to imagine possibilities and remember the past. They create this feeling of an existing time. There is this past, present, and future. And that's also another thought. But it can also create confusion if we mistake the simulation for the present reality. The thing is, this the one thought rarely stays alone. Each thought activates related patterns, thoughts. So they produce new thoughts, new power, more power. For example, a smell reminds you of a place. This place reminds you of a person. The person reminds you of a conversation. And the conversation leads to another thought. Soon an entire chain of thoughts has formed. This chain feels like continuous thinking. But each step in the chain was triggered by association, and they are different thoughts. But people are unable to see the the cessation of a thought, the death of the thought. They think thoughts are occurring and they are keep continuing. That's part that's also part of the illusion of the mind consciousness. So now they are thinking, continuously thinking. Because thoughts appear one after another, and it happens so fast, it feels as if there is a thinker producing them. Not just a thinking process, but there is a person who does this. Now it's I am thinking. But if you observe carefully, you may notice something interesting. Many thoughts appear without being chosen. A memory suddenly arises, a thought suddenly arises, an idea pops into the mind. A worry appears unexpectedly, a sadness comes to our mind. These events suggest that thoughts often emerge automatically. They arise from patterns interacting with incoming signals, whether it's sense of contacts or thoughts. These sensors, the sense of a thinker may itself be another thought within this stream. We can notice this process in daily life. So the next time a thought appears, pause for a moment. Instead of following the thought, instead of looking from the thought, to looking through the thought, simply observe it. Ask quietly what triggers this thought. Perhaps there was a sound just before, perhaps a small visual detail, perhaps another thought. Often you will discover that the thought did not appear out of nowhere. It arose as a response to something. It arose because of some conditions were met. That is why this Dhamma is cause and effect Dhamma. There has to be a cause, a conditioning to occur it. Seeing this repeatedly reveals the mechanism of mind consciousness, of thinking. When this process becomes clearer, as we become familiar with this mechanism, we start to see this is an illusion. This is a simulation, a sensory created world. So our relationship with thoughts changes. Thought still arises like before because there is no owner, no controller for it. But the power they have has reduced. Especially the I-ness, this me, myself thought, self. No, the thoughts are seen as events rather than the reality, rather than the command. They are just patterns activating within the mind consciousness. This understanding can create a sense of space around thinking. Instead of being carried away by every thought, we can observe them more calmly. We can observe thoughts arising and ceasing without an owner. We can stay away from it and observe them arising and ceasing. They come, they stay for a moment, and they fade, just like sounds or sensations. In each moment, signals arrive through the senses. The mind consciousness interprets them using thoughts that has constructed before. Thoughts organizes those interpretations into the reality, into this fake illusion as objects, events, or stories. From this process, this illusory world appears in the experience. When we look closely, we can see the stages of that process unfolding. Sensory contacts or vibrations or signals, then the thoughts, recognitions, the illusory ones, thoughts. Understanding this sequence helps us to see the mind more clearly. And sometimes when attention becomes very quiet, we may notice the simple awareness in which all these processes appears and disappears. As we reflect on all this, we begin to see something very subtle. What we call a thought is not something solid or permanent. It's simply a momentary formation that arises when the senses bring signals together and the mind interprets them. A sound appears, a vibration is felt, an images appears. The mind quickly gathers these fragments and forms thoughts or telepathizes past thoughts. From that thought, those inside and outside appear. From those ideas, this sense of reality, sense of world, a self slowly takes shape. But when we observe carefully, we can see that these are only construction of the mind consciousness. They arise for a moment and they pass away. So instead of holding tightly to every thought, we can simply watch the process, seeing clearly how thoughts arises and fade is itself a step towards understanding this Dhamma. And with that understanding, the mind gradually becomes lighter, quieter, and more peaceful. So we'll end our discourse for today. Therewon Saranai, everybody.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Therewon Saranai Aryan Mahansa. And may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And I'm very grateful to our friends who are helping with the technology. My Dhamma friend did a session just a few minutes ago as a part of this Buddothpada POTV English channel. So I am taking over from her to talk to you for the next 2 hours. As you know, this is throughout the 24-hour time. You will be able to listen to somebody from Buddothpada path. One of the Dhamma friends will be talking to you and trying to explain what our Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, is teaching us, the path that he has opened up for us. So wherever you are, if you are a person who is trying to find the truth, you have found the truth. This is the way, actually. So we are very glad to meet you, and you can, depending on the time, convenient time for you, you can listen to one of the sermons. And if you have any queries with any of them, there's a separate discussion time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Some of the friends who are conducting these sermons will be joining there. So you are invited, cordially we invite you to join, because it's very important to get the doubts clarified then and there. Because this is a path, as Lord Buddha described, this is a path always helped and guided by a noble friend. The most important noble friend that we had ever was Lord Buddha. And now we are fortunate to have another noble friend who is trying to
disclose and explain what Lord Buddha said nearly 2600 years ago. So our noble friend Aran Mahanse is helping us. He's using simpler words, simpler metaphors, something which is suitable to the present living style and the present world. So it's easy for us to understand. For example, the word Rupane was used by Lord Buddha, and for that, our noble friend Aryan Mahanse uses the word vibration. So it's more acceptable, particularly to the new generation, because they know all about the vibrations. So you and me are very fortunate actually to listen to this Dhamma. And in Lord Buddha's time, there have been about 84,000 sermons done by him, documented as a figure which is indicated in the Buddhist history, about 84,000 sermons, maybe more, we don't know. And our noble friend has done about 12,000 sermons so far over the last 5 years. So in both situations, actually, these things, sermons have been done to clarify the things to different people. So there will be little differences in the way that it is described. There might be different examples or metaphors taken, but finally it comes up to the same point. Buddhist philosophy, as you know, is not yet another religion. And Lord Buddha said that do not follow this simply because I have told you. He in fact asked once from the monks, are you following this simply because I told you? They said, no, no, Venerable Sir, we have understood it. We have felt it is applying to the life, how it is applying and how it is practically working. Because of that, we are also preaching the same thing that you taught us. So that was the answer. So like that, even the present time, what our Anvasi says is that do not believe me. Do not take me as a person. There's no person. When you talk about the Buddha state, actually there is no person called Buddha. I'm not talking about the physical body part, but yes, there is a physical body. But when you talk about the mental state, there's no person. That is the beauty of it. A person or myself never existed, never ever existed. So for something which never ever existed, we have attached so many labels. Everything is everything is centered uh, around this, everything is working around this center pole, which is the myself, the concept of myself. But as I said just now, there's nothing called myself. There's the myself never existed. Myself is simply a thought. So that is the most important thing. So as I said in Buddhist teaching, what Lord Buddha said was that study your own mind. Turn towards you. Don't try to correct the things in the outside world. Actually, outside world is something projected from mind. Something created in the mind is projected outside, taken as real. There's a story in the Buddhist history. Once Lord Buddha was sitting under a tree, and some princess, about 60 princes, they have been going to enjoy and one woman uh, who was with one of the prince has stolen the valuables and run away. So they were trying to locate her and they were passing Lord Buddha. And they asked Lord Buddha, they didn't know who he was. They asked, "Did you see a woman going this way?" What was Lord Buddha's reply? He said, "Don't try to find about a woman, just find about your own selves. Turn towards yourselves and then find out about your own self." Actually, that bit of advice very nicely was understood by these princesses. So they stopped going behind that woman and then sat with Lord Buddha and they wanted to listen to his Dhamma. So there are stories like that. Everything indicates that actually it's not the outside world that you should be looking for. What is outside world? World is just an illusion, a reflection of the senses, something constructed at this moment only. So, in other words, it's not easy to get convinced actually to the fact that the world that we take as real is just simply a creation in the mind. But when you listen to these facts, I'm sure if you have been listening to these sermons for some time, these facts have been clearly mentioned in Lord Buddha's teachings, but they are not given the due prominence in most of the other sermons or the preachings done by different monks. It's very clearly mentioned that world is a creation of the mind, world is a creation of the world is a result of the creation by the senses. So even though it is mentioned, it has not been given the due value, and it's sort of certain things are brushed off easily. But what did Lord Buddha try to say? Uh, just focus on the thought, focus on the mind, turn the camera towards you. Of course, he didn't use the word camera, but just what he meant in his teachings was that turn towards you, study yourself. What is meant by studying yourself? It is the studying of the mind, isn't it? Because mind is the most powerful tool whatsoever in any living being. And mind, we know that some of the animals in the animal world do have very primitive level of mind. They mostly act according to the feel that comes up then and there. That is why the grasshopper will try to approach the fire even if it gets burnt with that flame, and if it might fall with half burnt, but still if it can fly, it's attracted to the light again. That is because there's no advanced mind in that insect. There's no strong mind to say that it will burn you, don't go again. Something that he should plan and not do. That sort of level, advanced level of mind isn't there. So that pleasure of heat is the one which acts prominently there. That is the feel of heat, which is something that it is attracted. And it's something, a beautiful metaphor given by Lord Buddha. People also act like that. the human, he was explaining about a patient who had a very itchy skin rash. We call it eczema. Some of you may be familiar with the name eczema. It's a dry skin condition which is very itchy. Now what happens when you scratch it, when you are itching it? It gets sort of more sore, isn't it? Just at that moment when you are itching, you feel really comfortable. The immediate feel is that very comfortable feel. But when you go on scratching, what will happen? The wound or that area of the skin will become more and more sore. And afterwards, what you experience is really burning type of pain. Now, this is the Lord Buddha gave this example to indicate that pleasure, immediate pleasure, is your craving. And the pain that you encounter subsequently is the sorrow or the suffering. So we know that every action which leads to pleasure or happiness or craving in Tanhava, in Sinhalese and in Pali, gives rise to some form of happiness at that moment. But always it is followed by the sorrow or the suffering. So that is why Lord Buddha said, even if it is so-called sapa means the comfort, always underneath that there is a dukkha. Dukkha means the suffering or the sorrow, which people do not realize. People do not see that the sorrow or the suffering which is hiding underneath. Just take buying a car. A person might spend quite a lot of money, which is saved with great difficulty. And the person buys a new vehicle, new car. Now that's a pleasure, isn't it? That's he was craving to buy that car, and now he owns the car. So it's a pleasure and great happiness. But what are the sorrows? These are some simple things I'm trying to take. What are the sorrows? You are worried whether the vehicle will be damaged by somebody. Even when you are parking it by the side of the road, you are worried whether somebody will come and scratch, whether a vehicle passing by vehicle will hit and damage, whether somebody will break the shutters and steal something, or else whether somebody will steal the car itself, and then you have more expenses to maintain it, isn't it? And sometimes with the fear of that having some form of damage, a person might decide to leave the vehicle at home and walk if the distance is not too long. Now see the sorrow, the simple ways it is getting accumulated underneath that label, or that what you called was pleasure or happiness. And it might cost more for you to maintain. And if you have a problem with the space, you might have to put up a garage or a shed to keep it from sun and rain. Now these are all kind of sorrows, but people don't actually recognize them as sorrows. They don't feel that there is a suffering. They feel that only that pleasurable part only. A person who has some understanding about this Dhamma will be able to see this darker side of all these pleasurable things. So, as long as you take them as real, as long as you do not see this process of how the happiness and how the sorrow comes up, that is always when there is a thing, when something is given a great value, Now, when the car becomes a thing, when the car is given a great value, that equals to the strong myself on this side. The perceiver who is having a valuable car. So it goes parallelly. The person who is perceiving is strong when the value of the car is higher. So this is what we have to understand. Whatever is given a value, whatever is taken as real, whatever is taken as existing, on the other side, the strong myself is arising. But in other words, actually, it is the car is you. The more valuable the car is, more expensive the car is, yourself also becomes stronger and stronger. So that is what Anand Mahasi says. Ema Yoga. What does it mean? You are no different from that one. As long as that thing becomes a thing. What do you mean by the thing becoming a thing? In simple words, taking it as real. How did the car become a thing to you? Now, when you touch it, it's some firm experience to the body sensor, isn't it? If you hear the tooting of the sound, it's a sound to the ears, a vibration of the ear. If you see it, it's a shape to the eye. And if you have the smell of the new paint, that is a smell to the nose, isn't it? Collectively, the sound comes as the car, which is a thought, isn't it? So we know the five senses has been acting, except the taste sensor. Other four can be applied to the car, new car. And instantly there's a thought, car. How did the car come up in the mind? Now you have to go to the past experiences. How did the car come to the mind from the past experiences? The mechanism we call telepathization. Little baby had no idea what the car is, isn't it? Do you remember how you showed your children or your grandchildren the cars which are going on the road? That's a car. Car. You get the child to tell that word, isn't it? What happens? There's repetition. When the ears are vibrated, there's a sound created. The sound from your throat becomes equal to the vibration of the ear of the baby. In other words, the baby's vibration becomes equal to the sound from your throat. So that vibration becomes equal to this vibration. And then, according to that, there is another telepathization occurring. The baby's throat or the larynx will vibrate accordingly. Now the baby is pronouncing car, car, and you are happy. Okay, yes, the baby starts talking. What happens? The sound car and the picture that is created in the eye will combine together. And maybe on a different occasion, you will allow the baby to touch the car. Now baby has got one more sensor input. Now he feels that it's that firm texture. And maybe on another day, you will take the baby in the car. Now he feels the perceptions that he gets is that the feel that when you are traveling in the car, you can see the things passing by. Now this is the car. This is how I feel when I'm going in the car. This firm nature, the sound of the tooting, this shape, and the word comes from the mom, car. Now everything is complete, isn't it? That is how you got the car as a little child. And right now, that car is repeated here, resonated here. What you call that memory, there's actually nothing called memory which is stored anywhere, but that memory, that data is repeated at this moment as a new data, new vibration. Now the car is in your mind, isn't it? And unlike the little baby's level, you have got many, many more perceptions in relation to the car now. And you know how expensive it is. And you know the color shade that you selected. And you know that the value which might get doubled with time. You know how much petrol or the diesel working. So all those are new perceptions that you got time to time. Now when the word comes the car, all those perceptions are here. So the car was born in your mind, isn't it? That is very clear. Car was born in your mind as a result of the previous thought that occurred. So very obviously, the senses gave some clues. The sensor function indicated something, but the thought came up just now to complete the picture, the car. Then there's an owner to this car, isn't it? Little baby had no idea whose car is this. But now, by now, that the self-perception is so strong, for every thought, self-tag is attached. Now you know that it's my car. So that's a thought, isn't it? Car is a thought, and myself is another thought. And because this thought of car was repeated so often, so frequently, at a very high speed, now you have the feel that the car is existing. Yes, the car is there. Yes. So if there is a car, if there is a real car, I would use that word real, then yes, definitely myself is there. Now this is the mess that we are in. Everything is there, and then the perceiving person, myself, is here on this side. That is what is described as duality in Buddhism. Two sides, outside and inside. You call it Ajjata Bahidda. Ajjata means inside, that means the self. Bahidda means the external or outside. Now there is an external world, and the person who is experiencing is inside. And inside, again, another illusion is that inside means inside this body. So see the mess that we are in. Inside the body, is there a person? Now that is a question, isn't it? If you sort of take one by one the body parts, can you call it's me? Even if you take the brain out, I mean, the brain is the most important organ that we think is connected with the mind and the thoughts, isn't it? Because we very well know that if there is a damage to the brain, this thought process and thinking process is disturbed. Yeah, that's true, because when the base is damaged, obviously the building is going to be damaged, isn't it? So the brain is kind of base. The physical component is a base. But the current which is produced is called thoughts or mind. So when the base is damaged, obviously the current which is going to be generated is going to be altered or lost completely. So we have a feel that brain is the one which is related to the thoughts and the mind. But its thought and the mind is not a part of the brain. Yes, the brain is needed to form it, but you cannot show a particular place and say that this is where the thought is, this is where the mind is. So, I mean, there's nothing to talk about the rest of the body, isn't it? Because we had a strong vision, strong belief that the thoughts and the mind is in the brain. So you wouldn't talk about the hands, fingers, legs, chest, those parts uh, as myself or the thought or the mind. Now, uh, if the brain uh, is myself, there have been very rare occasions where the brain transplants were done. In that case, the thought, I don't know how successful they were, but there have been some attempts. And if the scientists thought that the person's thinking pattern and the mind also can be transferred in the same way, then that concept may be true. But it's not so. So now we know that thought is just a current which is created with the help of the brain in the background. So this current cannot be located anywhere. I can't point out and say this is where the thought is formed. This is where the thoughts are stored. So none of the body parts you can say this is myself. Now, as I said, the myself itself is a thought. Myself means simply a current, another current, another thought only. So then you can't say that brain is myself, isn't it? So the other parts of the body, as I said, is irrelevant. They are all mine, of course. You can say my brain, my head, my heart. Something like similar to saying that my house, my son, my car, my garden, isn't it? There's no difference between that and these body parts. So it's interesting to find out where is this myself. Because myself is the one which is leading to all these troubles, isn't it? All these sufferings. When there is no myself on this side, uh, none of these things are going to affect. When there's no person on this side, person doesn't mean the physical body, I am meaning the thought. So when there is no person on this side as a sufferer, then there's no effect of the sufferings, isn't it? So is there anything called myself? Never existed, never ever existed. So this myself is just a current. The thing is, this current gives rise to a feel that you are alive. This is what happens to the robot. This is what happens to the toy, which is given power from a battery. There's a current generated, isn't it? The robot also has a battery. The current is generated, and the parts can be moved here and there. And in the case of a robot, they have sensors. They are coming more closer to the human being. They have various sensors fixed. Uh, there is a camera which can act for the place of eye. There are earphones which act like ears. And they might have the sensors for the smell uh, and skin feeling. Those can be seen in very advanced robots and with the AI technology. lots of data can be fed, and so many decisions can be taken according to the sensor input. So then what is the difference between a human body, human being, and one of these robots who can take up many tasks, many decisions, and act really like a human being? Whatever the data you need, whatever the commands you want to perform, can be fed into this computer part of these robots. So, what is the difference between the robot and myself? There's a huge difference. There's no vijnana or consciousness. The word consciousness may not interpret exactly what we want to say actually. It's nothing to do with this being unconscious and conscious. The consciousness means the vijnana, the word vijnana in Sinhalese and Pali both, which is the feel that it's really there. We talk about 5 vijnanas: the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, taste consciousness, smell consciousness, and skin consciousness. So those are the 5 vijnanas that we talk about. Whenever the word vijnana is used, it interprets that, it indicates that there is something really there. So with the eye consciousness, it indicates that yes, there is light there. With the ear consciousness, gives an impression that sound is there. It's real. Yes, sound is there, really there. Similarly, the other 3 consciousness also, a kind of power is given to that. That is what is indicated by that word. It's there, it's real. A power is given. And when these are combined to make the mind consciousness, then that thought is really there. Yes, thought is real. That is a feel that the system gets. Yes, the coconut tree is there. Myself is there. I'm alive. And my son is there. Yes. The car is there. So that is the nature of the mind consciousness. The thought being given a value, thought being given a power or a current. Where did that current come from? So there has to be a source which came up. Then you go back to the zygote level, where right at the beginning, when the sperm and the ovum meets together from the parents, the first first single cell is called the zygote or yuktanua in Sinhalese. This zygote itself has a little bit of vibration that is from the genetic components, genetic inheritance from the parents. We know that everything is a vibration, isn't it? Everything, whether it is a solid thing, whether it is a liquid thing, whether it is a kind of air, all of them are vibrations. Not only that, the light is a vibration, sound is a vibration, and the temperature is a vibration. These, of course, vary in intensity, the frequency. There are variations. That is why it is felt in different ways depending on the sensor faculty. But all of them are vibrations. So the zygote itself has a vibration, even though it is a physical part, 2 cells, that has a vibration itself, because as I said, all the elements are vibrations. That means the solidity, liquidity, airiness, and the temperature, all four. And as I said, not only that, what you see, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste, all of them are vibrations again. So this is the everything is a vibration, whether it is labeled as this physical body or the outside, all are vibrations. So here what happens is just vibrations become equal to at given points. One vibration will resonate to the similar vibration somewhere. It's not necessarily something that is from this outside right at this moment. The resonating of the vibrations can occur from the so-called past up to now, not necessarily in this birth, could be some other birth earlier. So then you can't talk about a time gap, isn't it? That vibration becomes this vibration, that becomes equal to this one. Then you can't talk about the time period. Buddhist teaching, Buddhist philosophy is an akalika dhamma. What is meant by akalika? Timeless. There's no time gap. That becomes this. This has been now, the scientists are proving these things, but they were mentioned about Lord Buddha so long ago. And as I said, the zygote itself has a vibration. Those vibrations are from the two cells which combine to form the zygote. And when that vibration becomes equal or resonate to a suitable vibration, the two vibrations will combine to form a different type of a new vibration. The nature of the vibrations are such that it becomes always, one becomes equal to the other, and they can combine and form a different type of a vibration. And you can't reverse. You can't see the previous vibrations which led to the formation of present vibration. That is an example that we used to give, preparing a cup of tea. The water, tea leaves, milk, sugar, everything is added. If you take them as different vibrations, the new vibration is the cup of milk tea. But in the milk tea, you know that definitely the ingredients are there, but you can't differentiate them now. Uh, so what happens? This vibration of the zygote is resonated with a similar vibration from somewhere. You never know from where it is coming. This is what is explained as Chitta Niyamaya, or the nature's law of mind. So there's no way that you can predict about how this vibration is resonated, from where it is coming. We have no idea. So this vibration which comes from somewhere is the one which gives the push for the zygote to grow further. So that is where the current is initiated, and this current will grow more and more, become more and more stronger. By the time that the thoughts are formed, the current is more stronger. And we talked already about how the self is formed. And this current is the one which is brought forward more and more. Now, right at the beginning, supposing we'll take a child who is attending the Montessori, because that example was beautifully given by our R.N. Mahanse, because that is a level where lots and lots of teaching starts, isn't it? What do you mean by teaching? Helping the child to get the sensor functions combined to form thoughts. That is what is meant by teaching and learning. So many inputs, isn't it? They will show the pictures and tell the name. So the vibration of the eye, vibration of the ear. And maybe on a different day, now we will take the example of an apple. Supposing if the child has never seen an apple, because uh, in apple is grown only in some parts of the world, and for the other countries, the apples have to be imported for the people to consume it. So there may be countries or the areas where the apples are not seen at all by a child. So what happens? The teacher will show a picture of the apple and pronounce the word apple, apple. Now the child's eye is vibrated and the eye grasps something which has a shape. And remember, the colors also is a thought. Color is not something identified by the eye. You might remember that teachers or even at home, your parents try to help you with the colors. Baby, this is red color. This is red color. So I'm sure any child gets confused sometimes. We'll repeatedly say, this is blue, this is blue. No, 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 this is red, this is red. Now you're trying to correct. So with the repeated bombarding of this sound, the child will be able to grasp, this is red. Now what happens there? The shape or the light was vibrated in the eye and the sound came up as a vibration of the ear. Now the child learns this is red color. So going back to that child who was shown an apple, the teacher might say, this is apple and this is red color. Now one more perception was added. There is something called apple. The shape is this. The sound is the apple, and then also it has red color. I'm just talking about a red apple. Now, next day, sometimes if the teacher shows the same picture, child can't remember. He will tell something else. No, 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 this is apple. Remember, apple. Now that perception is given repeatedly. Now it gets established. Then what happens? Now still the data are not very much, isn't it? Child sees it as a shape and the sound is there. He still may not have that idea about the 3D effect even. He still knows it as a 2D picture. Now, so that is the beginning. That is the simplest level of perceptions that the child will have. Next day, what will the teacher do? She might bring an apple, real apple, isn't it? Allow the children to touch it. Now another perception was added. The firmness and also smell, the smell of a fresh apple. Now two more perceptions were added. The color is there, or the shape is there. The touch perception is there. Smell perception is there. And the sound apple is there. Now the thought is a bit more stronger, isn't it? Now it has a 3D effect. The child knows that it is not something like smoke. Apple is not something like smoke, which is something see-through and which your fingers can move through. So now he has got the concept that this is the texture, the firm texture when you are touching. And also, what will be the next step? The teacher will cut it into pieces and maybe distribute among the children, isn't it? Now, one more conception is added, taste. and also the texture when it is in the mouth. Now see how the apple, the thought apple, grew up in the mind. Initially it was just a 2D effect. Now it is very clearly a 3D effect. Along with that there is taste, smell, and the skin feel. Now by now the apple is real to the child. With these repeated perceptions, which are added time to time, now the apple has become real. That is the itha sanyava, or the perception of existence. Perception of existence doesn't stop from there. Now there is a perceiver here, the person who is experiencing all this, the child who received all these experiences. Now the impression or the understanding is that there is something real called apple. And along with that, there will be some other thoughts. I like the red one. I don't like the red color one. And apple is expensive. In the countries where it is imported, apple is expensive. And as an adult, you might even have perceptions about various dishes that you can make with the apple. The fact that you can add it to a fruit salad or an apple pie or whatever you remember. These are additional perceptions, isn't it? Now, gradually, from that 2D effect, it became a 3D effect. Now there's a real apple for the child and the adult, and the person who likes it, who likes to maintain it, is there. That means that is myself. So I like apple. I prefer the red one, and this particular type is imported from these countries. I like that type. Now see how it progressed from that basic level. Now it has come up to the level where there's a real apple and myself. So with all these perceptions, what happens is this current is the one which is built up. Now the current is at the optimum level where the person who is enjoying, the person who likes the apple is created on this side. Stronger the concept about real apple, stronger the concept about myself. Both are actually going parallel. In other words, there's no twos here. Only one concept. There's one. The real apple means myself. Real apple means I am here. The person who is enjoying the apple is here. So these are the three levels actually explained. Three worlds. Well, it's not, I'm not meaning the three physical worlds. The Kama Bhumi, or the sensual world. That means the real outside world. You have the apples and you like it, and so you are here. The person who likes apples are there. So that is a full-blown mundane world. That is the first level. That is called Kama Bhumi, or sensual world. Then there may be, if the sensual world is there, the two levels that are described beyond that are definitely there. Now, second level is that the form world. Even if you do not have a specific attraction or a liking to apple, there is something called apple in your mind, isn't it? If I say apple right now, it's created in your mind, isn't it? You can see it as a picture. Well, I'm not meaning the seeing with the eyes, but in your mental picture, you have a picture of that, the shape and the colors, everything. Then also in that mental picture, you have the taste, isn't it? Also in the mental picture, you have that smell of apple and the texture, how you feel when you are eating, and of course the taste. Now you have an apple in your mind, isn't it? Which is the collective function of the five senses. So even if you don't find an apple outside, something that you liked, something that you wanted to maintain is not there now, but you have the apple created in your mind as a thought. So that is your form world. Any hearing, seeing, or feeling, any of them means that it is a form world. Now, beyond this or below this, what is there? The feeling of existence. These things are existing. That fine feel is lingering around underneath. That means that myself is there. Myself, it is not a thought now. It is just it's just a vibration, self vibration. At the level of the form world, you talk about the self perception, because there are also perceptions. The form world is just perceptions, and myself is also just another perception there. And the formless world, or the deepest one, is the more difficult one to understand. Formless world means that you have no pictures, but that feel that something, it's there. Yes, it's there. Not specifically apple, but the things are there. That is the lowest or the deepest part of the three, formless world. And Lord Buddha didn't say that you can stop from that level. If there is something, if the feel is there to indicate that there is something, that is where the self vibration is the most elemental, or the most the lowest or deepest level, the self vibration. Now when you understand this level, only you can get rid of all three levels. Always we talk about one stimulus. For all these things, it's always one stimulus. So the apple was outside first, and then the apple is in the mind. And now, even if the apple is not in the mind, you have that feel that it's there. And that is what is called the formless world. So the formless world also, the self vibration is there. That is the most subtle thing there. So when you understand this, when you try to pierce into a thought, what you end up is that there is no self on this side. And so when the self was there a self really? No, there was no self at all, at whatsoever. This was just an illusion. So when you understand this formless world level, and when you pierce that level also, because if you understand that the sensor function is also just a creation due to the fast speed, then you can pierce it further inside. And then you end up at that level where there is no no perception, there's no vibration at all. So the vibration is understood, you transcend it, and then now what is experienced is that the no self status. The stimuli are there, but the person who is experiencing, the self who is experiencing, not here. And it's described in more deeper ways actually by R.N. Marsay, by our noble friend. You become that object, you become that person, because there's no person on this side. Automatically this side comes to zero, and then in such a situation you are capable of identifying exactly the other system in a much better way. That is where Lord Buddha explained about Mahamaitriya, the big way of doing metta. So we know that the metta bhavana we have been doing for a long time as myself and the world, and we are trying to spread metta to the world. And very clearly the person who was spreading metta was here. So that is with all yourself, we were trying to spread the metta